Kindly requesting everyone to please take your seats and settle down. A short while from now, and we're all set to commence with this wonderful morning. I once again wholeheartedly welcome each one of you present right here. Everyone who's outside the hall, kindly requesting you to please get inside the hall. Take your seats and settle down as we're all set to get started with Momentum 24. Kind attention, ladies and gentlemen. Requesting everyone to kindly please take your seats and settle down as we're just about to begin. I humbly request all the dignitaries outside the hall, kindly requesting you to please get inside the hall. Take your seats and settle down as we're just about to begin. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this lovely morning, we're all set to commence with Momentum 24. Requesting everyone to kindly please take your seats and settle down as we are getting started. Namaskara, Bengaluru. Well, looks like everyone's really quiet. Let's bring out the best energy this lovely morning. A very good morning, everyone. Fantastic. Now looks like, yes, Namma Bengaluru definitely has the best energy that it can ask for. But before we get started with anything, ladies and gentlemen, my name is MC of Shan, and I truly have the pleasure of being your host for this lovely day. Before we get started with anything, I want each one of you to give a big round of applause for yourself. Thank you so much for being here this lovely morning. You really make a big difference, and you make this morning very, very special. So before we get started, I just have a quick question in mind. Of course, this day is dedicated to all of us. It's going to be a lot of learning, sharing, gaining, and definitely it's going to be a very informative day. Do we all agree? For now, yes. But at the end of the day, you will say, yes, it was. But before we get started, I just want to see how many of you right here today are super energetic to get started. It's my way of getting started to say, are we ready? So we're going to do a quick icebreaker right now, just to see if everyone's actually listening to me, or they are busy thinking something else, or something else is running in their mind. Okay, this is called as one voice, one command, and one action. So what do we really do? When I say one, I want everyone to put your hands up in the air and just clap once. When I say two, you clap twice. And when I say three, you clap thrice. That's it. Super simple. Are we ready? Are we ready? Fantastic. So here we go. One. Together. 1, 2, 1, 3, 1, 0. See, I caught you. Let's do this once more. And this time, let's see how many of you are going to do this correct. Here we go. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 0. Fantastic. Well, that definitely is amazing. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Momentum 24. Truly a morning that's going to set you apart with lots of learning. And before we get started, I truly take the pleasure of welcoming all our esteemed guests, industry leaders, academic pioneers, and future shapers of India's tech landscape. As we get started, I would formally like to tell you a little more about Momentum 24, where we focus on navigating the new reality, bridging industry and academia in the age of disruption. Ladies and gentlemen, together today, we aim to emerge stronger and shape the wonderful future. As we continue to explore innovative solutions shaping the future of hiring, let's turn on our attention to the company that is redefining recruitment through advanced technology. Well, I take the privilege of telling you a little more about HirePro. HirePro, it is a leading AI-powered recruitment automation company headquartered in Namma Bengaluru, renowned for its fearless hiring approach established in the year 2004. HirePro has evolved from a college recruitment solution to a comprehensive platform offering AI-driven candidate sourcing, assessments, video interviews, and digitized onboarding. Well, serving over 8,000 businesses and colleges across 100+ countries, it has facilitated more than 100 million assessments and interviews. The company leverages advanced technologies such as artificial intelligence and machine learning to transform high-volume hiring into precise, efficient, and absolutely bias-free process. HirePro solutions include automated proactive, remote hiring capabilities, and seamless workflows designed to meet the modern demands of recruitment today. Ladies and gentlemen, With such groundbreaking advancements in recruitment technology, we are today all set to dive into an exciting lineup of sessions. We have interesting panel discussions and absolutely interactive segments. On that note, it's time for us now to get ready to engage ourselves as we continue to bridge the gap between the industry and academia in the age of disruption. On that note, I want to ask everybody seated right here, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? Fantastic. Well, it would be incomplete if I do not thank our sponsors of Momentum 24. So ladies and gentlemen, join along with me as I extend a heartfelt thanks to all our sponsors, starting with OnGrid. OnGrid is India's leading digital trust platform, renowned for completing over 400 million verifications and background checks for more than 3,000 clients, including industry giants like Reliance Retail, Tech Mahindra, Ola Cabs, and Axis Bank. OnGrid simplifies the verification process with its intuitive online portal and offers over 100 types of verification checks. Well, their commitment to reliability, efficiency, and compliance truly sets the standards of high-quality verification solutions. Well, let's hear a big round of applause for OnGrid. I'll also extend a heartfelt thanks to our sponsor, Somaya Vidyavihar University, a beacon of educational excellence, has been nurturing talent over 8 decades. Situated on a lush 50-acre campus in Mumbai, SVU serves over 10,000 students across various disciplines. With a legacy rooted in the vision of Padma Bhushan K.J. Somaya, SVU offers a dynamic learning opportunity, including incubation center for entrepreneurs, comprehensive placement services, and a broad global alumni network. Well, let's hear a big hand for them. I also extend a heartfelt thanks to Alcon. Alcon stands as the global leader in the eye care with a 75 years of legacy of industry-first innovations, operating in over 50 countries and serving patients in more than 140 countries. Alcon's commitment to advancing eye care through continuous research and development truly helps people see brilliantly and live life to the fullest. Let's hear a big hand for them. I also extend a heartfelt thanks to Skillovilla. Skillovilla is transforming upskilling with its innovative blend of AI technology and human expertise. The platform combines AI-powered personalized feedback with insights from top industry experts from companies like Google, Microsoft, and Facebook. While this dual approach not only enhances learning outcomes, but also accelerates talent acquisition, making it absolutely accessible and impactful for millions across India. A big thanks to the entire team of Skillovilla. Moving forward, I'd also extend a heartfelt thanks to IndiCube. IndiCube is India's leading workplace solutions provider, offering a comprehensive range of workspace options from plug-and-play offices to customized interiors. Having a la carte services and advanced technology, with a wonderful presence of 13 cities and over 100 properties, IndiCube meets the diverse needs of thriving startups, unicorns, GCCs, and Indian enterprise. Let's hear a big hand. Also extending a heartfelt thanks to My CareerNet. An initiative by CareerNet and HirePro opens up limitless opportunities for job seekers through its platform. From hiring and price challenges to curated career events and access to thousands of job openings, My CareerNet is dedicated to connecting aspirants with top employers. Ladies and gentlemen, let's keep up that applause really high. Moving forward, CareerNet has been at the forefront of talent solutions in India since 1999, with a comprehensive suite of services including recruitment process, outsourcing, leadership hiring, and talent branding. CareerNet helps organizations acquire top talent and scale their teams effectively. With over 2,000 employees and a wide-ranging network, they continue to shape careers and enhance recruitment experiences. Well, with that, once again, a heartfelt thanks to all our sponsors. Well, what a great morning this is to get started. Well, there's energy, there's smiles, there's willingness, and of course, we are all set to begin right now. But just before that, I'm sure everybody is being given a welcome kit. Everybody has that with you? The welcome kit has a crossword inside. If everyone can just quickly take out that crossword and just put the crossword up, and if I can see all the crosswords, Can we just wave that? Yes, lovely. I think most of you have it. And once we're still finding it, requesting you to just do that a little quick. Fantastic. So how many of you are very, very familiar with Crossword? How many hands going up in the air? Wow. The first gentleman in the house who just said like, yes. Lovely. So I'm hoping that you're going to win this. So what we're going to do is, let's see this lovely morning who will be able to crack this meticulously well. What we do is I'm going to tell you and show you 3 clues. You can have a look at those. And I'm going to give you some time and then maybe announce who are the winners. What we can do is we can let you all thinking. Starting with the 3 clues. The first being right here. Professional with a passion for reviewing resumes. That's down. Individual seeking a job opportunity with a hopeful attitude. That's across. How many more clues do you need? We have one more, right? Where students hope their quick learning claims impress the recruiters. And that's down again. So I think we have 3 interesting clues. Down, across, and down. Well, I can actually hear someone saying, can we have more clues, please? But right now, what's running in my mind is, I want to engage all of you and let your minds do the transition until we move forward and proceed to the next session. I'm going to give you a few more seconds, and then some more time that you can think through later and tell us if you have actually cracked it. Do you want to see the clues again? Can we have the clues once more? Well, a quick readout. Professional with a passion for reviewing resumes. Individual seeking a job opportunity with an absolute hopeful attitude. And the next one, where students hope that their quick learning claims could definitely impress the recruiters. And I see one hand going right up in the air. I'm impressed. But I'm going to give you some little time, but I'm definitely going to come to the gentleman itself. Well, I've noted in my mind 1 and 2. Another hand going up in the air. Wow. Well, I must say, our audience is just spectacular today. What I'm going to do is just give you a few more minutes, and then I'm going to come to the gentleman and to the lovely lady right here. And of course, I have the lovely lady right there too. Yes, I've made a note of that. But ladies and gentlemen, as we continue to allow others as well to figure out the answers, I now truly take the pleasure to welcome on stage, ladies and gentlemen, it truly is my honor, indeed a pleasure, to welcome on stage and introduce Mr. Anshuman Das, the Chief Executive Officer and co-founder of HirePro and CareerNet. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Anshuman Das, a leading talent solutions provider in India with over 2 decades of experience. Mr. Anshuman has guided CareerNet's transformation from a recruitment firm to a comprehensive talent solutions leader, expanding services to include university hiring, assessments, and automation. His strategic vision has earned CareerNet accolades such as a Great Place to Work certification and recognition as the best organization for women in 2024. Well, under his leadership, CareerNet also launched My CareerNet and CareerNet Prism, focusing on employer branding and DE solutions. Anshuman is also the co-founder of Longhouse Consulting and serves on the boards of Top Rankers and IndiCube. Ladies and gentlemen, his relentless drive and innovation to continue to shape the wonderful future of talent solutions in India, reinforcing his reputation as a key influencer in the industry. Truly a name that needs no longer introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands up and let's welcome Anshuman Das. A hearty warm welcome to you, sir. The stage is all yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to all of you to the HirePro Momentum 2024. And it's an honor and a pleasure to host you all. We used to do this industry academia meet about a decade back, and we did about 4-5 sessions of that and had very useful learnings at that point in time. And then we kind of thought about restarting this around the COVID time, and then the COVID hit and we couldn't restart. And this is the first year we are restarting, and we have got a very astounding response from the industry. And what we do hope is to continue this further and create a platform where industry and academia can come together and talk further. So before I really talk about how we are going to spend the day today and why we have met and talk about a larger agenda, I would take 2 minutes to dwell on 2 of my own personal experiences. And these were the experiences which happened probably 30 years back, in the time when I was getting into IIT, and the other was an experience when I was getting out of IIT. The time when I was getting into IIT in 1994, I think the one single metrics which I was chasing was, how do I get a better rank? And then what college or what department comes by, I will take it. But the single metrics chasing was, how do I secure a better rank? And when I was passing out in 1998, I think, again, the single metrics which we were all chasing was essentially, how do I get a better pay? And which company or what job role I will get into is little bit comes later. Now, probably I was not the only one, and when I look around, 80 to 90% students were chasing the same metrics. The question is today, are we still chasing the same metrics? Is that how we are still today aligned? Well, I accidentally became an entrepreneur, and at a time when I became an entrepreneur, entrepreneurship and unemployment were very synonymous. Today, entrepreneurship is obviously looked upon with a lot of respect. But when I looked at various unicorns and various entrepreneurs, again, there is a very single metrics chasing of valuations or crazy M&As. So, and today I don't think I want to dwell about in my journey of those things, but I definitely want to dwell upon the fact about that, how is the learning system there? How is the society at large looking at, and how are we orienting the new breed of talent which is coming about? And for that, I would definitely like to look at in terms of how the schooling system today is there, and what we can do from a schooling, academia, and an industry point of view, come together to evolve this further. And that is how I think we are going to spend the day today. And probably I'm going to bring out few questions in front of all of us. And we have a fantastic lineup of various speakers and panels which are there. And the idea would be essentially we discuss, agree, debate, disagree, and come up with some formulation of saying that what is the way forward in this whole mechanics of developed India coming forward. If I have to think about from a learning point of view, broadly learning happens at 3 levels. One is at the school level, the other happens at the academia level, which is we call as the college level, and the third which happens at the industry level. And if I take the first level, which is the school level, let's take an example of a group of children who are typically the age of 10, 11 years. And I'm assuming we all have kids who are in that age or have grown or will get to that stage. And if you ask them, what is that you want to become in your career moving forward? The interesting answers is you will see a lot of heterogeneity. You will see very diverse answers. People will say, I want to become a scientist, I want to become an engineer, a doctor, a musician. A lot of heterogeneity is there. But same group of students, when you actually talk to them, when they are at the age of 16 and 17, you will see a lot of homogeneity. And a lot of homogeneity is driven by the livelihood. So what has happened in that 6-7 years? Has the society at large or the schooling system at large tempered their imagination or ignited their imagination? I think it's a very important thing, because this is the same crop which goes to the phase 2 of learning when they get into college. And schooling is a much more where parents make a choice, but college is a place where that same student is making some choices. And at the college level, well, the interesting thing about the college, it's a very formal education system where the giver of education is very well defined, the receiver is very well defined. It's a very concentrated 2 to 3 years going up to 4 to 6 years of experience overall. And it's a very, very high impact period. So to show that for your lifelong on your resume, that college and the branch and the marks which you secure is always established there and is always looked upon in any interview. So it's a very important phase. It's a very important transient phase where somebody is moving in from a school to the industry, and the college is where it defines about it. Now let's look at how the college education in India is. We all know in the last 2 decades we have made rapid progress in India. But let's look at some data. We have approximately more than 500,000 plus students going out of the country every year at the graduate and the postgraduate level. We as a country are spending roughly about $35 to $40 billion every year on foreign education. What does it highlight? Does it highlight the fact about that we do not have great quality education in there? Or we have education but we do not have a great quality jobs being there? Or is it both? I think this is an area which we should talk about. Second, we have got 23 IITs in the country. All 23 IITs put together, the enrollment is roughly about 17,000. But when you look at one of the large US UNIVs, and my daughter is right now going to a US college, one of the top ranks, and there roughly about 20,000 students are being enrolled every year. So education, quality education at scale. We have quality education, but can we deliver that quality education at scale? I think there's a lot to think about. Plus the multidisciplinary aspect. When you look at a lot of the places where you will find, can we create a multidisciplinary learning? Or is it a very single dimensional learning? So clearly from a, I would say from a schooling system or from an academia system point of view, there is a lot which we need to look at. And in fact, Professor Ram Gopal, who is the Group Vice Chancellor of BITS Pilani and also the ex-director of my alma mater, IIT Delhi, he actually made a statement about 3 days back, and I was reading his interview. Very interesting thing he said. Our education sector, our academia needs a 1991 style economic reforms. We really need that level of reforms. And when I read that, I said, this is exactly what we need. We have, I think, a good academia, but probably it has to be augmented with a lot of new things. And I think that's the place where academia is headed to. Now let's look at the third segment, which is the industry segment. And from an industry point of view, if you look at, typically, it's a informal education happens. Anyone who comes in is there for lifelong, 30, 35 years. The role of a giver and receiver is interchangeable. Sometimes I'm a teacher, sometimes I'm a receiver. But it is very important. It's a very, very important phase where the learning happens. And probably we cannot say that the learning is not happening in industry. And if you look at the last 30 years of how our IT services evolved out, how GCCs evolved out, we had the whole focus on volume job creation. Infosys, Wipro, HCL, a lot of these companies came up. They set up their L&D departments, trained the people. Then came the wave of whole GCCs and various MNCs coming in the country. And they essentially brought multidisciplinary things. They brought a global culture, innovation. And then came in the wave of startups, where so many startups came in and the whole entrepreneurial mindset came in. And then we started becoming a nation of entrepreneurs. So it's been a very good, vibrant ecosystem, right from IT services leading to GCCs, GCCs leading to startups, startups leading to entrepreneurship. Fabulous growth. And even if you look at, in terms of how the future ahead is, I think there is an astounding growth we are looking for. If you really think about from a 2030 point of view, we are talking about our current 12, 13 million jobs which are there will go up to about 20 million jobs in this sector by itself. Our manufacturing share of 3.5%, despite China being about 37%, we have the potential to grow to about 8 to 10%. A great future ahead. But what is wrong? I think we need to think about, is the industry really thinking long-term when it comes to academia? Does the interaction periphery is lot about short-term headcount focus, or is it lot about long-term collaboration focused? I think that is what, and when you really look at, and since we work with the campuses and the industry very closely, when we look at how the interaction happens between the industry and academia, there are top 3 questions which comes out. One question is, How much salary will you pay? Second question is, how many people will you take? And the industry then asks, what day slot I will get? Why are we so short-term and narrow-focused? And even when I look at, and since we run a large recruitment firm, we see a lot of people at the experience level changing jobs. People will change jobs for about 10%, 20% hike. People will look for 5 offers and pick one. People will, attrition rates are crazy, 30, 40%. We know what happened in 21, 22. So do we somewhere talk about that? Is the focus of interaction a lot very short-term focused? And that could be one of the big problems with industry by itself is facing, and it is also percolating with the fact about that how our industries are interacting with the academia. So I think there is that whole reshift, or I would say that long-term thinking which needs to come in as far as the industry and academia is concerned. And from the academia point of view, if you really see, when we go back and ask the industry, what do you think about the industry readiness of the students? And we did a survey, and you will see that report being released in about 2 p.m. today, and my colleague Pashupati will read out some of the extract of those reports, and you also have a copy. And you should see the first page of that report. 85% of our corporates believe that a student coming out of college from a job readiness on day one point of view are 40% or less ready. So are we just saying that so industry is saying that probably academia is producing just job ready and not career ready? And if that is the case, my friends, job gives you livelihood. Industry readiness gives you career. And what we need to is to provide a career. And I think those are some of the questions which we need to talk about today when we move forward through the day. Then the fourth factor, which is a very, very important thing, is government. How can the government and the policy makers play a very integral role in this whole interaction? As in India, we are not like a US where 70% of the academia is private education. Today, a lot of the top academia which is there is government backed, and government has done a fabulous job of creating several things. But is it really to a place where the biggest asset which we own today in the country, which is the manpower, is it really well taken care of? I will just give you an example of how internships are done in our academia. A computer science degree you pick in 5 different colleges. Somebody will say it's a 2-month internship. Somebody will say it's a 4-month internship. Somebody will say it's a 6-month internship. Somebody will say it's a 9-month internship, and somebody will say it's a 12-month internship. Why is that needed? Why can't be homogeneity? Why can't there be a regulation? Why can't the focus be to ensure that there is a predictable process which is being there? I think there is a lot of role which the government can play. We talk about the quality of educators. I think you really go from tier 1, and every society and every country has tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4. But when I look back and talk to students, they believe that tier 1 is up there, but tier 2 there is a lot of drop. The fact that why there is a mad rush in quota for somebody to get into IIT is because the fact that if I move from tier 1 to tier 2, there is a steep drop. Why can't the quality of educators be really consistent across the country? Why can't we just ensure that instead of opening up new IITs, we pick up some of the existing ones and upgrade the quality of educators and they come there? Not that these are the solutions which are the right solution, but this is how I think our framework of discussion has to happen. We have a fantastic NEP policy which is on the anvil, but probably what I hear is, and we have today Shankar who is coming in from a policy point of view, and Pankaj is hosting him for a fireside chat, and we do want to talk about where is NEP headed, what impact it can make. But what I hear is probably the implementation is in not so clear cut. It is still under the implementation phase. So there's a lot of intent, but how can the industry, academia, the government come together and I can solve for some of these things in longer run? I think that's, a very important element. And, clearly, I think if we have to talk about India's journey towards the Viksit Bharat, I think we have a phenomenal opportunity in front of us. The opportunity is absolutely fantastic. And I think we all know how the last 1 decade has been, and I just mentioned. We have probably one of the best demographic advantage in the world. We are adding almost 35 to 40% of the new worker population is coming out of India. We have a Roughly, we are the 5th largest economy, closing to about, 4 trillion. We are growing at a rate of about roughly 8%. And we should not take it for given. There's a lot of effort which we are taking to get to this 8%. And if we continue at that pace, probably our global share will stand roughly about 5.5% of the global GDP. Today, we are ranked almost the #1 country in the world as far as the business services space is concerned. We are essentially having 12 to 13% of the global market share in the business services. With the current growth rate, we can be almost 20%. Manufacturing is sitting at about 3.5. We can get to about 8-10%. Our overall services industry is sitting at about 8.5%. It can also go up to about 12-13%. So there's a fantastic. West we all know, is aging. There's a reasonable geopolitics tension. You just read in the last 2 days what happened to our neighbor. A 200 million population country went down the drain just like that. You look at, there is a whole decoupling happening with China. The West is completely aging. Population is not growing there. So I think there is a fantastic advantage. Plus, at the same time, there are tailwinds also. The world is not going to be so open as it is there. There are going to be reasonably deglobalization, which is going to be up there. But good news is that we as a country are not totally dependent on exports. Almost about 85% of our industry survives on local consumption, and local consumption is actually very good. So while there are headwinds, but there are a lot of good tailwinds which are there. So I think there is a fantastic opportunity which is there in front of India. And I think one of the biggest asset, which I can again reinforce, is the human workforce which we have. We have roughly about 550 million workforce in the country. 95 million of that comes in the organized sector, and roughly the 450 million is in the unorganized sector. Of the 95 million, we have roughly about 50 million plus working in the public sector and about 45 million working in the private sector. And if you pick up the private sector, we have roughly about 15 million people working in the knowledge services, going up to about 18 million people working in the knowledge services. And the interesting part about this whole knowledge services industry is 50% of the people who pay taxes of more than 1 lakh a year comes from this segment. We are a country of about 1.4 billion population, and this 15 million people contribute 50% of the 1 lakh more taxes paid in the country. So that's the beauty about this. So what we obviously need a massive impetus to transform this manpower. And this transformation of manpower has to happen at multiple places. On one hand, how can we ensure that this whole knowledge worker economy makes a shift towards the research, R&D, and innovation? That's, I think, one big shift which we need to talk about. And this is a place where the people in the room and the speakers which are there today will play a very, very integral role in the brainstorming. The second shift is how can we ensure that this whole organized workforce worker economy can become knowledge worker economy, where we can actually take the per capita of the country from $3,000-4,000 to about $10,000. The third shift is essentially how can we move this 450 million unorganized labor workforce and ensure that 95 million becomes 150 million. And I think that is what really will ensure that we become that real developed 2047 Viksit Bharat. And for that to happen, if you actually see, probably all our knowledge services economy can actually create maybe 20-30 million jobs. Because the last 30 years, if you look at, this is what we created, and if we really grow rapidly, maybe in the next 8-10 years, we will create another 20-30 million. But when we are making that shift of the whole 450 million unorganized to the organized segment, we need 100 million jobs. So where will those 100 million jobs come from? And I think we need to search for answers, and probably I can give you one clue which is there. And in the evening, we have a very interesting session which is happening on entrepreneurship. And I think somewhere the answer lies in the micro-entrepreneurship. Can we in India create 1 million micro-entrepreneurs who can in turn create 70 to 100 million jobs? And while we should appreciate and celebrate the unicorns and decacorns happening and the AI and the ML jobs, which will actually create the 10 million, 20 million jobs, but when that micro-entrepreneurship triggers, we will create the next 70, 80 million jobs in the country. And at that point in time, we will realize that the growth in India is not the income inequality, but is the income equality. At that point in time, we will ensure that this country does not have a civil war, does not have that strife which our neighbors go through. We do want to be a $15,000 per capita country, but not at the expense of that 100 million people or that 20 million people being $100,000 and the remaining being at par with Sahara or Kalahari places. So that will be the real Viksit Bharat. And I think these are some of the questions we do want to talk about today, and how do we ensure that we discover some of the answers. If not the answers, maybe some better questions. And that is how I look forward to spend a day with you all. And once again, thank you to all of you for trusting HirePro CareerNet, coming and spending your day. And I look forward to a very meaningful and welcoming session from all of you. And once again, thank you all.
Thank you so much, Mr. Das, for those kind words and also for setting the context for this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear a big round of applause once again for Mr. Das. Moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for us to move to our keynote speaker. To set the tone for this momentous occasion, let's truly extend a heartfelt, warm welcome to our esteemed keynote speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, join along with me and let's give a big round of applause for Professor Soumyanarayanan Sadagopan, Founder Director of IIIT Bengaluru. With a distinguished career spanning several decades, Professor Sadagopan has been instrumental in shaping some of India's premier educational institutions, including his vital role in the visioning and growth of IIIT Bengaluru. His profound expertise in technology and education, coupled with his current roles on various prestigious boards and advisory positions, a leading authority truly in his field. Ladies and gentlemen, we are extremely honored to have him share his invaluable insights and experience with us today. So join along with me and let's give a big round of applause and let's welcome him on dais. A hearty warm welcome to you, sir.
Good morning. So thank you, Anshuman, others, for kind of inviting me. And it's kind of nice to see a hall full, particularly at this part of the day and in this location. Okay. So I kind of agreed to Anshuman, looking at the location as Radisson Blu, and I thought it's Seshadri Road. And I actually have a board meeting at 11:30 at IAS Officers Colony. I thought it is very nice, I will combine both. Only in the morning I realized it was Radisson Blu Outer Ring Road. So I got into the car at 8 o'clock and finally reached at 9:45. So we are quite a bit behind schedule. So I will try to kind of make up. So Anshuman says 20 minutes, but I thought, let me see, I can take about 18 minutes. So I will save some 2 minutes. And Sneha, are you around? Sneha has been very kind. She kept asking, sir, where are the slides, etc. So 3 years back when I turned 70 and retired, so I thought I'm going to sit home and be happy. But my friends don't let me do that. So they keep inviting me for something or other. So I was kind of usual style, right? For 42 years of teaching, you are used to preparing slides and stuff like that. It took about a year for me to learn some new thing. One is get rid of the slides, no slides. Second, the entire format is only stories. Okay? And this is what I have been doing in the last 2 years, and I'm going to do the same thing today also. So there are 3 stories or 4 stories, depending on how long it takes. Okay? And the reason why I find this working out well is, see, stories are nice. And the second thing is, everybody will find some story, something in some story interesting. Okay? And last but not the least, my students keep asking me, see, for many of us, the old guys, AI is old. See, many people don't realize there are 2 words in English language. One is called spring, another is called winter. Spring means when things are happening. Winter is when things come down. The winter for AI is 1969. So the spring for AI is 1953. So AI is really old, okay? So it is not new at all. So one of the things which people will realize is that the power of storytelling is so human, it will take a long, long time before AI can do it. So that's another reason. And the second thing I want you to be aware is that, HirePro guys will talk about recruitment, jobs, packages, salary, etc. All my stories, I'm completely avoiding it. That is the best way so that they don't call me again. Okay? The first story is interesting. 4 students, girl students, and they said, "Sir, we want to talk to you." So I was the director of the institute. I said, come, sit down, let's have a cup of coffee, etc., etc. And then they were actually saying that, look, they were talking about one of our senior colleagues. He was 75 plus, was still of energy. He used to teach courses. And then the student said, "Sir, we have a very special request." He said, "Sir, Professor so-and-so is extremely good." I'm glad. Second, they said, "We respect him a lot." I said, "Much better." Third, they said, "Look, because he's so good and because we respect him a lot, we want to continue to respect him a lot." I said, "Excellent." So I was really impressed. I tell you, the reason why I'm telling this story is the current generation of students are so articulate in India. We would probably not be 1% as articulate in our age, okay? It's very good. But they said, "Look, okay, it's very nice, but what is that you want to say?" They said, "Professor, we want you to request him to stop teaching." So I was kind of wondering, why is it all? So what they said was more interesting. They said, "Professor is very good, and he is right always, and we are wrong always. But unfortunately, when we are wrong, he sometimes uses some strong words which we cannot take." And then they said, "Look, Professor, we know that we are wrong, but this is the fact. We have never been scolded in our life. We asked for impossible things to our parents. Every time the parents went out of the way to please us. They never scolded us. Because we have never been scolded, and they're all M.Tech students, we are 21, and if somebody scolds us, we are not able to take it." Okay? So what the professor did was very interesting. He kind of changed his pattern. He kind of put the lectures, and then he made himself available for Q&A, and the children loved it. Okay? So what happens is, this is called transformation of education. So the new generation is very different. So the key message for you from this story is, the generation is different. Second, they are articulate. Third, they have the guts to articulate. I don't think in my age, I would have actually walked up to the director's office, sought an appointment, and then sat with him, drank a cup of coffee, and articulated so well with the confidence. Okay? So I think that is something which I want you to realize, that it is a different India. The second one, I think Anshuman also talked about it. So there is so much talk in this country, more so in this city, about unicorn, right? Everyone takes the first unicorn from India, came from this town, happens to be in mobile, IIT Kanpur, his father used to be my colleague, all that, right? But a time has come, along with the singing the glory of unicorns, we should start singing the glory of what I call nano-cons. Okay? Let me give one example. Again, IIT Kanpur, Ankit Kapoor, he has a startup called Fool Flowers. What he does, he actually found that in a place like Vrindavan, lots and lots of temples use lots and lots of flowers, and the flower waste is about 8 or 9 trucks every day. So he said, "Can I do something with that?" So they actually set up a startup, and then this collects the flowers, kind of removes the dirt, etc., and then kind of came up with a nice process. They're all packaged into nice doop sticks, and it is very well done packaging. Go and look at the kind of packaging he does. and he is able to kind of have an interesting startup. It helps about 300 families. Okay, so it's nice, right? Many of them happen to be kind of marginalized families, dominated by women. Will this scale to $1 billion? Never. But what is the role of this? Some 300 families are kind of well taken care of. First and foremost, they don't pile on to a city and start living in a slum. They have a good life, and whatever money they make 30,000 rupees, but 30,000 rupees in Brindavan is probably equivalent to 90,000 rupees in Delhi slum. They have a better life, much more interesting. They will make a difference. Maybe some of them will buy a two-wheeler, maybe one of them will buy a car. They will add to the economy, and they will improve. So this country needs tens and thousands, if not millions, of such enterprises. People who will make a difference to some 500, 300, 800, 900 families. At some point in time, the only thing by which the government's performance will be measured is by the number of sustainable jobs created. Nothing else matters. Particularly for a democracy, particularly for a large population like India, the only thing that matters will be generating jobs. So I think it is important that we kind of start focusing on these unicorns in addition to the nanocons. The third story, government can make a huge difference. And it is not by grants, it is not by policy, it is not by creating a ministry, etc. It is by taking something which is very nice, simple decision. 2021. How many of you are Dilliwalas? That's good. I used to be Dilliwala only 53 years back, okay? So, Republic Day parade is great, and a couple of days after the Republic Day parade, something interesting happens called beating the retreat. In beating the retreat, government decided to give a nice contract to a startup. The startup has an interesting byline. It is called, okay, so it's nice. Light up the night sky. Light up the night sky is the byline for this company, officially called BotLab Dynamics, a startup in IIT Delhi. You all remember? So they essentially used 1,000 drones to create a drone show. Okay? It was spectacular, right? And they are doing it all over the world. You can go and look up the website, how many places they are doing. They are doing it for NGO, they are doing it for government, they are doing it for festival, they are doing it for fancy stuff, they are doing it for events like sports events. All over the world they are doing. And it is actually using a few hundreds of drones and certain amount of nice augmented software so that, so the drones will do the dancing, etc. Most important stuff, they do it with exceptionally 4 or 5 layers of safety so that there are no accidents. It's important, right? And the role which the government did was to give them an opportunity to display in the beating the retreat, because that automatically sealed lots of questions, okay? And because once the government does, it becomes much easier for others, and then others to kind of replicate, etc., etc. So that is another stuff. So don't necessarily look at, see, whenever you think of IIT Delhi, my Anshuman, you are from IIT Delhi, people immediately say Flipkart, great, acquired by Amazon, all that is fine, billions of dollars, etc. To me, we also need BotLab Dynamics. Okay, the last one, it's interesting. A lot of time we think that big companies or big startups which grow really big, okay, so they have certain things. But sometimes you may be a small startup. You may actually you may be the reason for creating something much large. Okay, Roshni, my colleague from IIT Bangalore is here, and we all had watched an interesting startup called Morning Cart. Morning Cart made a very simple observation. It was incubated at IITB. And they found that there is a channel which can be used for upselling. This channel is called newspaper wala. India is one of the few countries where newspapers are still distributed. Pankaj, you know it, right? Being a Times of India Economic Times person, right? So newspapers are distributed, and particularly those of you who live in Delhi and the kind of Babu colonies, which are typical one-story high, the fellow will be kind of driving his bicycle and throwing it like this. It will fall in the nice balcony, okay? So very perfected art, right? So newspaper fellows anyway are reaching the homes. Can we not make this newspaper fellow also give a few things which are useful along with the newspaper? Flowers, fruits, and bread, which comes natural. So Bannerghatta Road, an experiment started. There was an app created for morning cart, where in addition to newspapers, you can also get flowers, bread, some varieties, and some fruits. And that over a period of time, it had 18,000 users on the app, and that app created something unique. Many of you may not, you all use it today, ordering. So particularly in place like Bangalore, because people from all over the country are there, you really do not know what is the name of this particular type of spinach or this particular type of fruits, this type of flowers, this type of vegetables, etc. Nice little pictures are there, pictorial, so that you know exactly what you want. And that got acquired by a company called Big Basket. How many of you use BB Daily? Okay, so BB Daily is morning cart. Right? So what happens is, it's very interesting. It's an extremely small startup. It can actually become much bigger. And I think as of last, I understand that BB Daily has 18,000 employees. Okay? It may not be, it's inorganic growth, but nonetheless possible. Okay? Why is it that I am talking of these 4 stories? These 4 stories are important because I know that you have a large number of people from academic leaders and also industry folks. I think we should change the discourse of our conversation. Pankaj was asking me this question. So 20 years back, we had industry-academia interaction. And now also we have industry-academia interaction. What is the difference? I said there is no difference. Because the industry-academia interaction stops at these events. Right? We have to do something about it. Okay? I have 2 requests. My request to the industry folks, stop talking about this package. So whole institutes only talk about package. What package you will get. And then the parents pick it up, the institute pick it up, they put a huge advertisement. What is written is average package, best package. Even unfortunately, even IITs are forced to fall into this trap. I asked this question. Why are we talking about the first salary? Why can't we talk about the last salary? Can we really talk about how far you can grow? Can you become a Nobel laureate? Can you become a CEO of TCS? Incidentally, the current CEO happens to be my former MTech student. So can you become a minister, if not a prime minister? Incidentally, the kind of a, sometimes you get bragging right. Ashwini Kumar happens to be an MTech student. Okay? So what happens is, can you become a chief secretary? Couple of chief secretaries happen to be my former students. So can you become a director of institutes? Can you become CEOs of companies? How far you can raise is what we should talk about. The first salary is not the one we should talk about. So this is the request to my industry folks. And to my academic friends, maybe this is the time we form an association like NASSCOM. What NASSCOM is to software industry, can we not have, because higher education is an industry. It is big. It is really, really big. Okay? And probably the way NASSCOM could actually come together. Remember, NASSCOM, arch rivals Infosys and TCS will come together for a larger cause. Maybe that is something which we need to. We kind of fight for the students. That is there. But I think together we need to do it. If we do something like this, we will make a difference. And I think my humble request to you is, let us use the event like this to give homework to us, and then 1 year later come back and say, how was the homework? What did we do in the homework? And kind of keep learning. Otherwise, the meetings will be stopping with these events. So we need to do something more, okay? So thank you, thanks for the opportunity, and I took 19 minutes, sorry, not 18. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, firstly, let's give a big round of applause for Professor. Thank you so much for such a wonderful keynote session. On that note, we would like to express our gratitude with a special token of appreciation. I request our CEO of HirePro and CareerNet, Mr. Anshuman Das, to kindly please join me on stage. Hand over memento as a token of appreciation, and let's capture a wonderful moment on stage. Well, let's keep up the claps really on. Well, truly some moments are to be captured for a lifetime, and let's truly make this memorable by capturing this lovely moment. Thank you so much, Professor. Thank you so much, Mr. Das, for doing the honors. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, it's definitely now time for us to sip a cup of hot coffee and relax, refresh, and recharge ourselves. I request everyone, the tea counters are open, requesting you all to please help yourself. We will see you all in next 10 minutes, back again with an interesting panel discussion. Thank you.
Check, check.
Check.
Check. Hello, hello, check.
Ladies and gentlemen, kindly requesting everyone to please get inside the hall, take your seats and settle down as we're about to begin. I kindly request everyone who's outside the hall, it's a humble request, kindly please get inside the hall, take your seats and settle down as we're all set to get started. Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Kind attention and a warm welcome back. I hope after sipping a cup of hot tea and coffee, everyone's feeling absolutely refreshed. Let's get charged up for the first panel discussion on GCCs and IT services, elevating India from offshoring to an innovation hub. Ladies and gentlemen, the rise of global capability centers in India is a testament to the country's growing prowess in technology. Our next session will explore the transformation of India's IT industry from a mere offshoring destination to a vibrant innovation hub driven by GCCs. To guide us through this insightful discussion, join along with me as I welcome our moderator with a big round of applause, Mr. Pankaj Rai, Group Chief Data and Analytics Officer at Aditya Birla Group. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Pankaj brings 30 years of rich experience in strategy, consulting, and financial services. Having held senior roles at Wells Fargo, Dell, and Standard Chartered Bank, he holds a bachelor's degree in electrical engineering from IIT Delhi and an MBA from IIM Ahmedabad. A hearty warm welcome to you, sir.
Thank you.
Moving forward, I take the pleasure of welcoming our esteemed panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, starting with Dr. A.K. Bhaktavathsalam, Professor, HAG and Head, Training and Placement, NIT Trichy. Dr. Bhaktavathsalam is a BTech from IIT Madras and a PhD from IIT Delhi. With over 35 years of rich experience in industry and academics, he is dedicated to bridging the gap between industry and academia and is a certified energy auditor and Six Sigma professional. Let's give a big hand and let's welcome Doctor on stage. I also extend a warm welcome to Ms. Sangeeta Shagar, Director, Deloitte. With 17 years of rich experience in talent acquisition, Sangeeta heads talent acquisition for technology and transformation business at Deloitte India. She's deeply committed to inclusive hiring practices and plays a crucial role in shaping the future talent landscape for the organization. A warm welcome to you, Sangeeta. Well, moving forward, I'd like to call upon Saraswati R., Director of Analytics and Information Management, bringing over 20 years of rich experience in the banking and financial services industry with a distinguished career at companies like IT, Cisco, Accenture. She excels in leveraging analytics and data science to drive business impact. Saraswati is also a published author and recognized as a top analytics leader, also contributing to the community through advisory role with an NGO and a PMI Board of Directors member. Let's hear a big hand and let's welcome Saraswati on stage. Well, also, I'd like to invite on stage Mr. Vineet Dwivedi, Global Head, AGS and Head AGS India, Alcon Global Services. Vineet oversees strategic centers across multiple geographies, managing over 2,000 professionals. With 24 years of rich experience in business transformation, he is Lean Six Sigma Master Black Belt and an advocate for digital innovation. With that, let's give a big hand for Mr. Vineet. Firstly, to all the dignitaries on stage, a hearty warm welcome to you. And now I leave it to Mr. Pankaj to take it forward.
Thank you. So all of us got delayed in traffic this morning. So we didn't enter this main hall. We all stayed outside. And we actually had our round table outside. So we've already had a dress rehearsal among ourselves, very heated discussion, some very interesting insights and all of that. So thanks to the traffic, we are ready. And then we came inside and then we spoke to the previous two speakers to figure out that what you guys have already heard, to make sure that we incorporate that. So Anshuman told us that your job is to not give answers, your job is to ask better questions. I said, okay, we'll try and do that. Because we were all giving answers. Everyone had answers, we didn't have questions. So Anshuman has told us to think about questions. And Professor Sadagopan has given us many ideas. One of them is to say how to look at academic and education as an industry. In fact, he thinks that between US and India, we can be a great industry and do something about it. So anyway, so that's the backdrop. Now, in the recent past, I have been asked to do a lot of these round tables. And I'm someone who comes from a process background and figure out, what question should I ask? So I have made a standard set of 3 questions. Irrespective of the topic that you give me, the questions will remain the same. And I'll tell you that because some of you one time maybe I asked to become moderator, then you can ask better questions, but I'll tell you the question that I have said. So I come from the data analytics field. In the data analytics field, the 3 words that I use very often is data, insights, and action. Very simple, you have a data and you create some insights and then you tell people what to do. So my 3 questions have been, tell me your story, derive some insights from this, and provide some actions to the audience. The topic can be anything. So that's what we are going to follow here, right? So my job is very easy. I'll start first this way, next this way, and last this way, and then you guys can ask questions, right? So simple. So we'll start with Vineet, and all of you guys have already told me the story. So why don't you tell me your story from that talent lens on what have you seen over the years, what are your experiences, and some unique insights from your perspective, and then we'll go left to right.
Sure. Thank you, Pankaj. And this is really my pleasure to be with a lot of esteemed panelists here. So I'll talk about what I have experienced and seen in last 20, 25 years, especially last 20 years in the GCC environment, how the talent landscape has been changing. And even in last 20 years, if you look back and some of the members who were being there in the industry, 20 years ago, the whole GCC word was not at all there. I think all these words have been evolved over the years now, whether we call it call center to BPO to ITES or GICs, now GCC. So even if you see when we were hiring that time, 20 years ago, it's not like there was no campus placement. Campus placement was happening. But the magnitude is changed, number one. Second, the rate of change in the industry. So moving from BPO perspective, now we are looking at GCC industries or hiring for engineering and R&D roles. I think there is a lot of things which have changed. Even when you talk about AI, ML, the speed of change which is happening in the industry versus are we able to map or match with the same pace. Other thing which I see, Pankaj, which is also evolving, now even other countries or our global teams are looking at India talent as a leadership roles. So in fact, the numbers on the reports talk about earlier, right now we have around 5,000 global roles based out of GCC industry already. In coming 5 to 7 years, there will be a need of 20,000 global roles. And when I say global roles, I mean here people where the global leaders are sitting here and they have reportees all across the world to them, not working on a global project. So there is a difference there. So how the academia can help us. So if you look at some of the skill set which we see, which are required, emotional intelligence, emotional quotient, I think we all talk about it, but can there be a way wherein we can do upstream work on that? Because in most of my colleagues will agree that when we do our middle management assessment, this comes as one of the point. If I have to move my middle management layer into a global roles, are they ready? Emotional intelligence or emotional quotient is one of those points. If I go a little bit further as well, we all do project management. So when we bring someone from academia and working directly in our new projects, I think there is a time lag which we require, which is fair, but can we reduce that? Can we do something upfront? So project management, how do we create a cultural awareness? So somebody working with a French customer versus US customer or Australia or New Zealand. I think we all know after working that how it can be so different. You are saying the same thing, but how the others are understanding it. So I think some of those things which I feel are really, really important. Now I am working for Alcon, and Alcon is a global leader in eye care. So we do hire, it's a very short journey if I say it's only 5 years. 5 years ago, I was the second employee to join in Alcon, and we started working, setting up the GCC industry within Alcon. We have 4 centers, India, Poland, Malaysia, and Mexico. So I manage all the 4. So while looking at comparing from India perspective to the other 3 countries when we are hiring and building capability, there are some differences which we can definitely learn from other countries, what difference they think they are bringing in their education systems versus what we are trying to do. So I think with that, maybe I'll pass it on to
Thanks, Anish. So I took away quantity and quality has both sort of changed hugely. And quality for you is a whole range of technical and non-technical skills.
Absolutely. If I can, so like for an example, when we started 5 years ago, very classical, traditional shared services functions. So finance, HR, IT. I think most of our GCCs will start same way. So we started on the same way, but there were certain fundamentals which while we were setting up, we kept in our mind. That how do we stay closer to our business? So we took a strategic decision in Alcon that all our centers, wherever we are opening, we will open a center in a place where we have our business office or commercial offices also sitting in. So very soon we were able to move from classical functions to the functions like R&D, quality, regulatory affairs, some of these things. So how do we move into the core of the product development for the company? So I'm happy to share that within short span of 4.5 years, we are now having 30% of our workforce is working on the R&D and quality and regulatory, some of which is closer. We are not yet there, but still the journey has started. One thing which I would say, Pankaj, on this, if I add, which was very important for us in the beginning, that how do we map our resource pool in a longer horizon? So we were not hiring them only to do that particular job. How do we create a career for them? So for an example, when we started, most of the direct leadership or the leadership team which I had, they were from an executive level, if I look at from the organization, they were somewhere -4, ELT -4, or -5 or -3. But we kept one horizon that what all we need to develop them so that over the horizon, how can they become one level up? And it's not only about promotions. How do they really learn to influence? Because we do talk about, it's very important in GCC especially to have a seat on the table. Do I have a seat on the table in my headquarters? Because if you are not there, you even don't know what's coming in. You're not part of the strategy. We took 2 more steps as our internal measure of our leadership team. So having a seat on the table, having voice on the table, and then having influence on the table. I'll give you an example of influence on the table. You are still, so think of a scenario wherein you are 5 years old organization in a 75-year-old company. If your counterparts, if your people sitting in your head office or headquarters, when their appraisals are being discussed or their feedback is being discussed in a yearly basis, how many times your leadership, local leadership is also consulted for it? This is just a small example of an influence that even on the people side, if you are able to tap in, not only on the work side, what work can bring in, how can we add more value. So these are 2 things which we kept as a starting point in our mind, and I think that is paying us back now.
Thank you, Vineet. Saraswati, your experiences.
Thank you, Vineet. Thanks, Pankaj. So I myself started as a campus recruitee in Wipro. And then I've worked with services product and now with GCC. So I'll talk a little bit difference and what changes in each of these, right? In most services, there is bench. And there's also big training framework, training group in its L&D group itself. So you're put into 3 months, 4 months training. It's a factory model where everybody goes through what is required from an organization perspective for you to be deployed into a P&L role, right? In product, they're very specific about the skills that is required. In product organization, we used to go and hire in specific colleges for those specific skills. In GCC, like Vineet said, what changes is really you're actually put into the global team. So that changes the equation. It's no more factory. You're not just expected to develop the code. That's a basic expectation. And I'll come to that. Even that is becoming a little bit struggle. But the expectation is a little bit more holistic. Are you able to think on your own? Are you able to ask right questions? Because in the ability to be able to ask questions before you start the question, start solving the problem. Are you able to bring in your opinion? Are you able to add value to the discussion? Or are we sitting and just listening in and starting coding independently? Those things which are beyond the development, beyond technical nuances, is what is expected when GCC hires. So while in the campus hiring, what we do look at is the basic fundamental technical skill. It goes beyond in terms of how have you done your project? What kind of interpersonal skills do you bring to table? Those additional assessment does happen. So since I have been part of these different industry and I've been part of campus recruitment in each of these, I've seen the variation in each of these, right? But coming to the basic skill expectation, technical fundamental is mandatory. while today we talk about AI, data science, everything, not knowing maths or not knowing stats is not acceptable, right? Because if you're just, it's not a technique to be used, but how do you decipher the data? How do you understand the data? Data given to one individual, are you able to understand and stitch it together? Are you able to ask right question? I lead analytics teams, right? So it's not just knowing how to use a technique, but it's also understanding how do you connect the dots? How are you, your curiosity in stitching these two things together, that becomes important. So while we talk about all these things, the curiosity quotient, while I was just talking to Pankaj, what academia gives is IQ. EQ is something that is expected, and that assessment we do when we are having the interviews through your project and other things. But what is also important is CQ, curiosity quotient. And if that is not brought to table, anybody can do your job, right? How do you differentiate yourself with others? So that's my thought on what is the basic necessity for.
You also mentioned AQ, adaptability quotient.
Yeah, there is also AQ, which is everything is changing. As we speak, technology is changing, the dynamics is changing, macroeconomics is changing, our environment is changing. How do you adapt to this change? Adaptability quotient is very, very, very important. Today, we are becoming more fragile than we used to be. We have not seen the hardship, but how do we become adaptable? One thing that the whole world looked up to India was how agile we are, how adaptable we are. I think that resilience we need to continue to keep on. We can't get more fragile. Adaptability quotient is the only way to survive and thrive.
Thanks. Professor, you have seen the academic world and all these corporates asking you for different types of talent. So what is your observation on what trends have you seen from a demand perspective? What are they asking you now? What did they ask you earlier?
Sure. Before I share on the points, just as a little bit of a deviation, AQ I thought was adversity quotient. Because I think post-COVID, the generation that is coming out is so intolerant, impatient, that there has to be certain element of, how do they, respond to adversity. Anyway, just a point aside, I just want to pick on what Vineet and Saraswati were telling. Vineet, was telling about the leadership roles moving up from something like 5,000 today to 20,000 in the next few years in the GCC space alone. So I fully agree with Vineet that we need to do something about it, because we have representatives from the industry and from academia here at this point in time. One survey says that GCCs met 46% of their talent from their sister IT industry or new age industries, from Big Four and things like that. Now, this is nothing but poaching, and if poaching is to happen, then automatically the cost will go up. The cost arbitrage that we're talking about will soon erode. So therefore, coming back to what Vineet said, there is an imminent need to create a talent pipeline at different levels. So, and this can happen if and only if both of us, industry and academia, come together, sit together, invest time and money in terms of creating this talent pipeline. Otherwise, it just wouldn't happen. I would go as far as to say that immediately I think we need to look at, we're talking about GCCs in particular, immediately I think there is a need to look at some kind of, industry's answer to diplomas and degrees is certification, right? So therefore, there is an immediate need to look at certification programs in GCC management. Go beyond, there is an imminent need to offer electives on GCCs in campuses electives, not necessarily their core courses, electives, and probably move beyond to something like a postgraduate diploma or probably even an MBA in GCC management, just as much as we have MBA in hospitality sector or hospital management or energy management, things like that. So unless we act fast and create pipelines like this, we will continue to keep lamenting about lack of talent and how unprepared the talent is. And coming back to what Saraswati was telling, expectation in how it has moved from the services industry recruitment to GCC recruitment. The expectation from the campus is very different, is the point that she was trying to drive at. And I always keep telling this, education sector is a very peculiar sector in the sense that we produce, students are our customers, students are our products, right? Both, they are customers and product. And the industry wants these products ready-made.
Free of cost.
Free of cost. Now, that wouldn't work. So, all that I'm trying to say is, yes, we need to come together, sit together, discuss, spend more time, invest time and money in creating this talent pipeline. I think with this,
I can see that you are in a difficult place. The student is the customer and the product and the industry. Sangeeta, what is your experience?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me here. So I'll pick up the point what Professor said. Definitely, every industry has to invest on academia. So I agree on that. But we all have to understand. Let me pick up a few things what we do in Deloitte. Deloitte, every year, 4 to 5K of students we hire from campus. Deloitte India specifically, we hire 1,500 people every year. They go through a lot of rigorous upskilling program before they get into client deployment. Now, this is in our language we say hire, train and deploy model. We also do train, hire, deploy. We work with a lot of government various bodies, okay, which is like your SDI, Skill Development of India, Bhubaneswar. We work back with Tamil Nadu, FX Skill Council. We work back with Tripura government. What we do, we train underprivileged students. And our motive is to train them, give them equal opportunity as any of the bigger cities, metro cities students would have. Now I'll come back to you on the problem statement. We are investing, we are not looking at a tailor-made resource from the campus, certainly. We are working towards that. But our ask is, now I'm representing Deloitte. Now Deloitte, we don't have a concept of bench. When I say this, you hire people and deploy them to the client. We don't work for ourselves, we work for client. I don't get that much window to train and any other ITS sector would have it, correct? So in this model, we have an actual problem. It's a business problem. This is the business scenario we all work. Now GCC, we all are talking about GCC. GCC looks at tailor-made resources. That means they need experienced folks. Give you a scenario where I hire people from campus. I need to train them for 6 to 8 months. They go through a transformative program to bridge the gap between academia and the client readiness. While I say this, I'm proud to say that we are in India and India has a market, the lowest tech talent gap, which is coming across 25 to 27% compared to other global market. But while I say this, big data or IoT or any of the AI skills if you take, we have a gap of 50%. Somewhere we see a gap actually which is not getting met through campus or see, we call it as campus, it's only because that's where we are getting, as you said, the product is getting produced from the campus. So we bang up on campus. While I say this, there is another aspect to look at it. There are bits and pieces campus is working towards very closely with industry like us. where they train, they know what we need. But will this work for a long time? Because we are looking at scaling up. The scale should be, in increasing scale is something which you need to look at. One example I'll give you. So any skills you take, ERP or an SAP or a Salesforce. Now when I go to campus, there are campuses. Last year, interestingly, what happened was few of the dean, they called and they said, like, Sangeeta, I have folks who are SAP trained. My business is running an SAP. Why will I not evaluate them? I took around 400 people last year. This is the first year I'm experienced. They're coming on board. I'm 100% sure I don't have to train them for 6 to 8 months. They will be ready if I train them for 1 month. That 1 month training is all about your cultural fit, your soft skills, how to communicate. That's it. So for me, they are tailor-made resources. So all I would say that we would have to connect, we would have to collaboratively work instead of saying that you need to invest or I need to invest in you. And beautifully, if I have to talk about, unfortunately, this kind of forum, we start the conversation here and we end it here beautifully and we go back home. Are we doing anything fruitfully? That needs to be thought. And I would request that, because many of the campuses we do visit, I do visit, where interestingly, the people are being asked, can you train your professors? I'm ready to do it because nobody had asked in past. Because the question was, can you train my professors for how to write case studies? Now this happens only when you interact with industry people. All I would say that a lot of curriculum correction you need to do it. That is, I'm leaving it to you guys. But we might have to work together so that you can make your students industry relevant. With this, I'll hand over this.
Thank you, thank you. So I think we are all very good at identifying problems, and we are also very good at telling others what they should do. So this question is to all of you to say, what is it that you have done which has worked, and what is it that you intend to do? Forget what anyone else can do. I think that's what I would like to do in this second session, because it's very easy to tell academia should do something, government should do something, they will do what they have to do. Let's figure out what we have done or what we intend to do. I think that will give us hope for others to maybe try out things that you are doing. So we need starting, okay, वहाँ से शुरू करते हैं. Okay, we'll go reverse. Sangeeta. Yeah, so basically as Deloitte, are there things that you have done which have worked for you, which others can take a cue from? 2, are there ideas that you are thinking that you will deploy? Well, I think those are the real things. Because otherwise, telling someone else what they can do, they'll figure out. They have a job to do. I think we all control what we do. So I'm more interested in listening to what you are doing, and same for all of us. Because दूसरों को ज्ञान देना आसान है, खुद करना मुश्किल.
There is no a simple mantra we can apply to every campus. So I do have a lot of investment on few campuses where we got brilliant students. I'm not categorizing because of tier 1 or a tier 2 or tier 3. I'm talking about because we work in a different business model. What we do, it's not about we going to a campus, completing the process and come back. That's where our relationship is getting ended. But we also spend time. There are few of my partners and directors who are on the board of curriculum in few of the universities. Now, if that is an ask, we can work around. Now, there are few partners, they go and deliver the guest lectureship. That's again, that was an ask, a few of the campus have asked. We did that. Before going to the campus for the process, we do a lot of training if people, for example, Salesforce, there are certain courses one has to complete it before getting into our process. We do that activities. Now, second ask which I just said, now if this is an ask, if we need to train professors, not only focusing on the campus students, we are ready to do that. We are just starting that conversation now. And what I would suggest is, see, for us, all engineering, all UG, 6 months internship is something which we take them, because at least they will know, they will work on the live project. Can we look at this internship period more as 1 year? It makes sense. I know the professor will not agree with me because they have to run their curriculum also. But we don't have, we practically, I cannot train anyone for 2 months or 3 months. Think about it, if you can work around on those aspects, and that will give them a practical experience. See, right now, I personally feel we both have a misaligned goal, because you guys look at more a theoretical advancement, where an industry looks at more practical applications and client readiness. That's what we look at it, that we will get only through doing internships. Can we do that? I do it for 6 months for all engineering students. But again, tier 1 campus, they come and say that, sorry, we can't give 6-month internship. We have to look at what campus can offer. Only 2 months, 3 months, people will not learn anything. So maybe these corrections, if we could do it, that would be really great. But we are doing it in bits and pieces. I'm not saying that we are not doing it. But you can implement a standardized process for everyone would be really great. Thank you.
So more and longer student internship, and then teachers also having some kind of an internship are the things that you suggested. Thank you, Professor.
No, Sangeeta, I'm fully with you when you say you need 6-month internship. I'm not disagreeing with you at all. I just want to add a little more to the internship bit of it. The ask is from the academicians, my colleagues from academia here, that we need to have certain change in our mindset, and internships are required not only for students. We need to go to the root of the problem. We need to have more and more internships for the faculty. That is when we can really bring about certain mind change. This faculty goes and spends a month or 2 in industry. It's just not getting exposed to the practical aspects. It is also the environment, the kinds of problems that are being solved. And then he comes back and then starts talking the language that industry speaks. So this is something that can happen again if and only if the 2 I's, namely industry and institute, can work together, and only if the 3rd I, which is interaction, can happen. So we need to have more and more of that. So internship, both for students and faculty, is something that I would stress upon. And what is that you have done is what you're asking, Pankaj. The other I that I wanted to touch upon, which is the topic as well, from offshoring to innovation hubs. So the point really is, how do we move up the value chain more and more in terms of being innovation hubs, the GCCs becoming innovation hubs. So this is a small thing that we have done at NIT Trichy. In fact, I'm happy to say that I personally drove this. Every year the alumni come back for their silver reunion, 25-year reunion. I kept asking every time there was a 25-year reunion, leave something in the campus that will be a legacy for your batch. Giving scholarships, all that is fine. That's the easiest thing to do. Writing check is the easiest thing to do, but leave a legacy in the campus. They said, what is that you want? I said, I want an innovation lab on campus, which is 24/7 access to students, which has all the building blocks of building a proof of concept or a prototype. All the way to a prototype. You have a lathe, you have a bending machine, welding machine, you have electronic components, you have processes, all of that. Say somebody has an idea, a group of students have an idea, they go there, sit and build something. It works, it doesn't work, doesn't matter. It's kind of a maker space, breaker space is what we have set up. And this I did it about 10 years back. And today, Government of India is pushing this in a very big way by the name of Atal Tinkering Labs. Now the reason I'm bringing this here is that it's okay to supply manpower to industry. how much of value creation are we really doing? The semiconductor industry space alone is creating hundreds of patents every year. But how many of these patents that are created by the semiconductor industry, GCCs in India, reside in India? Probably nil or close to nil. So the intellectual property has to get created in the country if we have to look at as a nation moving up the value chain. Otherwise, we are supplying fantastic manpower for creating some high quality, quantity, engineering, research, and then exporting it out. So we need to, the GCCs, the industry as a whole, need to look at probably defining a portion of their CSR spend on innovation on campuses. I would just leave with this thought.
I do want you to talk about how you think the industry's expectations from you should be. Because usually academics don't get time to sort of talk about what you expect from the industry. Most of the time we are telling you we want a perfectly made product, all that. So I know you spoke about it, but I would love the audience to hear how industry's expectations from academia ought to be. Yeah, you can tell us what you expect the industry to expect from you, because you think that the industry is expecting the world and maybe they need to have a more tempered and nuanced expectation and so forth. So I think you have a strong point of view there.
So, Sangeeta mentioned about need to develop curriculum, right? I mean, I can't sit and develop a curriculum for GCC because I know nothing about GCC, right? So unless and until we come together, sit together, and happens now, again, as part of the education policy, national education policy, it's pushing in a big way. There's this concept of professor of practice. And what is the biggest showstopper for an industry person with vast knowledge and experience from becoming a teacher? This prefix called DR, doctor, right? The professor of practice has eliminated that, right? And you don't need to come and spend years together in industry, in the institute. All that you need to spend is a few months. And then do it for initially for a couple of years. Infosys used to do that as part of their big trainer program and all that. So invest in terms of training these, not only these teachers, the students, the teachers as well, and helping. We do have these things called board of studies. But my colleagues here, academic colleagues, will agree, board of studies is a mere formality. We have member from the industry who is a member in the board of studies, but there's hardly anything that really happens. We just push our way, we tell whatever we want to do, and then the industry member just puts his signature and goes. So the expectation from industry is push us more. Push us more, get involved, be more proactive. Otherwise, academicians will continue to do what we continue to do.
Thank you, Saraswati.
I'll split it into two parts, Pankaj. One is insights, the other one is action, right? I don't know if in the audience, is there any other professional other than the engineering students here? Anybody at all? Somebody from CA, somebody from law? Okay, we seems to be industry and academia again, but if you see any other professional degree, whether it is medicine, whether it is law, there is a mandatory internship which is not 2 months. Imagine a doctor coming out and doing your surgery after 2 months of internship, right? So that itself is a big gap, and that's one reflection, right? So to Sangeeta's point, the action we have taken is also work with few campuses for 6-month internship. And that was worked beautifully because it takes time to understand data. It takes time to understand the culture of the organization. It takes time to learn a language, all of it, right? There are also campuses which are talking about 1-year internship. If that happens, great, right? We are bridging the gap while you're studying, while you're getting paid, win-win for everybody. The other insight like I said, everything is changing. We are, at some point of time, we were talking about services because that's where hiring was happening. Now GCCs because that's, but going forward, number of students who are coming out or the number of people looking for job to how much gets hired in any industry of any domain is limited. So somewhere we also need to start thinking about entrepreneurship skills. Why do we look at some company giving us internship? I know of students who said, I am not getting internship. He went and created a company, and this is not, I'm not talking abroad, this is in India. He went and started a company. He employed 3 interns, paid them, and got his project done. But that skill set of thinking outside the box, thinking of innovation, sir, innovation doesn't have to be a disruptive innovation. How do we solve for our own day-to-day problem? How do we solve for the problem that is going to be future, right? We can't expect everybody to be employed by an organization. How can we instill some of these skills as electives in the campuses, in the curriculum? Because entrepreneurship skills are going to be mandatory for everybody going forward. That's another insight. And action, like I said, some of them, even at home we have a dog walker. He didn't even clear his 12th, right? But he has now, he did some Zomato, Swiggy, some gig work. He went to, and government has this digital skills, free courses that are there. He went and learned that. He's created his own company. Now he sits at home and earns $1 lakh per month. So while we are expecting something else, there are things we should look beyond that and some actions that I told you. The third one, I think, like Sangeeta said or Professor said, we sit and talk here. We are all going to get busy once we go back. But to bridge this gap, somewhere we should look at how do we engage deeper than just broader conversations. How do we bring in the, how do we do train the trainer, which includes practical and hands-on even for professors, teachers, and how do we go and teach? So that is another thing. And in my previous organization, there were 2 things that were done. One, labs were set up where people used to go and enable problem solving in the labs. And I think, just to give example, RV has a lab in Bangalore, right? So that was set up by, that was the investment and everything came from Cisco. So there was a lot of collaboration that happened and it helped both sides. There's also, the collaboration that goes deeper. In my previous organization, one of the previous organization, again, there was a constant connect with the campus team and the academia, and the gap that were identified, we could go and bridge those, right? For example, we don't teach project management in any of the curriculum. We don't teach about how do we write a use case for pitching into a VC funding. But these are things when you have to do a pre-sales job, you need to know. But these are gaps that don't come up unless you have a deeper connection. That is another insight and action that I can talk about.
Thank you, Vineet.
Yeah, thank you. I think it was quite insightful to listen to all of you. And I would agree, I think in Elcon, if I talk about the insight, what we have done, as I said, our journey is still short. It's only 5 years, which I specifically talk about Elcon. So we have rolled out programs like Early Career, Qualify, pretty much similar on the lines, going back to the colleges, bringing the students in. 6 months is something which we also started, where our colleges who are giving us 6 months of internship. And I think we also see a value in the longer internship tenure. There was another interesting thing during our before pre-panel discussion. I think Sangeeta was mentioning, quite interesting, that one of the interns said, don't look at us as resources. I think maybe 25 years ago, when I was going through my campus recruitment, I may not have said that. But that's the big shift which you are seeing in our Indian talent. So our Gen Zs which are coming in now, I think they don't want to be seen as resources. So how do we work in our side? So there is one program which we have doing a pilot now is called a reverse mentoring program, which I'm doing a pilot on myself to be the first rabbit to be here and see, understand. So this is called Pravaha, which is flow of energy, flow of thoughts from our Gen Z to Gen X's or Gen Y's. A lot of good insights are coming in. But we would like to, from an actions perspective, maybe Professor, to your point, you said push more. I would say rather than push, I would say we would like to pull you more towards the industry rather than push. I'll give you a very interesting example and facts here. So in GCC industry specifically, right now around, we have 1,600 GCCs in India. In next 3 to 4 years, this number is going to be 50% higher. 2,400 GCCs would be there. So imagine 800 more GCCs coming in, and these are new setups. People who have seen after COVID, they are keen, yeah, this can work. And of course, there are GCCs which will continue to ramp up like us. If we look at the resource pool, if I am a center head, I have done this 4 times GCC setup. I was part of some of them, sometimes I was leading. But if you ask me to do another one, how much confidence, or do I see the same movie flashback happening, what all things will happen? I think that's if I look at the opportunity now, what all things are required, and if those could be whatever, you are the expert, you can tell us, is it an add-on program, certification, PG, diploma, whatever, on GCC side, how do you do transition management? How do you do knowledge management? What are the failure modes as GCC industry leaders we all have seen? How can we bring that so that our resources who are coming, or I would say the new members who are coming in the team, they can really help us. And from our side, if I talk about myself individually or Elcon, we'll be happy to collaborate and also not only keep asking, being part of those, even writing the curriculums. I think I was also fascinated when this POP or Professor of Practices, which was announced. I think this really a nice thing for us from an industry perspective, some of the leaders who would like to pay forward. We were missing that connection because you can do only 1 or 2 few guest lectures, but if there is a channel established, we can also be committed to contribute more.
Thank you very much. I think we are coming toward the end. I wish we had, this thing recorded, and in ChatGPT you can say, please summarize. Then I don't have to do that, but till such time that happens, the thought on talent that is emerging from your talk, in my mind, there are 3 dimensions. One is, it's not just the fresher. It's the, middle management, and continuously upskilling. So we have to think of all. So that's the first dimension. The second one is not just technical. You can get technical, but you need many other skills. And the third was, don't think about just the first job, but think about the career. Have you infused curiosity, which will continue to take them forward? So I think all of us, if we can think about not just the fresher technical first job, but all the other dimensions also might be helpful. Thank you, panel. Thank you very much. We are dot on time. क्वेश्चन के लिए टाइम है या लंच पे बात करेंगे?
Right, do we have any questions? We can just maybe raise up the hands and we can have the mics being passed.
So one of the suggestion was industry to push more when it comes to academics. My only request, like you have also brought out in this panel discussion, that there should be more internships for the industry. Definitely. Let me introduce myself. I am Director of Sikkim Manipal Institute of Technology, all the way from Sikkim. So here is a team. So obviously we find a lot of value in this. So my request is this, let us have this maybe through CIIs or whatever. Maybe that one slot fixed for the industry, maybe, June, July, or maybe sometimes in December when they are not busy teaching at college, they can come. And they need not to do anything but only watch what industry is doing, because this is the first thing which is going to transform their, way of teaching in the classroom and also the perspective too. So this is what we have to come out with, some, plan wherein this kind of, gathering is there and taking up with the industry with that kind of thing. I was recently, interacting with the UGC chairman also. The commitment doesn't come from the people. The problem is this, it has to be worked at that level. So yes, we create that kind of slot because otherwise if I know you, you know me, I will say you come and that's all. So it is never ever going to solve that problem. And why I can tell you with that conviction is I was a naval officer, I have run ships for good 26 and a half years, and again 12 years now I am into academia. The problem is this only, that my teacher, BTech, MTech, PhD, and then you're teaching. And this is what is there in the books is maybe 10-year-old research. So we will not be able to catch up. This is what is my request, that somehow we have to make this as a concrete solution and it has to be taken at the right forum. Then only this can happen again. Otherwise we'll talk and go back home. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. I think
Sir,
Professor Sadagopan also mentioned that an organization like NASSCOM to do this skilling needs to be established to take it forward. So thanks for the suggestion. You want to say something?
I was saying one thing that we can, I mean, it's a short-term fix, is to really have mentors from the industry for students. I'm sure there are many, many people who will volunteer time to mentor, and the mentorship is a little bit more holistic because they do bring industry insights, right? So while we fix the long-term roadmap, there is probably smaller things that we can have as win.
So can I take one?
And please introduce yourself, na? Academic या corporate, party है या broker है?
Thank you. Good afternoon, one and all. I am Dr. Pramod from KK Wagh Engineering College, Nasik, Maharashtra. This is at the Golden Triangle, one of the nodal, Mumbai, Pune, Nasik. So Nasik is one of the nodal of the Golden Triangle. Thanks for this and great opportunity to interact with you for the HirePro. My question is, there are around 2,500 engineering colleges, 1,400 polytechnic colleges, and every year 15 lakh students are passing out. Under national education policy, the majority of the institutes wish to give the students 6 months internship. So it is, the thought process is going on. My challenge is how to address these 15 lakh students for the internship. What thought process? It is not an easy, sir. The number is huge. Unless and until each and every industries of the India contributes, may not be the Deloitte or some industries here might be very keen enough in providing. The challenge is not 100 colleges, the challenge is 15 lakhs. Any thought process in that directions? What message you want to give it through this platform to the industries of the Nasik? Thank you.
Okay, so, and this is purely my thought, okay, basis my experience. So 15 lakh will probably become 17 lakhs because we are adding colleges every year, right? It is not just industry that we should look to. At the end of the day, industry, whatever, they are in business, we want to make money, and that is not going to go away, right? Internship is also investment of time. Somebody has to sit, so there's limited number that anybody will take. And to Sangeeta's point, we will not have bench. If we are going to get money out of me, her, everybody, we will have them in the job. Whether it is internship, whether it is next career goal, whatever. So we should look beyond industry for internship. And that is where I was talking about entrepreneurship skills. There is umpteen number of things that we can do as individual, as students, as how do I take my career depending on which path I am in. So somewhere we should look beyond industry for internship. That's my limited take on this.
So you're saying what Modi ji says, na? Job seeker na bano, job creator bano. Saraswati ji ne keh diya.
Just add a point to what Saraswati was telling, that I think as academics, we need to bring in this mindset of entrepreneurship, startup. These kinds of mindsets we have to bring into our students. And micro entrepreneurs is what Anshuman was mentioning. So he would in turn create 5-10 jobs. So we need to look at those spectra. All 15 lakhs getting absorbed in industry is a challenge, will continue to remain a challenge.
Thank you all. I think our time is up and we'll catch up over lunch. Okay? Thank you. Thank you.
I request all the dignitaries on stage to kindly please remain back on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear a big round of applause for all our dignitaries. That truly was a fantastic session, enriching experience with invaluable discussions and valuable insights. I would now request Mr. Abhishek Sarda, VP of HirePro, to kindly please join me on stage, hand over memento as token of appreciation to all our dignitaries on stage. And let's capture a wonderful moment as well. Well, let's capture a wonderful moment and let's continue to give a bigger applause as we capture this. Once again, extending our heartfelt thanks to all the dignitaries on stage. Thank you for a wonderful discussion. Well, as we continue to capture this wonderful moments, I would also request Mr. Sarda to capture a group photograph with all the dignitaries on stage. With that, ladies and gentlemen, let's once again quickly have a look at the crossword. Can we have the crossword back again in the hand? Well, not to forget, we have quite a lot of prizes coming in at the end of this evening. So, are you all ready with the crossword? I'm going to have a few more coming in for you. We have already given in 3 clues. Thank you so much, dignitaries on dais, requesting you to take your seats. Well, we're going to have a few more clues coming up on screen for all of you. Let's see how many of them are going to get this correct now. The first one being, the amount that seems to just disappear by mid-month, and that's down. I think that's a lovely clue to give. The next one is the process of finding typos in your CV. And the last one for this session is test evaluating your ability to perform under pressure, which means we're already done with 6. And at the end of this evening, I'm definitely going to see who has all of them correct. And we have a lot of prizes coming in. So a few more seconds before we move on to our next session as we reflect 4, 5, and 6 clues on screen. Well, I see a lot of discussions, a lot of smiles as well. How many of you got it correct? Can I have some hands up in the air? The lovely lady right there. Any more hands going up in the air? Well, just a very few. The gentleman, yes. Well, let's continue, and we're going to come back on this again. Now moving forward, let's have a fireside chat. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to explore the human side of innovation. Joining us for a candid conversation are some remarkable leaders whose insights into the intersection of technology and society promise to be absolutely enlightening. Join along with me as I truly take the pleasure of welcoming on stage Mr. Parag Pandey, Managing Director and Global Lead for HR Operations, Accenture. Mr. Parag oversees Accenture's human resource service delivery and operations globally. With 28 years of experience spanning HR, learning, banking, and business operations, he has been instrumental in building capabilities and stabilizing operations. Parag is also recognized for his contributions to community service as a Paul Harris Fellow by Rotary International. Let's give a big round of applause and let's welcome Mr. Pandey on stage. Moving forward, I take the pleasure of welcoming on stage Mr. Shankar Maruvada, co-founder and CEO, X-Step Foundation. Shankar is passionate about addressing social problems at scale through technology. As a co-founder of X-Step, he has spearheaded large-scale projects such as Aadhaar. An entrepreneur and marketing professional, Mr. Shankar pioneered data analytics in India and is a mentor to startups. He is also the alumni of IIM Ahmedabad and IIT Kharagpur. Let's give a big hand and let's welcome him on stage. Well, also, I take the pleasure now to welcome Mr. Pankaj Mishra, journalist and co-founder, Factor Daily. Mr. Pankaj brings over 2 decades of journalism experience, having worked with the Economic Times, Mint, Times of India and TechCrunch. He is also the co-founder of Factor Daily, known for creating deep connections through his narratives in various media formats. Pankaj lives by the saying, even one is definitely an audience, cherishing every listener and a leader. Also the author of Against the Grain, Lessons from the Outliers. Let's give a big round of applause and let's welcome Mr. Mishra on stage. Well, now time for us to get started with the fireside chat.
Great to be here, and also good to see more than just one listener in this room. So thank you for being here. I'm really thrilled with this session for many reasons. Before we got here, we were in the other room and almost rehearsing everything. And I wish we could relay that conversation, but we'll try and best to recreate that. You know the backgrounds. I couldn't ask for more because earlier in the morning we were discussing this industry-academia gap. And ever since I started my career, it's always been talked about. So the question has always been why the gap continues to exist. And if the people who are so-called responsible for the gap or who could bridge this are in one room year after year, events after event, then why do we still sit down and keep talking about it without bridging the gap or whatever that is? So good. I think to kick it off, Shankar and Parag, in the age of AI, let us humanize you a little. Can both of you, I understand both of you have children who are now going to college and looking at the world ahead of them. It would be good to hear from you, what is your worldview and how is it getting shaped with this personal lived experience? Because a lot of time we talk about data, we talk about insights, and we don't tend to humanize it enough. So I'm just throwing this as a challenge to you. Help us see the world that you see as you watch your kids go to college and perhaps navigate the uncertainties that we are talking about. Parag, you go first.
Yeah. And thank you, Pankaj. Thanks, HirePro. It's such a great thing to see such a full room. And obviously, I hope this interaction is fruitful for all of us. And I am hoping to learn a lot. I'm Parag Pandey, work for Accenture, and I have and I'm like 55 plus of years of age. So clearly somebody who's like left, college long back, right? But I've got a daughter who's studying right now business and computer science with NTU. This is Nanyang Technology University in Singapore. And she grounds me often, okay, because she's, or reverse mentors me. And I've had several experiences, right, where, and if some of you have daughters, daughters can spar with you and sometimes, tell you that you don't know what, you don't know a thing about what's happening today. But, but one of the things I continue to see, right, like my daughter does a lot of projects now with generative AI. And the latest, experience I had was she was preparing for a presentation to UBS with which it was, she was doing a mentorship program. They were mentoring her, right? She's in second year. She's completed second year, third year. And she was to make a presentation to them, right? Like everybody, all such children, right? She said, Papa, I've got a presentation and what do you think about it, right? And she had a presentation and then she had notes, right? And she just wanted to run it past me, okay? And as she was talking, as she was talking from the notes, right? And I was giving her feedback, she was using ChatGPT simultaneously, right? So she has a paid version of ChatGPT. And she was toggling between the two. And ChatGPT was so innate to her in terms of, developing scripts, talk points, etc., that I realized that ChatGPT had become her education co-pilot, right, for everything she's doing. And then I realized that, this is the generation we are talking about, okay? And this started a year back when, I was talking to one of our, we've got, one of our very senior leaders who's one of the world's foremost thought leader in generative AI. And he said, Parag, prompt engineering is the skill of now, right? Everybody should know prompt engineering. And I came back home, my daughter was interning with a consulting company in Bangalore last year. And I just mentioned it to her. This is what, this senior leader, very senior leader is telling me. She did a course on on prompt engineering from Coursera, right? And this was a year back, and now it has become a way of life for her. It has become a life skill. And that is the, generation we are talking about.
Shankar, you dropped the son very recently to a university. What is the world you see?
Yeah, I think Parag's personal experience is quite telling. And as I'm preparing my son for college, like many kids of this generation, his writing is not good. Forget others, he himself can't understand his own handwriting. So, and in college you have to take a lot of lectures, etc. So I was thinking about how do I help him? And there's a small device the size of a credit card. It just records lectures. So I started using it a week ago. And then it uses ChatGPT on the back end, right? That's when I realized that with that, he will not have to take notes. He can listen, right? And as I started using it, day before I had a meeting, which I could not attend, a Zoom call, 1 hour, 40 minutes, right? So I was supposed to catch up with it. So I just ran it through this software and then asked the software, because I knew the context of the meeting, who was the most skeptical of all the participants? What was his or her problem? Why was he or she skeptical? It answered that. This is the person, here were his 4 problems. Second, tell me how the energy of the meeting fluctuated from beginning to end. And it talked about 3 levels of energy, right? That's all I needed to know. The rest of the details is there, and obviously it will generate a transcript and meeting minutes and all. But what I was looking for was what a good EA would have done. Ask those questions, which tells me what is happening in the meeting and not what people spoke in the meeting. And that's when I realized that these kind of capabilities can fundamentally alter how we work. Because a fundamental disruption that's been introduced because of Gen AI is ability of machines to understand you, to reason, and to think, right? Not just follow orders. Of course, as I was telling you, to me it is the light bulb moment of Thomas Edison, 1878. We are still 5-10 years away from exploiting it. That's one example, right? And I realized how fundamentally it could change a lot of industries. Second, my younger son is a tinkerer. He has to get his hands dirty. So he's thinking about building a robot which will talk to a drone. And he's asking me, what should I be studying? And I said, I have no clue. Electronic engineering? Not enough. Aeronautical? Not enough. Electrical? Not enough. So how do we look at creating a new workforce, right, that has to work on climate tech, that has to work on sensor tech in various applications, right? Academia is struggling with it, industry is struggling with it. And so I told my son, like the famous dialogue from Sholay, Pata chalte bata denge, right? But I want to end. My son, older son, entered college 15 years ago. So anybody, any child entering college now, school system now, will graduate 15 years ago. Let me show you something that was state of the art 15 years ago. Anybody recognize this? What is it? Sorry? A BlackBerry. Most of you would not have, depending upon the age, would not have seen one of this, but 15 years ago, this was state of the art. Now it doesn't exist or is outdated primitive tech. As Parag was saying earlier generations were measured in terms of decades. Now, at best, it is years. How do we get our students ready for something we don't know what's going to happen, for something where by the time they graduate, multiple generations of tech and disruptions have happened, right? If this was the start of the age of smartphones, we're entering the start of the age of generative AI. Where that will be 15 years from now, we don't have a clue, right? So all of these are sobering thoughts, which leave me with more questions than answers.
Yeah, and within
Sorry,
the next...
I keep this in my study table to remind me of what happens if you ignore innovation, if you stay with status quo and hoping that things will be okay with you. It didn't end well with these guys, so it's a daily reminder for me.
Good. I think, so over the next 15 minutes, that's the time I'm targeting for us to wrap this up. I hope we have more questions, if not answers. So very quickly, Parag, you know, if I were to extrapolate your career, I think at some point in time, you would end up hiring over 1 million people, right? At some point in time, and I hope you do. What is happening at your end? Because I know in this room, we can call almost everyone on stage, and we'll get answers and questions that again take us to the same place where we have been, this gap. But can you just be bluntly honest about it and tell us what is happening at your end and why are we sitting here discussing this gap again and again?
It's interesting. So first, thank you all because, a lot of you represent universities and we hire from you, right? Or we'll potentially hire from you. Accenture, we've got a pretty large headcount in India, and we by far are, a very large, we have a very large workforce, so we obviously need to hire a lot of talent. The reason why we are here in India is talent, period. Yeah? And many years back, right, when I used to attend these, training placement officers meet, right, which was many years now, right? I was asked by one of the placement officers that what can we do to make talent more company ready? Can we do some certifications? Yeah. So my response incidentally has not changed, right? One, we will always hire people for here and now. Okay, the businesses or the technologies, we have people working on, right? And it's also a reality that it's such an evolving technology landscape that some of these technologies are less than a year old, okay, in terms of maturity. So it's also a fact that, so the question is really, how as an academic institution I can make my, talent organization ready or company ready, right, so that they have more than, a fair opportunity of success, yeah? And my answer to that is, yes, right? I mean, the foundational things will not go away, right? The education, because that's important and that's, that helps people who join us become successful. That's definitely there. But most importantly, remember they're joining in an industry which has high pace of change, both in terms of the business landscape and also in terms of technology or the, the skills landscape. So what will hold them in good stead really is, one, a deep intellectual curiosity. So as long as you are training people or, helping your students hone up intellectual curiosity, it will hold you in good stead. Because that's what, I mean, if they are deeply curious, they will actually be great learners. Second is learnability, right? Their ability, the days of content, right? And I'm talking to institutions here, right? When you could publish book and the book is relevant for next many years, is long gone, okay? Because a lot of content is right now So then what we did as an organization, we realized this is, we said, can we harvest content from the front lines, which means we hire people and make frontline content available to them, right? So we democratized learning and we started getting content from the front line, which is experts, being made available to people who were joining us. We realized that that's also not good enough because a lot of our people are joining in technology like generative AI, etc., where the content is evolving as we speak. So they have to be great learners, right? To, land up and get comfortable and start acquiring skills and become experts on the job themselves. Yeah? And the third thing really is your ability to be comfortable with change. Okay? All your students, employees, everybody, right? Whatever you are doing today will not be relevant in coming years. But what you are doing today is massively relevant. So the sum and substance is companies will always hire employees or students for impact, right? Which is here and now. But the journey that students will end up taking with them will be a journey of fast evolving landscape where they would be expected to learn on the go every day.
No, this is very, very interesting, Parag, and very powerful too. Shankar, coming to you, the learnability that he's talking about, you are someone who's contributed to policies, and then you're also someone who's worked at a population scale project, Aadhaar, where you brought people from different skills. How do we get that into the curriculum?
Let me start with some specific example of how this is happening, and then pose a larger question. In Delhi school education system, there is a curriculum for entrepreneurship that they created together with Udyam Foundation based out of Bangalore, started by Makin, one of the early Flipkart guys. As part of this curriculum, each child is given 2,000 rupees, and you can create a team together. So if there are team of 5, you have 10,000 rupees. So this is known as the Delhi Business Blaster program. And 3 lakh children have kind of gone through this. They create projects, and those projects are evaluated by internal and outside. The top 1,000 are given mentorship. The top 100 are qualified for college admissions, just like you have sports quota. In Delhi, they have a quota where some of these children go to college because they have done well in the entrepreneurial thing. If you talk to them, by the way, one of them created an Uber for kabaddi walas. Wow. Right? When you want your kabaddi removed, instead of waiting for the guy yelling, we just dial a number and somebody will come and collect it. Right? A class 11 child using 2,000 rupees and 5 teammates started working on the idea. Now they have set up a company where they're hiring some 30 people. He's still in college. Okay, they're running this. Now, if you talk to all of them, they say that kitabon se asli dunya ki gyan mili hai by working on this. Entrepreneurship teaches you how to communicate to others, teaches you how to collaborate, teaches you how to solve problems, teaches you to do research. Also teaches you the power of working on your personal passion. This specific kid, Karan Kumar, based in Delhi, he used to see the mountains of trash around him and he used to wonder, why aren't people doing anything? Right? So this entrepreneurship curriculum of Delhi has now been taken, reapplied in Punjab and early days of Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. Right? So it did not come from academia. It came from practitioners who felt the need, put their expertise together, co-created this curriculum with academia, Delhi SCRT, who implemented it. And now it's 3 years, they've learned on their own. Other states like Telangana, etc. are still trialing this and they will scale it up. Now you can replace entrepreneurship with, there's also another course called happiness curriculum, where children start the class every day with a 10-minute meditation. Okay. Now, Parag talked of the reality of industry being they need talent here and now. The reality of academia is they're preparing people for tomorrow, right? Unless we build bridges between these two, both will suffer, right? And this example I gave is an example where an industry which has certain core strengths that it treats as foundational, problem solving, numerical ability, communication ability, whatever it thinks, right? It can work with academia to create this curricula, get a pool of experts, right? Because now, I don't think too many people here know about the Delhi curriculum, right? Or VCs, if there are any here, are keeping an eye out there. Why shouldn't that Karan Kumar go on to become a great entrepreneur? We know in cricket that a real talent lies not necessarily in the urban areas, but we need a massive system of talent scouting, right? Our talent for which companies come to India is lying in those 8,000 colleges and universities and million plus schools. How are we scouting for talent? Can we reapply some ideas from sports, right? Can industry create these specific courses as a gift to academia, who can then take, incorporated it? National education policy fully allows this, right? The core focus of NEP 2020 is a shift from content to concepts, from content to competence, because that's what is needed in the 21st century. Nobody cares how much you know. What they care is what you can apply, what you can do with others, right? So this is just one example. There are several others, but what I want to end on, it's a massive problem, but as a country we have shown through Aadhaar and UPI and many other things how we can come together if there is an architecture of collaboration, which is even a layer below the architecture of technology or the architecture of human processes. What's the architecture of collaboration that allows diverse entities, academia, industry, startups, funders, government policy institutes, to come together, each doing what they're good at, but the architecture enables a massive network effect, right? We have done this. I'm confident that we can do this in bridging the industry academia. If we don't, 20 years later, we'll still be sitting in conferences like this, talking about industry academia bridge and the need to do something.
I don't want to be back.
Can I add to what Shang? See, one of the things for colleges is what you do is irreplaceable. It's not that industry can replace what you're doing, right? You are building very strong foundations which last many, many years, right? So a lot of CEOs of organizations which are in cutting edge technology, they never learned those technologies, right, in college, right? But what they learned were some foundational, skills, behaviors, learnability, which then held them in good stead over the years. You also provide the sandbox, right, and a safe environment for students, right, except when you give them marks, okay, which maybe sometimes, create some pressure, but you really give them that sandbox to explore, experiment, work in different areas as they explore what interests them, what will make them happy. Because it's, for their success, it's also important. It's not only what you are good at doing, but what will make you happy, what you are passionate about. And you are providing that sandbox that's so important, right? And you have you have 4 years when the students are with you to provide all of that. And all of that then manifests in terms of their successes and subsequent experiences when they join corporates.
So final comments from both of you, but if you can in few seconds possible, Parag, to touch upon this, like who will work on this learnability problem? Like years ago, over the past decade or so, we have watched companies set up massive training campuses, and all of that has been happening. But we are back talking about the same things again and again and again. So who solves this problem?
So I'm quite clear. It's the individual that has to work. You have to provide, the right environment, and we have to provide the right environment. Okay? So I'm sure a lot of your students actually ask you, right? What job should I take, right? And often it's about the biggest ticket, okay? And because it's also an issue of self-esteem, yeah? I would, my advice to a youngster graduating from college will be, go to a company that will help you hone up your intellectual curiosity, period.
Shankar, anything that people can take away from here, very actionable?
Mushkil hai, but let me try. Now this point that Parag made about learnability, right? Finally, the problem has to be solved by the individual because it's a learning is a lifelong skill. But it has to be enabled by industry, by academia. It has to be powered by policies and all the soft infrastructure we can create, right? So it's a complex task. But we have the policies in place now. It's about implementing. And thanks to latest advances like Gen AI, we have the technology that can allow India to leapfrog its demographic talent, like the way we leapfrogged in telecom, right? How to do it? The child has to ultimately do it, but the child needs help, right? And each of us, we work in our respective silos. We work in our respective time frames. We need to get out of our own comfort zone, because if we don't solve this demographic dividend opportunity, everyone will suffer. That I can give in writing, right? We cannot do a local maxima for very long, right? If so, we are doing a disservice to that girl whose aspirations are sky high in 2024, right? But opportunities, frictions, right? There's so many other things coming in our way, right? We just have to remove those barriers. She will fly.
Okay, great. So if we have time for questions, please bring it on. And some cues for HirePro and CareerNet. I hope this is solved.
We will be taking questions during the lunch, networking. Due to time constraint, we will not be able to take any questions. But ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause. It definitely was such an informative fireside chat. I'd like to thank all our dignitaries on stage, requesting you to kindly please remain back on stage. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I request our Chief Operating Officer, S. Pashupati, to kindly please join me on stage to hand over memento as token of appreciation to all our dignitaries on stage. Well, let's capture a wonderful moment. We're keeping up that high momentum in the house. Let's give a big round of applause to all the dignitaries on stage for such a wonderful fireside chat. Well, also, that definitely brings us to the grand unveiling of HirePro report on college hiring in India. Well, I request Mr. Pashupati to remain back on stage and along with all the dignitaries, do the unveiling. Well, we will have the detailed discussion on HirePro report on college hiring in India a little later, but now we'll be doing the grand unveiling. I request dignitaries on stage to please remain back as we are going to have the grand unveiling. This is the unveiling of HirePro report on college hiring in India. Ladies and gentlemen, this definitely calls out a bigger and bigger applause as together we celebrate the grand unveiling. A lot more discussions on this to be done. Well, for all the 400 folks in the room and hundreds of people watching the live webcast, here's the HirePro report on college hiring in India. Well, I must truly say, What a wonderful day it truly is turning out to be. Thank you so much to all the dignitaries on dais for doing the honors. We truly appreciate your valuable time. Moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, to one more interesting panel discussion. Engineering, R&D, what it takes to innovate in chips, EVs, green energy, and AI. While the stage is now all set for a deep dive into the core of engineering innovation, our esteemed panel will explore the challenges and opportunities in the field of chips, EVs, green energy, and AI. Moderating this session, join along with me as I welcome on stage our moderator, Dr. Satya Gupta, President of the VLSI Society of India. Dr. Gupta is techno-visionary with over 40 years of experience in the semiconductor and electronics industry. He has co-founded 4 successful startups and is dedicated to making India a hub for electronics and semiconductor products. Let's give a big hand and let's welcome Dr. Gupta on stage. A hearty warm welcome to you, sir. Well, joining along with him, our esteemed panelists, starting with Chitra Hariharan, Head University Relations, Government Affairs and Startup Collaborations, Renaissance Electronics. Chitra is a serial entrepreneur and a leader in the electronics and semiconductor domain. She has successfully built and exited multiple startups and currently leads startup collaborations, academia relations, and government affairs at Renaissance. Let's give a big hand and let's welcome Chitra on stage. A warm welcome to you, ma'am. Moving forward, nextly I would like to call upon Dr. Sridhar KS, Registrar and Dean of Training and Placement, PES University, Bengaluru. Dr. Sridhar has extensive experience in mechanical engineering education and has coordinated significant initiatives at PES University. He is dedicated to bridging the gap between academia and industry. Let's give a big round of applause for Dr. Sridhar. I would also now like to call upon Professor Shishobhan Avasthi, Associate Professor, Indian Institute of Science. Professor Avasthi specializes in semiconductor device fabrication. With extensive experience in device design and fabrication, he is also a senior member of IEEE and has published over 100 research papers. Let's give a big hand for Professor. I'd also now like to call upon Dr. Vipin Madangarli, Director in India Site Lead, Technology and Innovation, Global Foundries. Dr. Vipin has close to 30 years of industry experience in the area of semiconductor technology development and enablement and was a research professor at University of South Carolina and overall program director at IBM Semiconductor Research and Development Center in Bengaluru. While we are extremely delighted to have Dr. Vipin with us, let's hear a big round of applause and let's welcome him on the dais. Well, for all the dignitaries, thank you so much for your valuable time. And with that, I would like to leave it to our moderator. Over to you, Dr. Gupta.
Thank you. And thank you all of you to be here. My association with CareerNet family, now which has expanded into multiple companies, HirePro, IndiCube, LaunchSpace, has been almost 21 years ago when I think Rohit, Anshuman and Rishi were just basically out of college from IIT Roorkee. So glad to see that basically they have expanded in many dimensions and made very successful companies, especially in the education and hiring and now IndiCube in the workspace area, right? So I think very glad to see you all prosper and grow. I think our topic for today's discussion is more of the technology, especially electronics and semiconductor with certain areas of specialization. So just set a context, today in India, we consume almost $200 billion of electronics across various devices. We are basically number 2 in the mobile manufacturing and number 1 in the digital payment and data consumption also. And thanks to all the college youngsters, late night binge watching, which made us basically number 1 in data consumption today across the world, right? Now, out of this $200 billion of consumption of electronics, almost $40 billion of it is semiconductor, which is the backbone of the electronics devices which we consume. And because of the growth in electronics and semiconductor, India has been able to establish a large, what we can call it, digital public infrastructure, which is growing at the population scale. And in the previous panel, the founder of Ekstep and the Aadhaar was there. All of this has been possible because of the last 30 years of growth in electronics and semiconductor. I think all of you will realize that today we want basically 256 GB on our phone and 8 GB, 16 GB RAM, right? Somebody showed a BlackBerry, right? When we were growing up, probably having a small Spectrum computer with the 8 kilobyte was the total memory available, right? From there to basically today we have come here. And I think most of us will agree that last few years and the next decade is going to be very much influenced by artificial intelligence, right? Again, the whole growth in the last 7-8 years in the artificial intelligence, one of the prime reason is the amount of the computing power which semiconductor devices are provided and amount of the storage which basically memory guys have provided. Just to recollect, when I was doing my PhD in 1988-89, I worked for 1 year in AI and neural networks, right? Algorithms were very similar, and some of the faculty will agree that foundation of all the AI algorithm is something called backpropagation, right? Whether it's a transformer or anything, basically it's a backpropagation of the backbone. And to simulate a small neural network of 500 nodes, we needed a small supercomputer. Okay. From there, we have come today where basically OpenAI, which is basically now going to 10 billion parameters, right? All of that has been possible because of the growth in the processing power of the semiconductor chips and basically the memory they offer. Without that, basically AI will be solving only toy problem, where LLMs will be VSLM, very small language models only, it will not be large language models, right? Growth in AI is one thing, but sectors like electrical vehicles, space, all of that is witnessed because of the growth in electronics and semiconductors. And India has put very strong foot forward in the last 10 years by announcing very progressive semiconductor policy and things like PLI, production link incentive in various sectors of electronics, including the electric vehicle, battery, mobile productions, and so many other things, right? So with that background, we will basically debate that what is the landscape for opportunity for our graduating students in these emerging areas, and what should academia and industry do together to help our students realize their potential and work in very exciting, and we have had many conversation about the package so far, right? Basically, so just to give a perspective that it may not be very much known to students and the parents, right? The packages and the number of the jobs in semiconductor and electronics are very good, okay? And they provide a very good career. I think they are basically as good or better packages in semiconductor industry if you get basically a chip designer job or job in the semiconductor manufacturing. I think the number of the jobs as well as the packages are also very good. So that's a positive message. All the colleges, professors, students, and parents we wanted to go. So we have 4 esteemed guests, 2 from industry, Vipin and Chitra, and two from academia. I think very good mix of people. I think there is a lot of buzz around semiconductor manufacturing. Probably 10 years back when we go around and tell somebody, I work in semiconductor area, you have to give a 10-minute explanation, what do you do? Today, it's sufficient to say we work in semiconductor area and people do understand what do you do, right? So that's a good sign for things to come, right? So we can start basically from left to right and get each of the panelists' individual view on growth of electronics and semiconductor industry, as well as the job opportunities which are there in the thing. And as we go, we'll discuss more interesting in-depth topic around that. Chitra?
Yeah, sure, Satya. Thank you. Thanks, Rohit and team, for the opportunity. It's always good to see HirePro, CareerNet, IndyCube folks in person, in action. Satya has already mentioned that. We've been seeing your success from the day one you started and stuff like that. So thanks very much for that. So opportunities, Satya, yes, Semicon, we are in the right place. I mean, plenty of opportunities. Yes, there is little bit of bleak time that we are seeing because a lot of placement people who are all sitting there have reached out to me and then have asked, okay, is your company hiring? And then we have not seen, I'm being very blatant and open here. We've not been able to kind of place in the previous quarters and stuff like that. But the point is things are in the revival mode. Definitely we are hiring semicon industry. There is humongous opportunities. Just on the opportunity front, going by the numbers, Satya, my estimate would be connecting with kind of taking the stats through multiple reports and stuff like that. It's like 10 to 15,000 would be the requirement, I would say, from now for looking for the next 5 years, consistently growing at least maybe 5 to 7% or 8%. That's the kind of the number. So I want to leave you all with a great hope that, I mean, there is humongous hiring that you would start, that you are seeing, you would start seeing, and the industry is growing, we are in the right place. Okay, what areas we are hiring? Number one, chip design. I mean, we all know it is all the MNCs have a presence here. Chip design is bread and butter. I mean, there is a lot of hiring happening in that front. What is going to change, or what would be the required change would be, I would say that there would be a lot of design opportunities, architecture opportunities, product build opportunities that are going to happen from India. Even from Renesas, what we are trying to see is how we can use our boards and then our chips to see whether we can build products that could be for Indian consumption, that could be for the world. I mean, that's the kind of the trend that I'm seeing, Satya. So what we need to do for building more of this product build mindset, I was just discussing with Sridhar and other educational academia folks. How do we inculcate the product build mindset in the mind of students starting from the BTech level, right? I mean, can we create the right intervention? Can we do some amount of the course curriculum intervention at 5th semester, at 6th semester maybe? And can we make the boards and reference design kits as part of the curriculum? That way they come out with the product build mindset. Our Shankar was showing a product about the BlackBerry phone. I was fortunate to be part of designing that and stuff like that. But the point is, if we start inculcating the product build mindset in the students, and if we start making them attach pride towards the product that we build, I think we would succeed in a big way, is what I would say.
Thank you, Chitra. Dr. Sridhar?
Yeah, I think Chitra put out some very interesting figures. It is food for thought for all the academicians as far as the semicon industry is concerned. My gut feeling is I think BTech would be a little late to inculcate interest in the semicon area. Probably we'll have to get back to schools. Because today, when you look at the BTech course preference, the first to stand out is computer science and its variants. And only then they get into the other core branches. But unfortunately, the core engineering is probably pushed a little back of late. I think we as academicians and people from the industry should put in all our best efforts to ensure that the core engineering branches are here to stay. One of the things that most institutions are doing and I would like them to do is create an awareness about the branches of engineering even before they get into the +2 level, because +2 would be a little late. At the school, once they're into grade 8 or grade 9 or before they finish grade 10, I think probably we as teachers and the industries may visit some of the schools and then tell them about what is in store for them going ahead. Otherwise, there's going to be a huge mismatch in the years to come. And with the rate at which some of these sectors are growing today, especially the manufacturing sector, is definitely going to be finding short of semicon industries, number one. That is at the school level. At the +2 level, I think students should get an awareness as to where their passion lies, where their interest lies, so that they can accordingly make an informed choice when they get into these professional courses. Having got into the professional course, I think today we can't build walls between departments. It should be more interdisciplinary. It should be more multidisciplinary. Something needs to be done to say that, hey, semicon is not my area of interest. It is something to do with electronics and communication. Let them work on that. Or, for example, I keep giving this example to my students. Today, an automobile is more of electronics than mechanical. Very, very essential. I think we need to understand this hard-hitting fact. So a mechanical engineer cannot say, I don't know about sensors. Let the electronics guy take care of it. So it is very essential that we bring together all these kids on a common platform, allow them to think, allow them to brainstorm and come out with viable solutions for the problems that is there. It is just an example. Even the health sector, all of us know that during COVID, how much of problems were there as far as the non-availability of chips. And we had to really struggle a lot. And that should not come back again is what my gut feeling is. The one thing that industries could do is probably go ahead and set up a few centers in institutions. Institutions are today ready to give you the space. We will give you the space. Please come out and set up some centers. Give us the tools so that students, faculty, and even people from industry can work together in these centers and come out with some viable solutions. Throw your problem areas at students. They will be able to come out, because today, trust me, as a teacher, I find it extremely difficult to hold the attention level of my student. The attention span is so less. 10 to 12 minutes after the class starts, they get into a slumber. How do I make my class more interesting? Get them to a level where they can apply their mind to what they have on hand. And today, every kid is gadget savvy. You take a cell phone. I mean, you can silence a kid only with a cell phone and not with anything else. So therefore, when you talk to them about the gadgets that they have, it could be their watches, it could be their cell phones, it could be their laptops, anything for that matter, if you probably try to connect what is there inside it vis-a-vis what the child needs to know, I think it will make interesting learning, which is very, very important in today's context. That is what I would like to say at this point in time. More to come. I will like my co-panelist, who is also an academician, to throw more light on the one that we are going to be discussing.
How many of you have heard of the India Semiconductor Mission? And that's the problem. Let me just preface this. I'm not a government spokesperson, but I think that is the context in which this panel is there and we should talk about it. So India Semiconductor Mission is Indian government trying to kickstart manufacturing in semiconductor, design and manufacturing in semiconductors across India. This is India trying to pull off a Maruti in semiconductor space. So if you're in 1980s and India did not have a car industry, we only had Ambassador, India basically threw money at the problem, got Suzuki to come, have a joint venture with the government, establish Maruti, and today India is one of the leading exporters in automobile components. India is trying to do the same thing with semiconductors. And on the table is $10 billion. So whenever government puts in $10 billion and tries to say, okay, 50% capex and the rest industry puts in, you are looking at an investment of $20–25 billion, and maybe Vipin can correct me if my numbers are off. Whenever that kind of money is on the table, jobs are bound to follow. All we have to do is understand where they are, what skills they need, and then execute. So one of the hopeful messages is this is going to grow. There is just no way that 25 billion doesn't go into an ecosystem and nothing comes out on the other side. Okay. The point number 2, for GATE and other responsibilities, I travel. I'm from ISC, and ISC has some unique challenges, but when I travel, I often visit private universities, universities that are state universities. And one of the crying issues is students don't come into mechanical engineering, civil, chemical engineering jobs anymore. We have faculty, but they have no students to teach. Semiconductor manufacturing, I'm not talking about design now, I'm talking about manufacturing, is actually a way out of this. Unlike design, which is often done on software tools in front of laptops in places like Bangalore, manufacturing is hardcore, hands-on, dirt under the fingernail stuff that requires mechanical engineers. If you go to Lam Research and Applied Materials, which make equipment for semiconductor manufacturing, I would not be surprised if 50% of their engineers in Bangalore are mechanical engineers. They work in an electronics industry, but their engineers are mechanical engineers. The other 30% in these two companies are probably power engineers, the people who make electrical boxes and relay boxes, etc. The point here is that all those disciplines and all the faculty in those disciplines that do not have students to teach, you can actually train those people with those core disciplines for semiconductor manufacturing industry and find good jobs, and the students will find good jobs. So that's the hopeful message. All we have to do is add this layer of training, what I call bridge courses, so that you relate that mechanical engineer or that civil engineer or that chemical engineer to where they are used in the semiconductor industry. And that can be done with 1 or 2 courses as an elective, maybe in 4th year. And that will, I think, really help. Thank you.
Okay, so let me take up from where Sushoban mentioned about the hopeful future ahead kind of thing. So a kind of little bit of statistics for people who are not fully up to speed on the semiconductor industry, current worldwide available market and all that. You probably must be hearing numbers like 600 billion, more than $500 billion kind of dollars worth of serviceable available market is there for semiconductor industry. And that has grown in the last 4 decades, so to speak. So then you hear about somebody who is really up to speed on this one will be talking about semiconductors is advanced nodes into single nanometers and all that, and starting to saturate any very, very few number of companies working in that area kind of thing. If you are in really detached and looking only at these kind of things and say, oh yeah, this is kind of a saturated industry or getting to a saturation node, I don't know what is the future ahead. It's actually wrong. The thing I will tell you itself is clearly, I mean, I think Dr. Sridhar brought out the explicit scenario about during the COVID time, when we all realized the word of semiconductors itself, how important it is in our day job, kind of the daily life itself kind of thing, when automobiles were not able to be coming onto the street because a $4 chip was not available to run a $40,000 car kind of thing. So start just from the day, when you wake up till the evening kind of thing, how many gadgets you are looking at. I mean, it is an explosion of the semiconductors that is happening across the world kind of thing. And the projection itself is whatever happened in the last 40 years is going to happen again. A doubling of the industry is going to happen in the next 10 years or a decade at least kind of thing. So, and doesn't mean that it has to go down in the advanced nodes and whatever single nanometer and all that. I mean, whatever is currently there itself, one of the things, a company like ours, which is a pure play foundry, global foundries, we do not go down the single nanometer node, but we do see a bright future ahead based on differentiated and specialty technologies. So a country like India, where we are probably with the India Semiconductor Mission, just now starting to get our hand in the game of semiconductor manufacturing and design, you should not feel that we are too late, too little kind of thing. The semiconductor future is still very much there on whatever we need to be doing in the older technology nodes through differentiation. And what is required, what are the skills required for that? I mean, the skills required is primarily, to some extent, patience on people who have chosen this passion of semiconductors to stay put over there. When you start, I mean, I think Dr. Sridhar touched upon a very good thing. At an early stage in the school level and all that, some students may have very good interest in science, and they may end up taking the PCMCs and PCMBs and those kind of STEM range. But after that, they slowly start deviating from that into really where the jobs are kind of thing, maybe going away from the hardware-centric thing. And that awareness needs to be put into them, saying that that is not true. There is job opportunities quite a bit happening in the semiconductor or electronic space broadly. And it is very exciting because, see, once you start connecting it with what you are making it happen, because anything like this one is not going to happen without a hardware being made kind of thing. So with that, let me hand it back to Listen to take over.
I think a couple of points which came up. Semiconductor industry is very important. Just to give a fact that the world's 3 top companies across any sector are NVIDIA, Apple, and Microsoft. Barring last 2 weeks, I think all of them crossed $3 trillion of market cap. And all of them are semiconductor companies, right? We may not consider Microsoft and Apple to be semiconductor companies, but they make enough chips to be in top 10 semiconductor companies. So today, top 3 companies in the world with more than $3 trillion market cap, minus last 2 weeks, right, are semiconductor company. Second is, I think everybody pointed to the fact that we need to inculcate the art of building something very early in the school, right? We see a lot of kids making apps and all of those things. Nobody taught them basically what is Java, what is Node.js and everything, but they still go learn by themselves and make an app, right? So just anecdotally, last week we basically conducted an event in collaboration with New Horizon School, family of schools. About 10 schools participated, about 50 teams and 200 kids from 5th grade to 11th grade. And we asked them to build something, whatever they felt like. And they built such a wonderful product, right? Even a 5th year student made a product for agriculture, automatic agriculture using Arduino, and he knew how the SPI works, I2C works, right? Not just basically top level. So potential is there. We need to expand this basically interest. Third thing is that I think Professor Shashavan mentioned about India Semiconductor Mission. So one aspect of that which relates to the education, in 2020, even before the Semiconductor Mission started, right? Couple of us, like Director of IT Delhi, myself and some of us got together and suggested to AICTE to start a branch in electronics and VLSI design, okay, covering the semiconductor and electronics together, because since last 15, 20 years, when we had a EC branch, right, there was no basically innovation in new branches. And EC is hardly any communication now, right? Basically, although the name is Electronics and Communication Engineering, but there is hardly any communication because there are no jobs in communication, right? But VLSI and semiconductor jobs, so the new branch in undergraduate has started BTech in Electronics and VLSI design with focus on electronics, semiconductor and chip design, right? About 350 institutes have signed up to offer basically this branch. And since a lot of academic communities here, we would like you to basically take a look and offer this, because I think our kids are much more ready to basically embark into these advanced subjects than we were, right? I went to college, if somebody said, you go into this branch, I will be totally lost, but our kids are much more ready for that, right? That is kind of basically key points I got from all of the panelists here. Now, little bit broadening the topic, right? India consumes $200 billion of electronics, and the projection is that basically by 2047, we call Viksit Bharat 2047, right? we will be consuming almost $3 trillion of electronics in the country, right? But unfortunately, after the $200 billion, only about 10% is basically made by Indian company, which are Indian products, right? 90% are global products, right? Just a show of hands, how many of you are carrying a phone which is of Indian brand? Zero, right? How many of you are carrying a phone which is Chinese brand? Please, please. I think 90% of the, you will say that basically Oppo, Vivo, OnePlus, and so many, right? So today, cell phone is a representative of electronics products, right? And we have less than 1% of representation of Indian brands in the cell phone industry, right? 76% is Chinese, about 13% is Samsung, and rest is Apple, right? That's the situation, right? So now, going forward, if we want to be called a developed nation, we cannot be basically just not having our own products, right? So just wanted to get panelists' view that how do we, because I believe that we have now 3 MAs basically in the country. We have very huge market, okay? And that goes to the dialogue from Diwar, mere paas Ma hai. So we have 3 MAs, right? We have very good market, we have very good manpower, and we have basically electronics manufacturing is established, semiconductor manufacturing is coming. But without Pa, we cannot complete the family, right? So we have Ma but no Pa, right? So how do we make India transform from just service or manufacturing to more of a product nation, right? Whether it's basically electronics level products or semiconductor chip level products, right? Like to know basically panelists' view about that.
Satya, I made the point already, the product build mindset need to be inculcated, and that's the reason we are creating the intervention at the undergrad level and ensuring that the boards and reference design kits that we are handing it over. So just
short responses because we are running time. 2 minutes each,
yes,
right?
Yes, yes. So we need to see more of boards here, more of kind of the idea for this here. We need to create a lot of product company poster children. That's how I would put it. So you will have to catch them early and then make them build the products. That's all it is.
Yeah, saying quickly, I think having said that, we inculcate interest in the kids when they are in school and then try to nurture the talent when they come to the +2 and to the BTech level. I would like to phase it out as first year, they should be given some sort of a hands-on training. Second year, they probably use the boards to ensure that what they need to come out as part of the product. And it will be one of the best things to happen in case an undergrad student can come out with a tape out by the time he graduates, which will be one of the best things to happen in the Indian academia. We have not heard of a tape out till date. I think we should probably go ahead and do that. And this is what we academicians should probably look forward to amongst the student community with the able help of the semiconductor industry.
Yeah, just for the people who are not from semiconductor industry, tape out means you design a complete chip and when you send it for manufacturing to a foundry, what basically Professor Shashavan was saying, that's called tape out, right? So you complete a complete design like a processor design or basically some kind of a chip design. And when it is all verified and ready to manufacture, that's when we call it tape out. Shashavan.
So since I've been asked what we should do, I'm a big fan of projects. I think this exam-based model is complete bupkis. Industry or life does not really work like that. There is no real time pressure. People who think slow don't do worse in life. And exam sort of highlights fast thinking, sort of cracking mindset. I have to crack the exam instead of cracking the problem. So I'm a big fan of projects. I think it will go very far if many of our engineering schools and curriculum have projects as the end goal instead of exams. There's also an ecosystem aspect to it. I'm hopeful in the way that the reason products don't come out is because the ecosystem is weak. Once the ecosystem becomes stronger, I think naturally this will happen. I'll give you a very specific example, just like on tape out. Tape outs are very common in Taiwan, and they're common in Taiwan because TSMC completely supports it and subsidizes it. I think once we have our own local champions, they themselves will open this up, and then we will be able to do this in a much more scalable fashion. But I'm actually hopeful. We should do it. I'm not saying it will automatically happen, but once the ecosystem improves, these things will also happen.
I think I just want to bring another perspective also on this one. I mean, when we start thinking about product mindset and trying to make it hands-on, it has to be relevant to the current thing also. I mean, it cannot be, this is where probably there is going to be a balance that may be required, because an academia generally is very forward-looking, trying to prepare the student community for much more talent ahead. But industry, as the previous panel also was talking about, is really interested in the now also. So I think once we get that balance right, especially when you are talking about the opportunities within India itself, when we, and let me bring one thing which everybody must be already aware of, kind of thing. India probably is one of the fastest growing electronic automotive markets out there, kind of thing. I mean, you just walk around and just look at the vehicles which have the green tag versus the non-green tag, kind of thing. That itself should trigger something in your mind. As somebody was saying, it is becoming more and more electronic. Are we doing enough within India, within the faculty and the industry to collaborate together to tap into that market and trying to make it successful? So that will bring up that relevant projects and relevant hardware hands-on experience also there. And I can tell you, coming from a semiconductor manufacturing company, we are more than happy to really kind of define those problems. What is exactly required when it is a power management IC kind of solution that is required in a new material, or whatever is required for the coming future kind of thing. And that can be done with a collaboration between the industry and academia. I think that will definitely, I believe, Satya, take us forward.
So kind of everybody emphasized that we should have some kind of project-based courses in our engineering education. So Shishovan and I was part of the team which defined the AICTE model curriculum for electronics and VLSI design. And one thing we felt we should make this as a point. So we have introduced a course of a maker's lab in the first semester. So as soon as basically kids go from a 12th grade to first semester, they will be building something, whatever they feel like building. It could be a mechanical system, it could be a drone, it could be a robot, it could be any kind of the system. This will be a regular course, and more institutes are adopting, even for the branches, not electronics and VLSI design. Like IIT Bombay has basically put it as a basically part of their engineering curriculum, where all the branches have to do this thing. So one other thing to the academic community, that basically please adopt this as a first semester course so kids can build something as early as basically they get into engineering education. Two things, they'll learn something and their interest in education will also grow, and from there they can decide they want to focus on chip design, electronics or mechanical. That will basically give them some direction also. So that was the point number one. We had basically talked about tape out. So VLSI Society is working with Global Foundry to target basically supporting 100 tape outs even before basically we get our own foundry at basically Global Foundry, to basically take the student projects and basically create a support system up to 100 tape outs in multi-project wafer. So any institutes which are basically in that realm, I think they can attract. And third thing is that this school competition, which I talked because a lot of people do, we are going to, this year we did pilot with 10 schools only, right? Next year, basically, we are going to announce it in January, but next June, we want to expand it to basically at least 100 schools in Karnataka and take it to other states also. So I think we'll be reaching out to basically college can be anchors and each one can mentor basically 10 schools, and that's how we can scale it up for basically getting at least 2,000 to 5,000 school kids to do these kind of the projects, and we will support them with the kits like Arduino and all of those kind of the things from VLSI society and industry, right? I think we cannot complete this panel without talking about industry, academia, collaboration. I think Professor Sadagopan talked about it. I think previous panel also talked about it. I think, since I have basically been in the industry, this is a topic of the discussion, right? I think rather than talking a lot of big things around these topics, if we can take a small step to basically make this reality, right? Like this tape outs, school projects and things like that. But I would like to get basically panel's 1 minute view that how we can make it practical rather than it being basically very big theoretical subject. What small steps we can take which can be practically implemented basically to create better collaboration between industry and academia. Chitra.
I would say a lot has changed over the years, Satya, between industry and academia, from the day we have been interacting versus now. There are, if I look at industry perspective, there are a lot of real-time problem statements that are being given and then tried with the academia, for which, for various reasons in industry is not having time or not having bandwidth or whatever. To that level, it is improved, is what I would say, from the time, at least 2001.
What more can be done?
Yeah. What more can be done? I mean, we would always be feeling this gap, whatever we want to call it, right? Because the industry is changing at that fast pace. And so academia, I mean, we will have to continue the collaboration. That's all it is. That's how I would say.
Professor Sridhar. Specific actions which we can do to take some small steps to improve the situation a little bit better, right?
Sure. One good thing that's happening over the years is industry-academia interaction largely remained on paper, but now it has turned into a reality. Industry is knocking at the doors of academia, and academia is extending its hand to join hands with the industry to make something win-win. The first point I would like to request the industry to do is, we want to create a curriculum which is more hands-on, less theory. That would be a huge win for the academia, because students also would love to do something hands-on. They really understand and appreciate the learning. That is one thing. The second thing is, please come to our institutions quite frequently. Let's not remember each other to supply manpower when you need it. So I would like to have a continuous relationship with the industry, because sorry to say this, even today, despite me making this statement to all the industries that visit campus, we have over 300 industries which visit us year on year. So I make a very fervent appeal to the industries to please remember us day in and day out. We will have a continuous relationship with you, and we'll be happy to join hands with the industry to make something made available to the younger generation, because I think there is a lot of talent in the younger generation today. We need to identify, nurture, and then ensure that it is made available to the society at large. Absolutely. And courses from you, yes, we will probably take some tips from you to introduce newer courses. Please train our teachers, and the teachers will in turn teach the students in the classrooms. And please come and train our students again to ensure that you get the best talent available to the industry.
So from my side, basically, we are already working with PES, and we plan to do more, not just personally, but we will bring the industry to your door to do more of what you ask for.
Yeah, beyond PES as well.
Yeah. No, means we have to do, again, small steps, right? If I promise that we'll work with 1,000 institutes, I think that's not going to work, right?
I know that we've been taking baby steps.
So I come from a department called Center for Nanoscience and Engineering. I think we have pretty good industry relations. So what I'll do is just take 3 specific examples of stuff we are already doing. So one of the first things we have started doing is we started doing a lot of industry training for the new graduate hires. That sort of works two ways. A team from GF has visited us just last month. For the whole month, the first 130 graduate trainees from Tata Electronics Foundry Division that they have just hired, they were come for training to Sense. Just the discussion on curriculum of what we have to teach them sort of illuminates both sides. Because one thing that led to is, statistical process control, AI, data management is extremely critical in a modern fab. So that discussion meant we created some new curriculum for just the trainees of Tata, but then we converted that into a new course that is getting launched in August. So I think that interaction where you gain something, I gain something is a very interesting way to deal with it. The second thing that I would like to highlight is there was talk about getting to the kids early. One of the most successful ways in which we can signal to the students community that there are good jobs at the end is to have scholarships. And all of these scholarships, for example, we have a scholarship which is funded by TEL, Applied Materials, LAM Research. I'm forgetting the fourth one right now. Okay, but point is, when the ad goes out from Sense, the ad says masters, fellowships from these companies, the hint being that clearly means these companies are hiring in this area. So nothing signals something like a scholarship available. And all of this can come from CSR budget, which is eminently available in most countries. Third point, one thing that has been very useful to create this engagement of coming often is we have an academic affiliate program. All the industries who are affiliates, we actually invite them to our student symposium. We invite them for our PhD defense talks. We invite them whenever we have a technical talk. And that back and forth, they come and use our facilities. We have pretty good labs. So all of that creates this back and forth that leads to discussions over coffee and leads to more engagement. There is sort of a sinking ladder there. Thank you.
Okay, I think our time is up, so I will make it short. I mean, I think industry-academy relations, as Chitra was correctly saying, definitely has been improving over the past years. But to make it really scalable, the current mode of engagement, what we generally tend to have between one industry to one academy, those kind of things needs to be thought in a different way kind of thing, more like a consortia engagement kind of thing. Because otherwise, us industry and as well as a faculty in the different tier 1 institutes and all that tend to kind of do whatever they need to do it for their immediate needs. So to take it to the next level, I think we should build upon this relationship and create a platform. Probably I think Chitra was mentioning about VLSI chapter being trying to bring together all the different academia together kind of thing. And then bring the industry also at the same panel and try to make sure that we do have much more scalable interaction where it doesn't mean that it has to be competition between the academia kind of thing. In industry can fund multiple academia for different aspects of a given problem kind of thing. If we can come to that kind of a model, I am absolutely sure we will get to the next level of industry-academia relationship.
Thank you, thank you. Just my point on this thing is that one of the most effective way which basically US and other people have adopted is internship, right? To create a better, basically, synergy between academia and industry. We are also moving in that direction with a new budget and everything, but I think just what Vipin was saying, it's very fragmented one-to-one, right? If we can work together, industry, academia, and the platforms like basically HirePro and CareerNet, and I remember in 2024, we launched something like Campus Connect with basically you guys, right? Now, what I'm looking for, if we can create a internship platform just like Campus Connect, what we did basically 15 years back, so that suppose Global Foundry has to look for 50 interns, they don't have to go to 10 institutes because they can reach only to 10 institutes. How do we create that reach much bigger by creating an internship platform, especially for electronics and semiconductor industry? If we can conceive something like that and enlist basically 100 companies and 1,000 institutes on that platform, I think we can create a much more systematic way and create equal opportunity to all the institutes, whether it's basically very far away in basically Nagaland or somewhere, right? Because it's very difficult for companies to go to Nagaland and hire interns from there, right? So what I'll request is basically with the help of good friends, Rohit, Anshuman, and rest of the academia, if we can create this platform, I think that will create a real contribution to both academia and industry in streamlining the internship projects, right? And a lot of our companies are hiring a lot of interns, but it's very ad hoc, as Vipin said, one-to-one basis, right? Can we institutionalize this? With that, there are many other topics which we wanted to cover, like faculty development and other things, but I think this is a very vast subject. So with that, and basically hoping that we will reach to $3 trillion of electronics in 2047 with a potential of 10 crore direct and indirect job. That is the projection, which will be about 15% of our workforce, right, by that time. Thank you so much. I don't think we have time for questions.
Can we have one or two questions in case if there are any questions from the audience? In case if you have any question, you can kindly please raise your hand. Otherwise, we can take the questions offline as well, if we have no questions now. Well, looks like everybody is hungry. But we have one question right there. Could we please pass on the mic, please?
Just introduce yourself short.
Very good afternoon, one and all. I am Dr. Nirmal Jagannath from Somaya Vidyavihar University, Mumbai. My first question is, if you see the aspiration of the students who are going to take admission in engineering, most of the students would like to go for computer or computer-related branches. Here, the entire merit goes for this type of branches. For getting the students for the electronics, electrical, for core branches, either we have to make it electronics and computer or mechanical and computer. Anyhow, instead of so these type of issues are there. And if you say the school curriculum, my second point, school curriculum, this computer is very much introduced from standard 1 to standard 10, like fundamental of computer, computer programming, how to deal with these particular issues.
Who wants to take it up?
I can give you my opinion. I think this will change the day the headline says Tata Electronics or Global Foundries hires an undergrad at 50 lakh package. I am very blunt. That day, this problem will be solved. And I think the students are correct in responding to that incentive. It is not their fault. It is ours.
You want to say something?
Yeah. No, I would say that we need to create more awareness, and that's why this the high school student level, catching them early and making them tinker around and build product, I mean, those things would help. That's what I would say. That way, right, they are inclined towards electronics, right, inclined towards hardware, right. You will have to make them see something in action, right. That's how I would put it.
But madam, if you see the overall placement of the IT and computer, specifically placement in the IT sector, which is really higher as compared to these core branches.
Completely agree.
People are getting 50 lakh, 1.5 lakh, 50 lakh, 1 crore, 1.5 crore rupees.
No, I think package thing is very basically misleading because that is only 1% of the people, right? If you look at the median package, median or average package, right? It is always higher in these specialized areas like semiconductor and all of those things, right? Second thing which you said makes sense, that basically we introduced like Python programming and all those things in the 10th grade and so on and so forth, right? Why don't we create some basically courses or projects, like what I was saying is that maybe competitions for the students to create something. Third thing I'll say that anybody who has studied semiconductor courses well in their BTech or MTech, he's guaranteed at least 10 lakh rupees jobs per annum, right? I think that's the kind of the demand. If you have studied it properly during your BTech or MTech, right? Semiconductor or VLSI design, I think the guarantee of very high paying job is much better than the software. Numbers may not be that big, but if you have really studied those subjects, your chances of getting a job and chances getting very high paying job are probabilistically much higher than software alone, right? That's this thing, and we can discuss this more offline, right? I can give you more data on this thing, but that's the real situation, right?
Well, with that, I would like to thank all the dignitaries on stage. Thank you so much for a wonderful discussion. Let's have a big round of applause for them. I also request the dignitaries to please remain back on stage while I request Mr. Rohit to kindly please join me on stage to please hand over memento as a token of appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear a big round of applause for Mr. Rohit Srivastava, Senior Partner at Longhouse, to kindly please hand over memento as a token of appreciation to all our dignitaries on dais. With that, ladies and gentlemen, a quick reminder to everyone. As we break for lunch right now, we have a photo opportunity for everyone outside where you can capture some wonderful moments and post it on your social media sites and tell the world today that you are at Momentum 24. And don't forget to give in a hashtag, Momentum 24. Well, also we have our partner stalls right outside. We request everyone to get a hand-on experience, have quick conversations. I'm sure there's lots of learning for the afternoon. With that, the lunch counters are open, requesting everyone to please help yourself. Requesting everyone to please come back in exactly 60 minutes so that we can get started with some exciting sessions, and can you please do not delay. With that, once again, thank you so much to all the dignitaries on stage for your valuable time. Let's capture a wonderful moment and truly treasure it for a lifetime. Thank you so much, everyone. Hoping to see you all at sharp 2:30 p.m. Sound check. A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to everyone. Kindly requesting everyone to please take your seats and settle down as we're just about to begin with our next session. It's a humble request for everyone who's still outside enjoying the meal, requesting you to kindly please get inside the hall. Take your seats and settle down so that we can get started. Well, once again, a wholehearty warm welcome to all you fantastic people to Momentum 24. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope after a sumptuous meal, everyone's ready, charged, and excited. Are we ready? Doesn't look like. Looks like the sumptuous meal is still calling you. Ladies and gentlemen, are we ready? Fantastic. Well, it's always said that after a sumptuous meal, never disturb anyone. But I'm here to disturb you a lot. Okay, so let's get active. I want everyone to just stand up. I know it's so boring, but yeah, let's do it. Everyone, please stand up. Everyone, nobody's sitting right now. Everyone up from your seats. Fantastic. I can see people getting up with great difficulty. It takes so much energy and effort to get up. Okay, so we're going to do something very simple and easy right now. Firstly, I want you to come close to each other. Well, you can leave your seats, no problem. Come close to each other. Come close to each other. Yes, come close to each other. Very nice. Come close to each other. So you don't want to be close to anyone? Please come. Please come. Yes. Come close to each other. Perfect. So what we're going to do right now is first put both your hands forward. Everyone, put both your hands forward. Both your hands. I have a mic. So I'm in an exception. So both your hands forward and let's twist. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's a morning one, right? Now we do reverse, anti-clockwise. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now just free your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Perfect. Now put both your hands forward. Both your hands forward. Both your hands forward. Yes. Now take your right hand up in the air. Hello, everyone. Fantastic. Now take only your index finger. Okay, working? Working well? Functioning well, right? Okay, now take your right hand index finger and place it on the palm of the gentleman or lady who's standing next to you. On the palm, just like this. Place it on the palm of the gentleman or lady who's standing next to you. The shape is just like this, yes? Like this, ekdam straight. Like this, perfect. And if you have no one, then just try to figure out and just, yeah, somebody. Okay. Now what do we do is, at the count of 3, when I say 3, 2, and 1, what you do is, you save your finger, but you attack somebody's finger which is on the palm. Which means you do save and attack both. And I want to see how many of you are savers and how many of you are attackers. But only at the count of 3. Okay? So, 3. Only at the count of 3. 3, 2, and I didn't say, wait. And go! Okay, now I really want to know how many of you are savers? How many of you are attackers? Wow. Okay, no sitting. Who asked you to sit? No sitting. We're going to do once more. Both your hands forward. Now that you've understood well, both your hands forward. Both your hands forward. So both your hands. Both your hands forward. Right hand index finger. Okay, straight to the palm of the gentleman or lady who's standing next to you. Perfect. Now everybody got the drill correct. Now listen to the count. When I say go, that's when you attack and you save. Right hand, index finger, goes on the palm on the gentleman or lady who's next to you. So you're waiting for my hand? I can come there. Okay. 3, 2, and wait. 3. I said 3. 3, 2, and go. Fantastic. Now sit down. What a fantastic afternoon this is, ladies and gentlemen. All set and charged to begin with our next wonderful session. Nextly, we are right here to discuss more on the HirePro report on new reality in college hiring. Well, to take us through the session, ladies and gentlemen, I'm excited to once again welcome on stage the Chief Operating Officer with a big round of applause, S. Pashupati. With over 2 decades of industry experience, Mr. Pashupati is driving HirePro's vision of fearless hiring. Through AI-powered recruitment automation, he oversees global operations and strategy, establishing HirePro as a trusted enterprise-scale recruitment platform. An IIT Delhi graduate, Mr. Pashupati started his career at SAP Labs and transitioned to recruitment at CareerNet in 2006. Well, with a big round of applause, leaving the stage all to you.
Thanks to Afsan for keeping the crowd awake. And yeah, so, I mean, reminded of college days when just after lunch we used to have these lectures and it used to kind of get really boring. But trust me, there's enough buzz around. A lot of people have actually come up and asked, what is our report, where things are. So today's conversation, we are kind of keep you definitely interested in some of the findings that we have had. So when we were planning for this event, I mean, we were just trying to figure out the format. One interesting thing we observed was we're going to bring in people from the industry, we are going to bring in people from the academia. But where is a dulha or dulhan? I mean, the kid who's actually going to go through the process is nowhere in the picture. So where's the student? So like all parents do, we are taking decisions. We should say this is what we should be doing, but who's going to hear them out? So this entire capsule is largely focused on what the students largely talk about the same topic. Of course, we've also taken viewpoints from the industry and the academia as well. So the way we have done is that we have asked the same question to all three parties and then tried to figure out how the response has been. So we have the reports in front of you. We also would be publishing a QR code where you can download the soft copy of the report. But we'll go through some of the interesting, I would say, findings during that conversation. So that's what we will try to cover. What we tried to do is we looked at broadly these categories in terms of industry readiness, which is a very, I would say, very cliched, always talked about topic. We talked about how people are looking at entrepreneurship, how AI is going to create an impact, and also about internships, the overall recruitment process, and how do we see people collaborating, both the academia and the industry, what students have to say, what the academia has to say, what the industry has to say. So that's how we have tried to look at from a category standpoint. So the first interesting thing was we obviously asked all of them, the students saying how industry ready you think you are. The same question was asked to the academia and to the industry. Now the most interesting point is that a very large spectrum of the response from industry was that students are not ready. Whereas interestingly, the academia believed that they're ready to start delivering on the job. Of course, some of them said training is required and so on and so forth. So the interesting point to note is that almost 41% of the corporate believe that they are only 20% ready. And on the other hand, if you look at, as you see these numbers going by, more and more the corporate believe that there is definitely a gap between what is really happening in terms of what they're being taught versus what is really there. So we tried to actually also do some conversations with people to understand what is the qualitatively things that are looking at. So what really came out largely from the industry to kind of clarify this was to say that people bring in the skills. For example, if you take an example of a software developer, a lot of them know how to write code. Of course, some of them are still learning. But then to create production-ready code, work in an environment, understanding the domain, it takes time. So obviously, you need the time of maybe 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, 6 months. It's not really that just having the skill of coding is really going to help people in terms of getting things sorted. So that was one really key finding that was there. Then we spoke about entrepreneurship. We asked students saying that assuming in the next 3 years, 4 years, 6 years, 10 years, do you think you would want to start out something on your own? And a good number of them actually responded. 15% said immediately after graduating. 33% said we currently have no plans as of now. But roughly around, I would say 50% said that they are looking at it some time frame in the next 2 to 3 years or the next 5 to 10 years. And a large population, so which means almost 67% of them believe that they would either start something on their own or at least be part of the founding team to kind of get started off. So which is a very interesting thing. Also what we observed was, since we did this analysis over various tiers of colleges, also about where the cities are placed, we found mostly colleges in metros. A lot of these students were wanting to do more entrepreneurship. Whereas non-metros, we found the focus was more around skilling themselves, because also possibly the way they see the world from their side, where they are seeing more and more of exposure. They are seeing a lot of interaction with the industry. So colleges, say in Mumbai, Bangalore, Delhi, Chennai, we found them students wanting to do more entrepreneurship rather than trying to just get into the regular job. Now the interesting point was we also asked colleges, how are you really supporting these students to go through this entrepreneurship journey? Around 87% of the colleges said that they have some kind of an in-house thing. Today, we have most of these colleges having an incubation center. They're doing various programs. Some of them even run entrepreneurship courses as part of the curriculum to help these students. However, colleges also said they prefer their students to go for a regular job rather than an entrepreneurship. So here's the conservative parent probably coming into play, saying that, yeah, I want my kid to be cool, but let's not take so much of risks. Let's take that kind of a time frame. And the most interesting part was when we asked people from the industry to say that if you find a talent who's probably wanting to go entrepreneurial, would you want to get them absorbed in a job right away? And the response was that people are primarily looking at people who are interested in the job rather than wanting to go entrepreneurial. So I think that's a little bit of a dichotomy where you would want the entrepreneurial spirit, but not really an entrepreneur. So I think it's over a period of time is where we see this equilibrium setting down. So some of the other topics that get covered will also kind of corroborate with this finding, where today a good number of students coming out from colleges who have the exposure, and also some of them who have that kind of an economic stability would want to try out something in their first 2-3 years of things. And also it's a function of their alumni who started off and how people kind of really build that overall culture. We, of course, had a lot of conversations on AI. The good news is that everybody believes, is fair optimistic. They don't believe that AI is going to kill their jobs. So if you look at the second row, they believe that there will be more jobs in the future as AI will open up new possibilities. Almost 35% of the students, 53% of the academia, and 55% of the corporate, they all believe that with AI coming in, it's actually going to open up more jobs rather than people getting worried that there will not be, people will lose jobs and so on and so forth. We also asked, how do you think AI is kind of, how's the knowledge coming into some of these colleges? 69% of the respondents replied that there is some activity happening in the college for them from an AI standpoint. Around 31% believe that there are not much of initiatives that are happening. And if you kind of drill down to see what these initiatives are, as you would know, today more and more colleges have a specialized branch in AI and data sciences, apart from the fact that you had computer science, electronics, electrical, and so on. And now if you actually open up the curriculum of good number of colleges, you'll find within the third or the fourth semester, a course on AI data sciences is available in most of these colleges. Because I think now people have believed that maybe 15 years back, software programming was taught like basic sciences. I mean, today, AI and data sciences is also being considered like one of the core skill areas that people should develop, because the application is across, be it whether you are studying electronics, metallurgy, chemical, mechanical, civil, and so on. So that's a very, very interesting part. Of course, a lot of these students are also relying on guest lectures and industry talks to educate themselves, and obviously some of them are going through some of these finishing schools, which are also helping them from all these things. But one interesting point, because we also had some qualitative inputs from some of these students, they believe that they're also relying on some of these finishing schools where they are going out on their own to educate themselves rather than just relying on the academia to do it, because they are part of a certain curriculum and they believe that they can only cover that much, at least within the realm of AI. So then there was a conversation around internship, because if you relate to the first part where we spoke about industry-ready candidates, obviously as long as people are actually getting hands-on experience, it might be very difficult for them to have the combination of both the skill and the domain and all of the other elements that go into a job. So today, if you look at in most of the engineering colleges, the internship is around 8 weeks. For some of the colleges and some of the master's program, you have an internship duration of roughly around 6 months. Now, this was a little bit of a hypothetical question to the students, saying that, okay, what if we make internship for 12 months, around, say, more than 6 months, 4 to 6 months, 2 to 3 months? It looks like largely people believe that the internship duration should definitely be more than the current 8 weeks, and probably going up to around 6 months. So 4 to 6 months seems to be a very ideal time frame for both, I would say, the students also to learn something and also for the industry to really plan something, because first 4 weeks you're just kind of, getting into the basics rather than really being able to execute something which is a real takeaway for any of these students. I believe today there are some curriculums that are getting planned where the students can actually use their last year, one semester totally in internships, and I think it seems to be quite welcome, and all three stakeholders believe that's a very welcome change that was there, and that's exactly what Anshuman was also alluding to in the morning, saying that we need some standardization in this process, because some colleges or curriculum allows only 2 months, some allows 6 months, and then there is thing of, okay, why can't everybody kind of standardize, so that for the industry also it becomes very clear that I don't have to now go to, this always happens with us, go to HirePro and say, okay, can you tell me which colleges offer 2 months, which offer 6 months, 8 months, and so on and so forth. It's a very standard thing as to when people are available. Planning becomes much more easier and better. Another interesting question we asked, even though this doesn't affect these students, as per the new education policy, it allows for your break in your academic career. Now, probably if you study for a year, you can go out to the certificate. 2 years, you go out with a diploma. 3 years, you go out with a degree. 4 years, you go out with the honors degree. So we said, okay, if there is a 1 year gap in between, are students ready to take it? Because you can go try out something, start your own company, or get experience and come back. Students seem to look out for the welcome break. 59% of them said that yes, they are very much interested to go ahead and do this. But it looks like the corporate still does not have this framework of how do I get somebody work with me for 1 year and the person goes out. So only around 16% of the corporate said that they are interested. And academia also was kind of maybe. It's always a safe option to mark in these surveys. So, but 30% of them only said yes, because obviously there needs to be adjustment made in the curriculum as well, because batches are defined, who comes in, who goes out. Of course, this was more forward-looking to figure out where things would go, but then at least students believe that they could actually take a break for a year, try out something, and come back, which is very encouraging from our overall student community. Now you know that hiring in the last, I would say at least 5 years, there's a paradigm shift in terms of how hiring has happened. With COVID, all of them started off remote. There was no choice. Now we found, in fact, in the reports, we have covered other parameters as to how organizations are rating it. People are finding it obviously more convenient to do this hiring remote. It's cost effective. But then what are the trade-offs was the whole thing, and overall comfort and acceptability of virtual hiring or remote hiring. People believe that a mix of physical and virtual hiring is something that is very, very beneficial for all parties. And of course, some of the corporates also believe that they would want to do the hiring physical. Now, if you kind of go a little deeper when we talk to people to interpret what they mean. Now, for the students, they believe that in the past, if an hiring event would happen, there will be at least 3-4 managers who would be coming in. They would have a conversation. They'll figure out more about the job. There'll be a lot of informal conversations where the hiring managers would try to understand from the college what's happening, what is the culture, what's the general batch size, all of that. And as part of this entire conversation, being able to transmit what really is the brand of the organization, what they really stand for. Now, when you're doing it purely virtual, it's like a cookie-cutter approach. You start off 10 to 11:30 exam, 12 o'clock results announced, 1 to 4 interviews happening virtually. So what people are saying is, if you're doing the assessments and interviews virtually, that might still make sense. But we at least need some kind of a conversation that needs to happen before or during the hiring process where there is some kind of a connect. So because you'll also see in subsequent slides, organizations are very conscious about the fact that the brand needs to be represented well. And with this entire faceless hiring approach, all you end up is a Zoom call or a Google Meet where you're just doing the interview. There's not much of conversation that happens beyond. you don't really get a feel of the campus that you get to see, the vibrancy of the campus. You get to know so many things about how's the intake happening, how's the placement that has happened in the last few years. You get to see the actual physical location, the facilities and so on, all that being missing. And also as an interviewer, I mean, if I have got a 1 hour interview, I'll probably just focus on the conversation and really move on. And it becomes very difficult to kind of keep talking about my brand to everyone. So there needs to be the right mix of branding and other activities in the campus plus the assessments and interviews. But what people believe that taking an assessment remotely, as long as it is managed well, if they can manage all the compliance, impersonation and proctoring is done well, I think all parties find it very convenient. Interviews, actually students say that doing a virtual interview for them is much easier, because in the past they would come into a room, wait from morning 9 to 5, but here now these are all planned, they get to know when is their schedule, they need to come online, and today's kid, as you know, Professor Sadagopan was also saying that they are very, very clear about how they want it and what they really want. So even in the job interviews, they want to define how the job interview really needs to be done. We also looked at what should be the parameters that should be considered to shortlist the students. Now, we kind of, if you look at the corporate line, so we kind of sorted it so that you know how the priorities of the corporate are. Corporate looks at CGPA. Now, if you come to the extreme left, I think there's somebody like me who says that CGPA should not be important, probably because you didn't get a good CGPA. So you just say, no, that should not be considered as really a thing. And the fact that people have marked it as 10 it seems to be a really bunch of naughty kids who seem to have taken the survey. Because somewhere the students believe that CGPA should not really be considered as part of things. But interestingly, there are other points where everybody converges. They believe that technical skills and research projects, so at least those are the ones that should be considered, which probably is a fact, because when you talk to some of these students, they say that I have primarily focused on picking up internships in my areas of what really I would want to do. An engineering student probably belonging to another core branches like say chemical metallurgy would have probably worked in 3-4 consulting organizations or in a fintech company primarily to gain experience, and hence they say that don't look at my CGPA of what I've done in that course, but look at what I've really learned as part of these projects as compared to this. Corporate seems to put more weight around attitude and behavior. Probably the students need to understand that. They marked it a little lower, and I think otherwise, if you look at internship experience is one more area. So where students seems to give a lot of focus, corporate does not seem to give too much of weightage on internship. And the reason is obvious, because they understand that this internship is just around 4 to 6 weeks, so we really know how much could the kid have learned. So I will probably focus on academic performance, technical skills, research project, because these are more long-term, and probably the attitude and behavior. And that's why these 4 come up in top of the category. We also looked at what are the key hiring attributes corporates seek. Now here we stag ranked it based on the student's response. A student believes that, it's again on the corporate side. So interestingly, if you look at all of them agree that domain expertise is important. Students somewhere believe that communication skills is not that important. They believe that organizations might be looking at their overall presentability and other attributes like cognitive reasoning, quantitative skills, and so on. But today, given the kind of job that exists, where people have to play multiple roles as part of their job, I mean, communication is one key skill that is really required. And it's not just about the English language, but being able to really think, explain, and do all of those abilities. And that's one of the reasons where corporates seem to kind of lay emphasis on communication skills, whereas the candidates are not. Now, the interesting thing is that corporates do look at behavioral attributes, actually more than cognitive and quantitative skills, because I think there always is argument saying whether it is 50-50 attitude and aptitude, or is it 70-30, but I think attitude plays a very, very important role as part of this. In fact, we intend to publish this report to all the students community as well, because I think it is very important for them also to understand what really is coming by. We also we asked all of them, what do you think organizations look for when they are shortlisting colleges? And the same question was asked to all. Now this is stack ranked as per students. Obviously students look at compensation as their first priority, no surprises. They look at brand, and they don't seem to really focus too much on work culture and other attributes, because probably there's a little short-term view to this entire thing. But interestingly, organizations believe that probably students look at their brand, and that's why there's a lot of focus that organizations actually put, and they continue to put, saying that I want to be perceived as a much better, cooler brand in the campus. Now, you could relate it to the part why organizations are saying that we want more and more physical activities, because that's how this criteria of branding yourself gets met in the colleges. And, but otherwise, at least the first 2 points in terms of compensation and brand, that really is to look at. Academia seems to be little interested in international offers. Obviously, it builds much more credibility to the college to say that we had so many of these international placements, apart from the fact that no, they are there. But I think students probably believe in Modi's Make in India to say, okay, probably we'll stay back in India and try out some of these things. International job offers, at least in some of these areas, seem to have lost their sheen, because they've seen how acceptable the India community is over a period of time from a visa and other standpoint. We also looked at what are the non-placement collaborations that are preferred by students, and here we felt that students are preferring. So one of the interesting things that most of these students said was that, we have a lot of these lectures and talk shows that come up, but we hear mostly what the companies come and talk about what they are doing. But that's not what we want. You please come and tell us what we should be doing, and please support us in terms of enhancing our skill. So you spend time with us, you help us do some workshops, you do give us more projects, we'll do research, you mentor us, and then we can look at other things like guest lectures and other things. So obviously, they're looking at little more long-term intervention and mentorship rather than a very short, quick fix of guest lectures that will help them to brand. And interestingly, what used to be like the number one thing of sponsorship of campus events, I think everybody agrees that that's not really is of great value to this. We also asked academia and corporates, which are the areas that you see can collaborate. I think the focus, at least from the academia side, looks like more long-term. They're talking about having some COEs where they can build things together, faculty development, and some of these activities, whereas corporate believes that guest lectures is something that really helps. But I think we got the verdict both from the students as well as from the corporate that just a plain, simple guest lecture will not really help, because it's just a one-time activity. And honestly, the students want to know more about themselves rather than just what the organization is going to talk about some of these things. Apart from the fact that curriculum co-creation and other things would happen. So I think with that we come to an end of this. So there are these surveys reports, they are on the tables. People sitting on chairs. We also have the QR code where you can download this. We'll also send out a link to all the participants of today where they can download this report and go through this. There are some more parameters which we couldn't cover today, which goes into details of this. So thanks for your time.
Well, with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause for Mr. Pashupati. Thank you so much for the current college hiring trends in India. And moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure everyone's been doing this since morning, but now it's time that we reveal the answers and the prizes. But much before that, one more time, some more clues coming up for you. So can we have the crosswords quickly up in the air? All the crosswords. Is it with you? Lovely. I see most of it up in the air. So here we're going to put some clues for you. And post this, before we conclude this wonderful evening, we'll be announcing the answers along with telling how many of you are going to walk away with some exciting prizes. Well, can we have some clues, please? Well, here are the clues we have so far and the new ones to be added on, starting with the first one. Document highlighting your achievements with added emphasis. Well, there are a lot of discussions, a lot of conversations, and of course, a lot of smiles as well. Moving on to the next clue. Company's way of saying, welcome, now get to work. That's the most common one that we continuously hear. And the next one, inspiring and guiding a team to success. Well, with this, we almost complete all the clues. And if there are any further, I'm definitely going to tell all of you. But how many of you have got the maximum ones? How many hands going up in the air? Just a few. I was actually hoping that almost all the hands are going up in the air. But it looks like at the end of the evening, I'm going to have maximum hands up in the air and I'm going to be confused whom to give the prizes to. But however, the clues are up right here for everyone. So, do we need some more time? Or we are okay to think through this? Yes or no? I don't hear at all. Is it a yes? Yes. How many hands going up in the air? Okay, that's a few. Okay, what we can do is we move forward and you all can think through and then we're going to come back to this. Moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, time for one more interesting panel discussion. Gen AI and beyond. How academia and industry can prepare for upcoming disruptions. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, the advent of generative AI has ushered in a new era of possibilities. Our next panel will explore the implications of this technology for academia and industry. While moderating this session, join along with me as I welcome on stage Chandra R. Shrikant, Deputy Executive Editor at moneycontrol.com. Well, with 15 years of rich experience covering business, technology, startups, and entrepreneurship, Chandra leads a team at moneycontrol.com and anchors the TV show Bits to Billions, The Unicorn Story on CNN News 18. Well, she also holds a bachelor's degree in journalism from MOP Vaishnav College, Chennai. Let's hear a big hand for Chandra Shrikant. A warm welcome to you, Chandra. Well, moving forward, I would now like to call upon our panelists, starting with Mr. Rohit Kaila, Head of Technology and Site Leader at Wayfair India. Rohit oversees the development of retail technology and engineering at Wayfair's Bengaluru Technology Development Center. He has held significant roles at Walmart Global Tech India, Intuit, and Yahoo, with a master's degree in computers and electronics engineering from Rutgers University and a bachelor's degree in computer engineering from Netaji Subhash Institute of Technology. Let's hear a big hand for the gentleman. A warm welcome to you. Moving ahead, nextly, I'd like to call upon Mr. Ravi Jain, tech entrepreneur and investor. Ravi is a distinguished technology entrepreneur who led Ola Crotrim, India's pioneering AI unicorn. He also served as the head of strategy at Ola Electric and founded Gen Y Media. Ravi has an IIT Bombay degree and an MBA from the Indian School of Business. Let's hear a big hand for Ravi. Nextly, I'd like to call on stage Mr. Sanjay Mohan, Group CTO at Make My Trip. Sanjay is responsible for global technology strategy and innovation at Make My Trip Limited. With 30 years of rich experience, he has held roles at Yahoo, IBM, Oracle, and Netscape. Let's give a big hand and let's welcome Mr. Mohan on stage. I also extend a warm welcome now to Mr. Uma Sitaraman, Product and Engineering Leader. Let's give a big hand for Uma. Uma has a track record in planning, building, launching, and scaling software solutions at Motorola, Intel, Infineon, Amazon, and Toast, while she also led Ojaswati System and has expertise in connectivity, IoT, App Store developer experience, and many, many more. Let's give a big round of applause to the wonderful lady and let's welcome her on stage. A warm welcome to you, ma'am. Last but definitely not the least, let's extend a warm welcome to Satya Prasad, Director of the Center for Innovation and Entrepreneurship at PES University. Satya has a 20-year career at Intel and led the creation of Intel Xeon D. At PES University, he promotes tech innovation, CIE, recognized with the Government of India. He is also an MIT Sloan School of Management and Arizona State University alumnus. With that, let's give a big hand to all the dignitaries on dais. Well, firstly, a warm welcome to all the panelists, and Chandra, over to you now.
Thank you very much, Afshan, for those introductions. Good afternoon, Bangalore. How are you all? You all had good lunch? It was good. So we can expect an engaging conversation. I think half of them didn't eat or something like that. Yes or no? Okay, great. Thank you all very much. And it's impossible to have a conversation these days without mentioning Gen AI. And actually the best way to raise money these days for companies is to just add .ai to their startup. You'll definitely find an investor in Bangalore who will give you money. But on a serious note, we're doing this panel on Gen AI and beyond, how academia and industry can prepare for upcoming disruptions. In a week where people are very, they have very mixed sentiments about generative AI, because after the hype cycle, people are now asking if this hype was justified. We've seen chip stocks like Intel slide. I think NVIDIA's new chip has already been deferred. Gartner came out with a report recently which said at least 30% of POCs will not go through. So it's an interesting stage in the whole Gen AI cycle. People are saying that it's perhaps reached the trough, in the whole hype cycle, because people don't know if this is a solution looking for a problem. So that's where we are. I'd love to get opening thoughts from all of you. Are you bullish on Gen AI, bearish on Gen AI? Do you think this really has the potential that everyone's been talking about in the last couple of years? You want to start?
Sure, thanks for setting the context. Like everything else in technology, I don't think once we get let the genie out of the bag, it's ever going to go back in. So as a result of it, Gen AI is here to stay. It is definitely going to be one of the very important technologies that is going to shape the future of business, future of technology, and future of a lot of things that we do. So in many ways, the hype is justified. At another level, the hype is unjustified because of the fact that the time period within which people believe that this will completely transform the industry is probably made too much smaller than what it really eventually will be. As a result of which, beyond the hype cycle of crazy stock valuations, very easy money raising from .AIs and stuff like that, it'll settle into a place where it'll have the usual growth rate of figuring out how this technology both evolves from a tech perspective, from a business perspective, and from an industry perspective. So anybody who has the long-term mindset of what AI will lead you to probably have the opportunity to create long-term value within the ecosystem. People who have a very short-term approach can, of course, make money or lose money off of anything. So I think that's, in my perspective, a very critical part that people have to look through it, right from the students all the way to the top of the industry. And that's sort of what I think will play out in the next many years and decades to come.
Great. Ravi, you were part of the team that built Kritrim, which was India's LLM, apart from Sarvam, which has also conducted similar experiments. What was, your own experience? Are there real use cases beyond us using Gen AI for random stuff, asking random questions when we are bored during the day? Are there real enterprise use cases according to you?
Yeah, I think I have seen and interacted firsthand with multiple CTOs across industry verticals, across use cases. And it is just a matter of time. Gen AI is getting embedded as we speak in every application or use case which exists across industries today. So I believe that this is going to change the way existing applications work. We are seeing already on Microsoft products, etc., that how it is changing the way we interact with such products. But also new applications that are being built will completely be rewritten with Gen AI thought first, right? Because it's a foundational technology. Many things that we used to do, like translation or summarization, etc., using the, let's call it AI 1.0. If you use Gen AI, the cost of doing it is actually very low, right? And one model can do multiple things, so you don't need a battery of models. So it is foundational in my view, and this transition is happening. It will continue to happen. So it's real. These ups and downs happen. So that is more stock and financing. But the technology is real and foundational, and it's time to kind of invest deeper into it.
By the way, if you're a Gen AI startup, you should look at raising money from Ravi, because he's going to make a lot of money this week from the Ola Electric IPO. So take his number before you leave.
Please subscribe. Today is the last day.
Okay, that was an unintended plug. But Sanjay, one of the use cases that's often cited when it comes to Gen AI is the customer chatbot, improving the customer service experience, improving the sales enablement experience, like what Salesforce is trying to do with Einstein. Which of these has really helped make my trip? Has it helped you eliminate any jobs so far, replace jobs, move those jobs to other functions? How has this worked out for Make My Trip?
So, yeah, too early to talk about job displacement yet, because
Can you at least assure us that you haven't displaced jobs?
I think, see, computers will not replace humans. That is my understanding. I mean, you'll be replaced by another human who knows how to use Gen AI better.
Okay.
But I don't think Gen AI is still there taking over human jobs.
So you will still need someone to give the correct
Yes.
prompts.
So what we are building in, so there are two parts to it. One is that search eventually will give way to conversations. So that is what the whole trend is looking like that. The second part is that you can have an assistant when you're shopping for travel, for instance, or even the post-sales, when you're talking to customer support. It's better to have a bot at the background. If you're able to do most of, see, what we do in the actual application also is exactly that. We are trying to automate as much as possible, so there's less reliance on humans for customer support. I think because of the language models and all, it's made the job, the whole support thing has become easier. But then again, the off cases, the tail end cases, they still have to be handled by a human being. So, so we are getting efficiencies everywhere. We are getting efficiencies in coding, for instance, with Copilot. We are getting efficiencies in the call center because the entire transcription and the summarization can now happen using a bot. And a lot of intent, there's a high churn in the call centers. If you understand that part of the business, people, every year we have an entirely new set of people in the call center. So it's a very expensive affair to train them and make them experts so they can understand what the customer is talking about, what the intent of the customer is. It's much easier to replace the intent identification part with a bot. And therefore, you'll end up with happier customers. So the error rate will go down. It won't displace, at least not yet, but significant efficiencies in the call center as well.
So will you still need, to hire so many people in call centers? I think the TCS CEO made a comment a few months ago that those gigantic call centers will go away.
We are currently, I don't see them going away in the near future. I don't think that's going to happen. But they will become more efficient. Likewise for programmers also. I mean, you can say there's code generation happening with AI. I think the programming jobs will not go away. It will just, the programmers who know how to use Gen AI, they will become more efficient. Likewise in the call center, I think you can get more efficiency and therefore a shorter turnaround time for the customer. The customer satisfaction should go up because if the agent, the call center agent is saving 20% of the times in trying to do intent identification and also in trying to summarize the calls and to transcribe and summarize, all of that, those efficiencies will eventually help the customer also, because now you can get an answer to your query much faster than you would get earlier. So.
Right. Uma, if you can weigh in on, what else can happen within product and tech organizations when it comes to leveraging some of these new technologies. What is likely to change? Because, he mentioned coding, but even now there's a lot of skepticism about whether it is generating the right code, what can it get wrong. As he said, it's going to be one human replaced by another human who's perhaps better at leveraging AI.
I'm bullish on Gen AI innovation and what's coming ahead. And I didn't code for quite some time, and I had a break, and I started coding, and I used Cloud Engineer, one of the Gen AI tool, and believe me, I was able to do it with a long gap, and I am extremely impressed with the intelligent coding, and as well as debugging and coming up with the test cases. And if I have to envision what will happen, I would say that product managers, designers who need to really get the help from the engineering team to show an MVP, they don't need to rely too much on the engineers. They can come up with their own MVP product, show to the customer with a shorter cycle time. And if I have to extrapolate, I will say that previously it used to take 1 year, and now with so much advancement, we are able to make releases faster. And now we should...
product release will come down.
Product release, I do expect 10x improvement 5 years down the line. And also with quantum, etc., I do expect that if you're able to bring the large language models on a small form factor device, it's going to really it's going to be extremely powerful. Imagine that entire computing is on a small device, and you are able to get all the help that you need on your mobile phone. And it's not going to be restricted to any software engineering per se, but it's going to be, the applications are like, it's like huge. I can go on and on, but I'll stop it here.
Right. Professor Satya Prasad, you are from one of Bengaluru's best known educational institutions. What kind of conversations happen these days on campus among students when they see all these emerging technologies? Because every day, every week, there is something new to be excited about.
Actually, I brought a show and tell because, this is the latest copy of the newsletter that gets published. We do it roughly about once a quarter. And it literally takes us about 2 weeks to design the cover, right? And it's done by a BDes, Bachelor of Design student. This thing was done through generative AI. Srijita, who did this, told me it took her about 4 hours to do this. Right?
Wow.
So the conversation on the campus today...
I think media should be worried more than anything else.
There's going to be a lot of other disruptions that happen, right? And there's going to be a nice transformation.
So the content was written by students, or that?
Yeah, it's completely done by students. And what we try and do is we try and get people from engineering backgrounds, design, and others who like to write and bring ideas into fore. We get them to interview people from both within the campus as well as outside the campus. So the conversation is heavy, in terms of being able to generate some of the coolest stuff. People in 6th Sem, having consulting jobs that make, $50 an hour, $100 an hour for startups in California, right? So you have a wide range of spectrum, and you've seen this in the intake, where most colleges, in fact, I met a colleague from another peer of mine from Vijayawada, and he was saying most of the intake is anywhere between CSE and AIML, and pretty much everything else has disappeared. I'm not saying that's a good thing, but that's essentially, the conversation is heavily dominated by the, generative AI, the VR, AR, blockchain, all the fun stuff that we all like to keep saying, but that's what's happening on the campus these days.
Wow, so this was generated using Copilot, this image?
No, I think it was Stable Diffusion.
Oh, wow.
This was done on Stable Diffusion.
This is really cool, very nice.
Yeah. And the whole topic is on VR, and that's why, you have the headset that the person is looking at.
So that's the efficiency I'm talking about. I mean, something that takes 2 weeks, if you can do it in 4 hours, That's the efficiency you can get. So you will still need a designer
The one
because
thing that
someone
we do
still has
ask
to approve
students
of
to
it.
not do is just put the whole thing on ChatGPT and have them generate it, right? Because it's easy to spot. You can find out if it's been written by Chat. But we encourage people to actually do use, ChatGPT or any of the other flavors that are around. But interesting times.
Right. Since the theme is Gen AI and beyond, what would and beyond mean for you in terms of the other disruptive technologies that we should look out for, that we should be worried about, prepared for?
I think one thing that's coming up really close on the heels of AI is quantum computing, right? So the favorite three-letter word is PQC, post-quantum cryptography, right? So it takes probably 100 years to break a 1024-bit encryption, maybe more. Sanjay can, give us the exact number. But with quantum, you can actually bring it down to about 5 minutes. So all the 256-bit encryption that we have today, which serves us well for our debit cards, credit cards. So if quantum were to come, you can essentially break it in a couple of minutes. So there are a whole bunch of things that are coming around called the post-quantum cryptography and related areas, right? And how do you bring that in? So that's another one area. The other thing is, as I think Uma alluded to it, all of the machine learning requires very heavy compute. So one of the key areas of research is, it's called machine learning on the edge, right? How do you take small devices and how do you get very complex models to run in an efficient way so that you can actually get results in the field? A good example would be the automatic number plate recognition, right, ANPR. So that, the camera that's sitting there in the traffic intersection that we all have come to love and hate, that thing has enough intelligence to be able to, raise the challan right there. It doesn't have to go to the cloud, generate a challan. So these are 2-3 areas that, a lot of us in the academia working with the industry and the students are super excited about it.
Right. Uma, I want to get your thoughts on this. In terms of where India is when it comes to some of these disruptive technologies, the house is divided on that as well, right? So Ravi would be the kind of person who would say that we should start with the foundational layer. We should have our own LLMs trained on Indian data sets. But on the other hand, you also have people like Nandan Lekani who believes that India will be the AI use case capital of the world. Where do you stand in this debate?
I believe that, just like, UPI, we had our own special requirements. India, as a country, we have multiple languages, we have cultural differences. If I ask ChatGPT to write a poem, it might write in a different way, and I may have my own Bollywood kind of music preferences. So I strongly believe that we should invest on innovating and have our own models, which will do some of the regional specific things for our requirements, including the multiple language support. So voice AI can never be successful in India if we do not innovate right now. So instead of using, I'm sure with every other social media like WhatsApp, everything getting integrated on AI, we will be first in adopting this technology. But if we want to make sure that we are innovating, we need to have our own models, ingenious, where we have our requirements satisfied. So I would go for having our model.
Right. Ravi, your take on that, because we've seen billions in capital being poured into some of these LLM startups in the US. France is turning out to be a big hub because of companies like Mistral. Should India really be wasting so much money on that? And do you see venture capital pouring in that much money here?
I think it's an investment which needs to be made. It will not be wasteful because like Uma was mentioning that there are many use cases which are India-centric. For example, and these models should not be seen in the context of only text generation or image generation. The world models that are being created right now, which is multimodality based, are used in self-driving cars. Our roads are very different. We have laneless driving, random creatures on the road, etc. Right? So our contexts are different. Our use case, like the multilingual context, is different. So there is a need So the question is, should we wait or should we do it ourselves, right? So that's entrepreneur's, choice, whether they wait to have the models which have these capabilities and then build applications, or we build a model out and then improve from there and get other people to build on that model. So my belief is I'm on the other side, which is it is an investment which is a must do. And that's the use case context. If you look at the cultural nuances in that context, right? If AI and applications are getting embedded in all applications that we use, like WhatsApp has it, all products that we use for office productivity has it, it becomes a window. It is like media. It is our window to the world. So, in our writing, when we are writing an email or whatever, these cultural nuances get lost. We are getting a generation from applications which are not trained in our nuances, right? So this can have a long-term impact on us, which is less understood right now, but I believe it will become very apparent later. So it's worth investing in my view.
Right. Your view? Rohit?
I very much agree with the panelists here. My perspective
is there no one who disagrees with the others?
My perspective is that it's not going to be one or the other. It's going to be both, right? Nature of how our industry has evolved in India, we definitely will be basically core in terms of utilizing the technology to create the next set of experiences, solutions, and everything else. That's going to happen on its own, right? We don't have to try very hard because we are the tech sort of capital of the world, or emerging as one. I think where we really need to invest is in the latter, which is to make sure that this time we not just become users of it, but actually start becoming generators of it in terms of making sure that we have our own interests. Because you have to understand a little bit about geopolitics around this. The geopolitics around this is going to be very tricky, right? US is already restricting, after the supercomputer, this is the first time US is actually restricting export of technology to other countries, right? So it'll become almost like a national security requirement from a chip perspective, from a technology perspective. Europe has started building their own stuff because they said that they don't want to compete with the US and have that, make sure that it. So it's going to be at some point become a very critical national interest. It's not going to be just about business. As a result of it, it is extremely important that we start investing in it in parallel to being the technology center which uses the technology in my perspective.
Right. Sanjay, I also want to get your thoughts. You've spoken about how you're leveraging AI in different functions. What about AR, VR? How are you baking that into the customer experience? Are you seeing an appetite for that?
So, see, there are two parts to it. First of all, when it comes to travel, I think travel is primarily experiential. So AR, VR is obviously it's more virtual than experiential. So in travel, I don't see much use. For gaming and all, I can understand. Secondly, for India, those gadgets are damn expensive. You can't afford. So it cannot become mainstream yet. And therefore, I think interesting technology for gaming and all, and people who can afford, but it's not going to become mainstream in India anytime soon.
Right. Sir, your thoughts on the whole LLM versus use case debate?
I agree with the first panelist, right? I think there's going to be both.
Not a question of either or, we'll need to do both.
I think there's room for both, and there are now, I think, instead of just the LLMs, there are also SLMs that are now coming into fore, right? Which is to say, how do I, not just have the large language models, how are some of the smaller ones that are out there? I think it's too early to call and say that there will be one or the other. I think there's enough room. And one of the things that I like to call out, which is slightly orthogonal, allow me to digress, is AI has been around for quite some time.
Yeah.
Right? And here's a fun fact I just looked up to say, what was the time that AI has been on the Gartner hype cycle? It's been on the Gartner hype cycle for 2 decades, right? And that's how young it is or how old it is, depending on how you want to see. So I think it's too early to call, and I think the way I'd like to frame this one is from a sovereignty standpoint. The other is from the point of view of business models. If you look at any of the large, the Magnificent Seven who have enough control over the AI, nobody's making money yet. Yeah. It will make money at some point in time. There will be a business model. But until such time, I think it's too early, and ultimately it's either the national interests or the business interests that will help, drive this discussion one way or another.
I have
Add to
a,
that, I think the sovereignty question is also important.
see, I think valid question to ask whether India should build their own models or not. I think it's too late in the game now. That ship has sailed already. The game has been played and won or lost,
No,
whatever.
but many people have a contrary view that it's not too late. So I think we were talking to the CEO of GitHub recently, and he drew parallels with the browser era, right? I mean, there was Netscape and a whole lot of browsers years before Google became mainstream. So he actually said that we are still in that Netscape zone when it comes to AI. We haven't discovered a winner yet.
Right. No, so I'm talking about, there are two aspects of Gen AI. One is the GPU part and one is the language model. Both of these things are already, we know who's leading.
Yeah.
And from a foundational model perspective, I don't think it makes sense to reinvent the wheel. And what the other part that people agree to both the sides, and I think, you can take the nuances of India and then superpose those nuances on top of the already available models, language models. But you don't have the luxury. I don't think anyone is going to fund that kind of project in India. It's not happened so far. That kind of investment has not gone in the ecosystem. I don't see that happening anytime in the future.
I think Uma has a point of view and you have a point of view. Yeah. Okay.
I feel that academia can come in here, help us train that large data sets that we need for these models, and there could be an industry and academia collaboration in this.
It can happen right here. You have industry and academia.
So I do feel the need for this, whether we superimpose or have, and I think what I feel is that it should adapt to our needs in India, where we have this, multiple languages, our nuances are different. So if we have, then we are more self-sufficient rather than saying, I will only develop applications. I don't buy the argument that I will only develop applications on top of it, because if you're going to develop applications, then your flexibility is lost. So.
Sorry, go ahead.
I had a quick point.
Everyone has a point of view.
I think the question of money is very important, right? I think you said we're not making enough money and nobody's produced business results out of it. I think the money doesn't get made on the first day, right? So at the end of the day...
every startup knows this. Money is not going to be made on.
I think if you look at it, there is tremendous amount of money. There's a company out there whose valuation touched $3 trillion, right? So definitely there is money out there in the system that you can use to fund your long-term value creation of what you're trying to do. When e-commerce started in the world, it took the first company about 12 years to turn profitable, right? I think Gen AI can become profitable much earlier than that. So money is there in the system for you to use if we have the right level of investment in terms of what we are trying to do. So right set of companies, I love the fact that we are doing Kritrim and everything else, because there is no dearth of money. There is dearth of ideas and ability for you to take the long-term approach to it. And India's markets are getting to a state where they are in for long-term growth, as a result of which money will come if you have the ideas to do things.
Sanjay, you
I have a quick point here. It's not only about the money. Where is the corpus of data? If you look at how much data do we have in regional languages in India? How many Hindi books, how many Hindi newspapers, how many Hindi articles, for instance, can you find on the internet? Where do you get the data to build your model? There's nothing there.
Trust me, there is data. There is a lot of publicly available data. There are regional newspapers in every language for years going back. There is all the All India Radio, your, Doordarshan, vernacular language mediums, etc. So there is data. It's hard work, right? You need to get down to cleaning it up, collecting it, managing that. So it will take time, right? But one additional point on the investment, right? So the scope of innovation in between academia and industry is also how to bring down the cost of training a model, right? Or doing Gen AI, because it has been plummeting. The cost of training a model is plummeting by orders of magnitude. The cost of inferencing is also plummeting, and that is where research is heading, right?
You had a point of view.
I'm going to take a slightly contrarian view, right? I mean, there's definitely...
Contrarian view to whom? Him or him?
In general, where we're talking about money, we're talking about data, but there's another aspect to consider, right? If you look at the current infrastructure, the hardware infrastructure that are required to train large models and even the inferencing part, right? I mean, it's extremely expensive, and if you ask me, I spent 20 years in the chip industry, it's just not sustainable, right? I mean, the kind of money that people are locating data centers next to a nuclear power plant. I mean, so that's not an exaggeration. So I think one of the things that we're going to see in terms of how this thing evolves, and that's very relevant for this audience, is did anybody know that NVIDIA would be here today, 15 years ago? I mean, I worked at Intel back then, and we poo-pooed them and said, NVIDIA has no chance, right? And we had so many other graphical things. But look, 15 years later, the landscape has completely changed. So one of the things I'd like to argue, and I brought this little toy along. It was built 32 years ago.
I have to check what all you're carrying. Each time there's a different show and tell.
I've got one more, right? So this is an analog neural network, ANN, right? That was a fancy thing in the 90s. And this is my master's thesis, and we said, the world is going to be conquered by the analog neural networks. This is not even there in the vocabulary today, but it's now coming back. There's something called the spiking neural networks, because the current method of chips, CPU, GPU, plus, throw in all the other stuff, that's just, in its current form, we can throw more money at it, electricity, but if you want to do this for the next 15, 20 years, there'll be newer methods that come in, right? So I think one of the things that's going to shape the narrative is also, is this sustainable? Can we do this where, the cost of, getting an inference, or cost of training models, I mean, like you were referring to, let's say you want to train this in 30 languages. Are you going to do the same thing over and over again using the expensive ways? And who knows, I mean, NVIDIA might even, do something with this. So I think there is going to be enough to be said in the coming years that will shape the narrative of large versus small, data versus... So I think it's too early to tell, and this is only 32 years old, and, I think there's more to come.
Right. Uma, what would your message be for people in the room who are studying AI with a sense of excitement but also nervousness? Because every week there is some new breakthrough technology. You'll again have to unlearn, relearn, maybe listen to one more podcast, watch one more video, read one more document. It's, like you're on a constant treadmill because the pace of change is so rapid. How does one keep up with it?
Yeah, I think in the Gen AI space, I think it's really, really rapidly changing. And it is, I am bullish personally on Gen AI. So I would request everybody in the academia to make sure that have prompt engineering as a mandatory course that everybody takes, irrespective of the discipline you are, whether you're in engineering or any other in arts. That's one request. And for the engineering students, I would like to say that you need to have basics of programming and have the basics of artificial intelligence, data science, and other blockchain technologies that are coming. But the fundamental thing is be curious, have problem solving, because in whichever case, you need human intelligence to solve complex problem, and collaboration between machine and human is going to be reality. So let's get trained for that.
Is this already a mandatory course, for instance, at PS universities? That's something you're considering, prompt engineering? And do you think it's something that arts and science students can also learn?
Yeah, I don't think prompt engineering is anything related just specific to CS or AI/ML. And as Uma pointed out, I think it's a fairly broad set of things. In fact, this would be taught even to BBA, right? Bachelor of Business Administration, where we have a 4-year thing called BBA with analytics, where the prompt part of it, whether you're in marketing or HR or any of the other domains, the prompt is it's like Google search, right? Now it's, whether it's ChatGPT or a Copilot, it's part of it. I don't believe there's a course per se, but this is an integral part of many of the course offerings.
Right. Sanjay, when you hire a techie for your team, or Rohit, when you do it, what kind of technology skills do you look for today?
See, we just saw the presentation earlier.
Is there a stronger chance of them landing a job if they say we have done this from Coursera or that from DeepMind?
We look at, the broader thing here is learnability. How eager are you to learn things beyond what has been taught in the college? So and these are some of the, your learnability is manifested if you do some of these courses, that you are curious. That is all the indication that you get. Otherwise, I think whatever the colleges are doing today, I mean, first of all, if the industry believes that only 40% readiness is there, which we just saw in the presentation, earlier presentation, I think even that part is not being done properly yet. So let's not add too many courses to the industry. I think data science and AI and Gen AI, that can happen later. But at least the prompt engineering, and we all do prompting. I mean, it's nothing. If you can express yourself well, you can write a good prompt. Teach them English, teach them language, teach them maths, basic maths, which is all about neural networks is nothing, but I mean, it's all maths and linear algebra. So teach the fundamentals, because these things will keep changing. Prompting is there today, but there are companies who are automating the process of prompting also. So things will change very rapidly on this. I don't think we are there yet. Just the core, make them good generalists, well-informed, maths, English, whatever you learn in primary school, just carry it all the way through to BTech.
Right.
I think just building on that, fundamentally, technology changes every few years, sometimes few months as well.
Now it's every week or
almost
every month or every fortnight.
So it's extremely difficult to hire based on have you taken this course or not taken this course, right, at the end of the day. So fundamentally, you have to go focus on hiring people who are fundamentally able to adapt to the technology space and move forward. And to your earlier point, if you feel threatened or uncomfortable about Gen AI disrupting, leave this field, because this field is not for you. Because that is how technology has been for the last 30, 40 years, right? It has constantly evolved itself in terms of what you're doing. If you're just going after the shiny object, like we interview many people who say, I want this job only if I'm going to work on Gen AI. We have only limited number of projects on Gen AI. So as a result of which, you have to understand that it is extremely important for you to come with the right mindset to make sure that you are able to disrupt your own job in a very short period of time. And if you're not willing to do that, whether it is Gen AI, whether it is programming language, whether it is platforms you're working on, you're probably not the right fit for our organization, right? That is the core aspect that we look at it. And since Gen AI is the latest part of it, we want to make sure every single engineer in our organization is capable of understanding that. We did a little bit of an experiment recently. So I had my top architects actually run a session on Gen AI, and we invited everybody. And we started from the basics, like Sanjay is saying, we started from matrix multiplication, something I learned back in 11th or 12th grade. And the people who were most excited about that were all the young kids, interns. People who didn't show up were the managers, right? Now, if I had the option of letting go of them without actually hurting my business, I would have probably let them go of that particular day. Because they feel, things are all fine, chal raha hai, chalta rahega. I'm the manager. You will be the most disrupted job in a very short period of time.
And you're saying this to a room full of managers.
Please get on the boat.
Sanjay?
I completely agree with what Rohit said. Absolutely. I mean, the foundations, of core maths, core English, basic English, if you can express yourself well, I think just be a good problem solver. That is what engineering is all about, and then things will change.
I believe, in the industry, the current problem is when you want to introduce any new tools, including co-pilots, there is resistance, right? The resistance with the engineers, like, I think what I would like to see is more adaptability and open to change. If
See,
you're not
but they are
open to
resistant
change,
because tomorrow you'll say, I only need the co-pilot, I don't need you.
yeah, but then that's the reality. So you better see what's your value proposition, right? Problem solving, visioning, strategic acumen, product thinking. Those things are not going away, right? So when when some tool gets introduced, including Copilot, you can see like 70% not having they don't want to do it. The resistance is so high. So I think if at all, if there is anything, I would say with Gen AI emergence and new tools coming, be adaptable to change and look at your value proposition in a different form rather than the traditional, I know I am the best coder. Actually, machine has come which can code better than you, can comment better than you, can test better than you. So just realize that and be open to change. That's what I will say. And that's the requirement. When I said prompt engineering, it's all about like, how are you going to interact in English language and say, hey, I want to develop a chatbot for insurance or for anything. And then let it do, and then you say, hey, I want this better enhancement. So you are learning how to prompt a machine. Just like, when it was assembly language to C language to Java, and now you're going to speak in English to write your code. So be adaptable.
Okay, be adaptable. Oh, we have 4 minutes. I'd like to take a couple of audience questions in case we have a mic in the room. Does anyone want to ask any questions? If you can just introduce yourself.
Well, if you have any questions, you can kindly please raise your hand and we'll have the mic being passed. Well, looks like nobody has a question.
Everyone is sleepy after the meal. People who have had a full meal.
I will ask a question. I'll ask a question.
Sorry, yes. Okay. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
People have been in this industry and using certain technologies for last 10 years. I know you've been saying you have to be adaptable, you have to be more proactive, but who've been there for last 10 years and there are people here who are managers, what do you advise them?
Rohit has said
Rohit, I'm
enough.
scared of asking Rohit.
Rohit has said enough already.
I'm scared of asking Rohit anything now. Yeah.
I'm not asking you to send everybody out, but what is a better solution for it?
Yeah, Rohit, what's a better solution to managers who are open?
I think it doesn't matter manager or IC or anything. You were saying this question that to say, oh, if I use Copilot, I may not be needed anymore. If you cannot disrupt your own job, don't be in this industry. Because this industry disrupts itself every few years. Whether it is a manager, whether it's a leader, whether people sitting out here as CEOs or CTOs, if you don't know how to disrupt yourself and still be useful in the industry, this industry is not for you.
Thank you.
I'd just like to add a quick thing to help you, right? One of the things that we run is a Harvard Managed Mentor. That's a program that is run through Harvard University, but any university can take it. It's really, really good. It completely runs in an asynchronous mode. Reasonable, and it helps you to develop the right mindset that some of the panelists have been talking about, right? So the hard question is, there's nothing soft about soft skills, right? In fact, they're the hardest. Learning to code, learning to fix an engine is that much more easier than saying I'll become more adaptable or become creative. So one of the things I'd like to recommend is look at something like a Harvard Managed Mentor, but I'm sure there are lots of other courses like that. And it's not just a course, it's actually a program with some guided mentorship and other things, and we run this HMM at CIE as well.
So for managers, I would like to say, look at your day job, and if there are simple routine tasks that can be automated, please automate yourself and look at doing creative problem solving on a lighter note.
Okay. Anyone else? I think we have. Okay.
So I'm Melvin from Cisco. So I'm working as an HR. So I have a few questions with respect to artificial intelligence, just on the general terms. So right now, whatever AI we are using, like weak AI, so there is then general intelligence, which thinks on par with us, like human beings, and then super intelligence. I think we are on the roadblocks to that. But as you said, robots, long as now they can't think strategically, maybe not now, but how about in the future, 10 years or 15 years post to the AI being introduced right now, right? How about that then? What will be their intelligence? Then that would be a major disruption among the jobs, right? Then they would be also able to think as like human beings. Because not only with respect to IT segment AI being used, but also with respect to neurological segment, genetic science, and we have Elon Musk who has implanting Neuralinks. It is using, right? So as long, it is also helping the person who is using the Neuralink to work efficiently, as long as it is also backtracking the data, right? How the human brains actually working on the different parts of human brain, how it's actually. It can be cross-functionally interacted into the robots as well as the things, right? So how will you address to that?
You want to take it, Satya?
This is a real futuristic question, right? I mean, there's a movie called HAL 2001 that came out in the 90s, and that talked about something like this almost 25 years ago. I think it's impossible to predict. Would anybody have predicted in 1950 that, man would land on the moon? And the answer would have been absolutely no way, right? But then man has landed on the moon and then gone beyond, and now, Elon Musk, since you brought him up, is looking to colonize Mars. So I think it's too early to call out and say this will not happen or this will happen. Neuralink, which you mentioned, right, is now able to take a completely paralyzed person and get him to have the, brain implant, and then, he's able to move. So I think there is, if you're a techie or if you're in HR, these are exciting times to do, because I think there is change. When there is change, I think there's opportunity. There's also a threat, but there's also an opportunity. And I think it's for us to kind of work together, right? With the industry, the academia, the government, coming together to, really make this thing work for the society. Otherwise, AI is like Brahmastra. If not handled correctly, this thing can just destroy pretty much everything, right? So I think it's in our collective interest to try and see how we can shape the future by, one of the things I just wanted to quickly say is, I think we'll need not just CEO, chief ethics officer is something that we'll need if you're talking about AI, right? It's not about execution. AI can do it for us. The real question is, where's the ethics in all of this?
Right. Time up, so very quick, rapid fire. Satya, you go first. One AI skill every 21-year-old should have today.
The entrepreneurial mindset.
Uma, one AI skill every 41-year-old should have today.
It's basically creativity.
Creativity, okay. Sanjay, one job that AI or other disruptive technologies won't take away.
Thinking and basically we're working with humans. That part won't go away. Relationship, human emotions, that will never go away.
Okay. Ravi, one unimaginable job that will be created by one of the disruptive technologies.
I think it's being imagined, the ethics, managing AI from an ethics point of view, that will be created.
Rohit, your wildest disruptive tech prediction for the next 2 years?
Next 2 years? I think holographic representation of somebody who walks you through a solution like a human being.
So this panel will have all our holographs or hologram.
Yeah, instead of me, they could be my hologram. Right? May do a better job.
Great. On that note, thank you all so much, and a big round of applause for our speakers as well. Thank you very much.
Well, with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause for all our panelists and our moderator. I request all of you to please remain back on stage. That definitely was a fantastic discussion, and I'm sure we have a lot of key insights. I would now request Mr. Mridul Kumar, Senior Vice President of Product Management, to please join me on stage and hand over memento as token of appreciation. I request all the dignitaries to please remain back on stage. Well, also, ladies and gentlemen, that this is going to be a final cue for your crossword. While we take a short tea break, I request everyone to hand over your crossword cards at the HirePro zone. While we also are going to put the final clues on screen, you can have a look at those. And once you have completed, we request you to kindly please hand over your cards at the HirePro zone right outside. Requesting everyone to kindly please reassemble back in exactly 10 minutes from now, and we get started with the much awaited session, Startups, the crucial role of academia in nurturing entrepreneurship. Well, can we have the slide for the clues, please? A little later. Thank you so much, all the dignitaries on dais, for your valuable time. Well, once all the cards are submitted, we request all of you to please hand over this at the HirePro stall, and the results will be announced this evening.
So rested in thought, and as he stood, the Jabberwock whiffling through the tulgey wood, with eyes of flames. Beware the Jabberwock, my son. The jaws that bite, the claws that catch. The Jabberwock. He left it dead.
You found that they...
Johnny, relax. In my business, you don't trust anybody. Johnny, relax. In my business, you don't trust anybody. Johnny, relax.
Well, I kindly request everyone to please hand over your crossword cards at the HirePro zone. If you've still not finished it, requesting you to quickly get the answers and get ready for the final results to be announced very, very soon. Also, ladies and gentlemen, if you're done sipping a cup of hot coffee, requesting you to kindly please get inside the hall, take your seats and settle down as we're all set to get started with our next and final panel discussion, Startups, the Crucial Role of Academia in Nurturing Entrepreneurship. Well, ladies and gentlemen, kindly requesting everyone to please take your seats and settle down as we are all set to get started with our next session. Well, I repeat again, ladies and gentlemen, everyone who's outside, requesting you to kindly please get inside the hall, take your seats and settle down as we are all set to get started with our next panel discussion. Well, I also hope that each one of you have already submitted your crossword cards at the HirePro zone, because at the end of the evening, we shall be disclosing the winners who have got the right answers. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, we have all the clues on screen. In case if you have missed out any clue and you would require to once again recheck, the clues are being displayed on the screen. Kindly please have a look at the same and submit your crossword cards at the HirePro zone. And at the end of this evening, we shall be announcing the winners. Thank you. Well, also a quick reminder for everyone who's outside, it's a humble request. Kindly please get inside the hall, take your seats and settle down so that we can get started with the next session. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope the energy levels are as high as it has always been. Moving forward with our next panel discussion, startups, the crucial role of academia in nurturing entrepreneurship. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me an immense joy to firstly welcome our moderator on stage. Join along with me as I welcome on stage Mr. Madhav Chanchani, co-founder of the ARC. Mr. Madhav has spent over 15 years at the intersection of media and the new economy. He began his journey at VC Circle, a digital media startup, and played a key role in scaling it before its acquisition by News Corp. Madhav has also held significant positions at the Times Group and Your Story, where he scaled the cap table to over 1 lakh readers. And with the ARC, he aims to build a platform for tech-driven industries and challenge conventional digital media approaches. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause and let's welcome. Moving forward, I would like to now call upon our esteemed panelists, starting with Mr. Martin D., CHRO at Zepto, with nearly 30 years of rich experience across IT, ITES, manufacturing, and e-commerce sectors. Martin is instrumental in scaling Zepto from 1x to 10x. His previous roles include significant positions at Amazon, Accenture, Microsoft, and many, many more. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big hand for Mr. Martin. Next, I would like to call on stage Mr. Rishi Das, co-founder and chairman of IndiCube. Keeping up the claps really loud. Rishi has co-founded CareerNet, HirePro, and IndiCube. IndiCube is now one of India's largest workplace solution companies. Rishi is also a charter member of TIE and a guest lecturer at IIM Bengaluru and Calcutta. Let's give a big hand for Mr. Das. Next, I would like to call upon Amud Malviya, co-founder and engineer at Udaan. Amud is known for his roles as co-founder of Udaan and ex-CTO of Flipkart. He is dedicated to enhancing engineering education and perspectives within the tech industry. Let's give a big hand and let's welcome Mr. Amud on stage. I also extend a warm welcome to Vardharaju Janardhanan, Vice President, Human Resources at Flipkart. Mr. Vardha brings over 28 years of rich global HR experience focusing on talent development, leadership management, and culture shaping. His previous roles include leadership positions at 24/7, JDS Software, LG, and Zoho. A warm welcome to you, sir. Last but definitely not the least, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands up and let's welcome Sanjay Anandaram, co-founder NiceOrg.in with over 35 years of rich experience. Sanjay is a champion of entrepreneurial thinking and societal transformation. He's also involved with several funds and organizations and also an author of Startup Mantras. On that note, a big round of applause for all our dignitaries on stage, and I would leave to our moderator to take the session forward.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that introduction, and it's great to be here at the HirePro event, and excited to moderate this great panel. And we have a diverse set of views. We'll have views from entrepreneurs, we'll have views from recruiters, and senior HR executives, and we'll also have views from the area of micro entrepreneurship and how to think about entrepreneurship in a different context as well. So, I mean, before this panel discussion, we were just having a conversation and came across this very interesting statistic from a recent study that HirePro has done, that basically 67% of students polled in the survey in mostly engineering and technical colleges want to start up in a span of next 10 years after passing out. So that's a fairly interesting statistic, and would love to hear views of Amod and Sanjay on this to understand. I mean, how has entrepreneurship or excitement from entrepreneurship among students changed? Because both of you have been part of the startup ecosystem and been looking at entrepreneurship for a long time. So, Amod, you want to start on this?
Sure. I think, firstly, it's very good that
we have a lot of students thinking about entrepreneurship. The change, I feel, is largely to do with much bigger visibility to startups. We've also had some public successes in the recent times. And a lot of that, what it has done is brought attention to just the kind of, like the fact that there's no ceiling. That orientation has really come into students. I have to say, though, that personally I'm very surprised by that number. I do feel that there's a bit of over-glamorization that has gone into it, which has influenced the thinking of the students when responding to the question. This is just my guess. In practice, I don't think most students will end up going down this path. And I don't mean this in a judgmental way in terms of right or wrong. That's not what I mean to say. I just feel that this number doesn't pass my gut check in terms of how things will pan out.
Okay. Yeah, thanks. Entrepreneurship has really traveled the arc from the time when, people would wonder what is meant by entrepreneurship, and when a student decided to join a startup or do a startup, parents would be very upset. Number two, if the person doing the startup was about to get married, I've been in situations where we have had to sit down with the prospective in-laws and explain to them that, look, a startup is not a bad thing. So from there till today, we've made a phenomenal shift. So we've traveled that arc. And the important thing is that the mindset has changed, and that's all thanks to awareness. It's thanks to media. It's thanks to the changing market, all the usual socioeconomic indicators. And all of it is good. What is bad about this is the needless hype around it, as if it is a sure short ticket to glory. Right? The hard work, the losses, the phenomenal pain that somebody goes through is kind of kept camouflaged. So, it's important, particularly because for most people who are seeking jobs out of college, predictability and stability are actually the critical factors that determine decision making. Whereas the sex appeal and glamour of a startup is really is at odds. Right? So I'll just stop here and talk about it more.
So Rishi, in your experience, how has that changed since you were in campus?
So I will pick up the cue from where Sanjay talked about that entrepreneurship today is a lot more fashionable, socially acceptable, and which was not the case 25 years ago. The other fact I will say that, again, pick up cue from what he said, that today it is so fashionable, has so much of glamour. But since we are talking about the academia here, and I remember one shlok in Sanskrit we learned in school, which was about students. Kak cheshta bako dhyanam shwan nidra alpahari grahatyagi iyam vidyarthi panchalakshanam. So I will just explain that. Kak cheshta means we all have heard the story of crow, the persuasiveness of a crow. Bako dhyanam is the focus of a crane, bagula. And shwan nidra, sleep less, be alert. Alpahari, do more with less. And grahatyagi, penance. I think those attributes that define the student, I think entrepreneurship is no different from that. Exact 100% overlap when it comes to the values and the way entrepreneurship has to be done, practiced, is that. And entrepreneurship is very lonely. Typically, like you are blessed to have a co-founder, like in my case, Anshuman, and then in IndiCube, Meghna. So otherwise, it's a journey with so many downs that if you are not focused, if you don't, and you can't get distracted at all. I think so. That is a very important element. The other fact I will say is that unfortunately, in our country, entrepreneurship by and large has been hijacked by the IIT phenomena, the English media, and the Western money. These three pretty much take away 80% of the attention of the entrepreneurship story in India. There is a big Bharat, and what Sanjay is doing at NICE, if you see, is so amazing. And then you look at businesses like Adyar Anand Bhavan, or you look at Suguna Chicken, thousands of crores of businesses with no losses ever, highly profitable, sustainable businesses these guys have built. So my advice will be that don't get too much bogged down that entrepreneurship is only about technology. It is not just about technology. Technology is an enablement. So look at the real problems in India. Think about doing 1.0. You look at Flipkart. I think the cash on delivery was solved by Flipkart. And Amazon picked it up. Because in a country like India, that was the need of the hour. So I think there are so many 1.0 stories which we as entrepreneurs found the gap, solved it. So that has to be looked into. Last thing which I will say is that there are many shareholders we have beyond the cap table, right? It is our family, our friends, our well-wishers. So when you go on that journey, you should always remember that they need to be acknowledged while we are growing and doing well. And growth at any cost comes at a huge cost. So it comes at the cost of health, relationships, your cap table as well. So grow in a sustainable manner. You have to be fast and steady. And luckily, whatever correction we are seeing today in the Indian entrepreneurship ecosystem, it is very good. I think 2 decades of hard work that has been put up, I'm so happy that it will not go in waste. And this correction will help us in a very, very good way.
Thanks, Rishi. Yeah, there are upsides and downsides definitely to it. So we'll get to both of them. Hopefully in this panel we'll be able to discuss. But first I want to look at the upsides of entrepreneurship becoming so mainstream and so aspirational for students as well. So I mean, how has this translated in when you go to campus for recruitment? Martin, I mean, what's your sense? You've been recruiting for Amazon for a long time and now for Zepto. So how have you seen this play out, I mean, as well?
So I think I will first recently talk about my Zepto experience, right? So when we are looking for candidates, we are looking for someone who brings in those entrepreneurial skills, the ownership, as you call it, right? Who's ambitious, is a risk taker, because we know the environment in the system, right? And then for these, we know what are these competencies that is required, what are the things they are displaying, which is going to make our, make it easy for us to, as they onboard us. Because anyone who's not showing those entrepreneurial skills is going to, soon exit out of the organization. Because, when I joined here, which is like, in Feb, first couple of months I was, having been in the MNC for a long period of time, the stakeholder management, getting a buy-in, all those things, was little, I had to go through the process of understanding the organization. And once I figured out, I think the company is like hiring people who have done that and wants to do it again and trust people to do the right thing for the organization. And then, so you just move on because of the pace that we are moving, right? It's quite amazing, right? And if I have to compare with Amazon as well, right? I think Amazon was a little different from other companies that I've worked with. And there, I think it's all guided by the leadership principles. And one of that is ownership. And so we are, and I think depending on the levels, I don't know whether in campus, I think one of the things we'll be looking at ownership, because you don't test for technical skills or, the experience per se, but is the person taking initiative, wants to, do something much bigger. I think those were some of the things. And personally for me is, I can leave out anything, but if someone has got ownership, I believe the person will do the job for me in a really good manner. Because for me, personally, when I'm hiring for my own team, I look for that ownership aspect of it, because, anything else it will come second. Because if you are showing that ownership, I know the person will not stop in solving the problem, whether it is his or her own areas, or sees a problem that is in the organization level and picks it up and runs with it. That's my 2 cents.
So what are one or two of your questions to test for entrepreneurship? what are one or two of your questions to favorite questions?
I might leak it to the people in there. But yeah, so thankfully I've been trained in 11 years in Amazon. I was a bar raiser there as well. So questions around what have you done beyond your scope of work, or you help someone at some less complex level. But the larger ones is what is the customer problem that you solved, right? So is it, and when did you go out of your way to solve a customer problem? And pretty much depends on the complexity of the response, kind of determines what kind of ownership. So multiple questions around those areas. So I think those are the things that we kind of ask. Yeah. And plus, obviously, ambition, right? So what do you want to do? Are you risk-taking ability? I think these are some of the other qualifiers that kind of helps in understanding.
So, I mean, as Zepto, you're one of the, more recent recruiters in campuses, but Varda, for you also, are you also seeing this phenomena when you go to campus to hire, people who want to be entrepreneurs, and what are some of your questions for them, and what are some of your filters for them as well?
Yeah, I think when we go to campus, that's one of the pivot, and it's not all of it. I just want to make it very clear. So if your question is, how do you really gauge some of the metrics? I'm not going to repeat what Martin has said. There are three elements in addition to what Martin said. Is the first very important element is the resilience factor. In today's industry, it's kind of ever-changing. People have to really work in a very ambiguous environment. The ability to kind of bounce back again and again, that resilience factor is a very, very key. I think that's one that generally that we gauge. Number two is it's not about individual success, it's about collective success. Unfortunately, our academia teaches all about is A grade, B grade, first rank, second rank. If I have to really get first rank, I think I have to make sure that others, it's a race, right? So I think they'll have to really teach about, not so much worried about the rat race, and look at the larger picture and work collaboratively. That's a second piece I would say. And the third is, I would perhaps say in terms of, there is too much of hyper-personalized instant gratification is the attitude people get it, right? I think entrepreneurship is not a T20 game. It's about a test match. In the test match, generally the coach says, like when you go and play, the coach says that give the first session to the bowler, and if you play really well, the rest 4.5 days, it's batsman's paradise. What that really means is, correlating back to the organization is, it's not like the pitch that you play in Bangalore is the same in the Sydney, right? You'll have to check the bounce, the pace, all of it, the bowlers. So therefore, when they really get into an organization, they'll have to really understand the context before they really make anything. And therefore, I would want academia to really kind of prepare them not to really go beyond like too much hung upon instant gratification, rather play for a long innings. When they really play for a long innings, I think they will make themselves really wiser and contribute to the organization.
Okay. So Amod, we were talking about your early experiences to try to hire for startups. Would love to understand over the last 15 years or so, how has that changed in campus in terms of people wanting to join startups? How did your early pitches or early efforts while you were at Flipkart or Apna Loan go, and how has that changed what you saw in Udaan more recently?
Yeah, so I think pretty much the same thing that got discussed just a few minutes back, that people's orientation, willingness to consider startups has gone up significantly. It's actually flipped. So, in the early days of Flipkart, I remember I used to have a slide about how to convince your friends and family, particularly your parents, why you are, joining a startup. And sometime around, I would say 2012, I feel that it started changing. It flipped, where startups actually started becoming the more preferred destination for students. And if I were to be very honest, this is my personal opinion, I feel that the big reason for that flip was startups actually started paying, more lucratively than what a standard MNC would actually be paying. That's my personal opinion. Others might have a different one. What happened with the kind of capital that India started attracting 2011 onwards is that there's a higher sense of security. So we talk about risks in startups. Those risks are usually borne by investors and founders. Employees, I would say 2011 onwards, at least for the well-funded startups in the technology space, the risk factor for employees came down significantly. And that, I feel, has been a big reason behind the change. What that has also done is it's also screwed up the orientation to think beyond just internet, in terms of when people think about startups. Sanjay was talking about some of those factors as well. Personally, I feel that, technology pervades everything, which is why I'm talking about internet startups versus non-internet startups specifically. I feel that because of the kind of attraction that some of the internet startups created in terms of lucrativeness, that has come at a cost of a more broader, more heterogeneous startup ecosystem. So those are some of the thoughts that come to mind. Things have become a lot easier for startups. There is one factor that I would also want to put out. As from a startup perspective, when hiring, it has become more of a struggle to hire because it's more like finding needle in a haystack now than what it used to be earlier. So 15 years back, as a hiring manager, it was easier for me to narrow down quickly. It's become tougher now. I think the signal to noise ratio has become poorer, from a hiring perspective.
Martin, Bharat, I mean, you agree that signal to noise ratio has increased, and what are you guys been doing to, make sure that that doesn't come in, or the signal to noise ratio in terms of people who want to join startups, as Amod was saying, that has increased quite a bit as compared to what it was 15 years ago. So it's hard to filter candidates, hard to figure out candidates. Do you agree with that? And what are some of the things that you also end up doing to make sure you don't fall into that? Yeah.
What I've seen in the last 2-3 decades is it's a cyclic one, right? I agree with Amod saying that I think things changed around 2011, 2012, when it was easy to attract people into startups, right? So, and this was the same trend, I think, late 90s, right? So there were a lot of dot-coms, and it was easy to, hire, people into the startups, right? So, but after the dot-com bubble burst, it was very difficult to convince people to, join startups. In my opinion, I think I need to wait and watch. After the funding winter, funding is drying up and we're still in the funding winter, right? How the reaction is going to be. I know just last week we did a campus drive, phenomenal response so far. But when I compare it to lateral hiring, right? People are more comfortable going and joining a stable organization, right? I don't know whether it's the stability going, again, still the driver to find international assignments, or, don't want that long hours of work, or it could be any of those reasons. But seeing that in the last 3-4 months from the laterals. Need to wait and watch on how things are changing. But yes, the trend of last week from a campus, I think it's good, but fingers crossed whether they will join for the internship or not. I think that's a thing to wait for.
Yeah, just want to add, in fact, this is a very interesting piece of advice that I got from Zoho founder when I was with him, initial part. So I said, Zoho is not a brand that it carried through all the home. Then I'm talking about 2000. So in fact, there were conversation of attrition that somebody would really say that I want to leave. When I ask question, why do you want to leave? No, they're looking for alliance for me so that I go to Infosys, Wipro, I'll get a better alliance, right? So that's the situation then. So I don't think the situation has really improved. Coming back, this word that I've heard from my one of the co-founder then, he said there are two sets of people. So one, predominantly 98% of the people, they want to work for a brand, right? There are 2% of people who would work to create a brand, and our job is to really find it's always going to be really tough. That aspect of 98 versus 2% has never changed in the last 20 years.
Okay, so, but now the change is that a lot of those brands have become startups and new economy companies that people want to work for. So, coming back to, I mean, academia and understanding, I mean, what we've been seeing also over the last few years is a lot of institutions have also started teaching courses on entrepreneurship, or people have started studying entrepreneurship. I mean, Rishi, would love to understand your view on this. Can entrepreneurship be taught, or what are the aspects of it that can be taught or can't be taught? How should academia approach this?
So I can give one example. When I was at Roorkee, this is about 1995. So one of my professors, Professor MP Jain, he floated the idea of starting a science technology entrepreneurship park. So that's the first time I heard entrepreneurship, and then referred the dictionary to see that what entrepreneur, even to pronounce that or spell that was a challenge. But then I convinced him to float an elective on entrepreneurship at Roorkee, and it was very well received. And if I look in the hindsight, a lot of people who joined that program became entrepreneurs or became intrapreneurial. So in some ways, I think providing the platform does help people to formalize their thought, gets the construct right. And there is some element of science, I will say, which is definitely there to a startup, because all of us as engineers or any graduation we do, we lack a lot of areas which are typically required to run the company. Then I will still say that 70-80% of entrepreneurship is art, it is not science. So only thing what colleges can do is tell their students which are the right role models, typically bring them a lot of their alumni with whom they can interact. And I don't think they need to do anything specific. They need to be more of a facilitator and always look at enhancing, encouraging the risk quotient. I think Professor Sadagopan in his inaugural address said a very good thing, that why people look at their first salary. Why don't people look at the last salary of somebody's career and where they ended up? So I think this obsession with the first job, the first salary, I think that is where the colleges have to downplay and promote basically the risk quotient. I think this is what colleges can do and should do. Yeah.
So Sanjay, Rishi talked about role models and having the right role models. So just wanted to get your view. I mean, do the role models of entrepreneurship need to be a little more diversified, you think, and what's your thought process on that? And you've also been working on the concept of micro entrepreneurship a lot more, so would love for you to tell the audience what micro entrepreneurship is, because I don't know how many of them are familiar with that concept.
So quick correction, actually it's not micro entrepreneurship, it's entrepreneurship that is small, that has the potential to become big. So a micro entrepreneur remains micro. Huh? So you first talked about role models. See, role modeling is critical in any field, right? Because that's what motivates everybody. And role models can be entrepreneurs, role models can be those who are entrepreneurial minded. Okay, and I actually have a lecture on this separately, I will tell you when I teach. But it takes someone like Gandhi, right? 48-year-old person comes to India, has never actually worked in India till that point, all of a sudden transforms and becomes a model that everybody aspires to follow. How did it happen in the pre-internet era, right? There was no social media. How did everybody get to know what he was saying? How did you get all people together? How was the communication done so that there was consistent clarity of communication? End goal was decided. The means varied, but had a guide rail that it will be non-violent, and so on. Now, in my mind, that's a phenomenal entrepreneurial experience that we generate in the political sphere. And you can have multiple such examples across all domains, right? So when you think about it, entrepreneurship is actually about making something that is deep, innate within you come to life when faced with a series of constraints. When your imagination and willpower is greater than your constraints. That is the real test of entrepreneurship, right? So when you think about it from that perspective, there are enough role models that we can all see, and it spans from small to large. Coming to the other point about, quote unquote, the micro entrepreneurs, which is the non-tech, I would call it, in that sense, that entrepreneurship is there everywhere. You know, I'll give you so many examples. You take Amul. Is it an example of entrepreneurship? It is. It is quite phenomenal. The largest social impact venture out of India, and perhaps in the world, $5 billion is the revenue, 5 million farmers are impacted, came out of nowhere, created institutions around it. For example, IRMA, Institute of Rural Management, was set up by Dr. Varghese Kurian to support it, and so on. The technology, right? We talk of technology. Buffalo milk was used to make milk powder. No country in the world would give us the technology to make milk powder because they said, we don't have it for buffalo milk and we will not give it to you Indians. He made it happen. So like that, you know, every step you'll find has been a struggle, has required entrepreneurial energy, has required a team, has required a sense of mission, has required some funding, etc., etc. All of this is exactly the same thing. There's no difference at all, right? So you take Arun ice cream, which is another great example. You know how large Arun ice cream is? 8,000 crores. 8,000 crores. No kidding, right? We don't know these guys. That doesn't mean they're not entrepreneurs, right? And I think it's important for us to understand that entrepreneurship is an instrument for creating jobs, generating wealth, and creating brands. And you look around the world, and you see what businesses have been created by sheer entrepreneurial energy. It is quite phenomenal, right? And it spans sectors, it spans domains, it spans age groups, and it spans time zones. In our heads, because we have imported the Silicon Valley model, raise money, grow at a breakneck speed, don't worry about the losses, build the brand, somehow get bought at a crazy valuation, that is entrepreneurship. It works in that context because of the multiple reasons, the funding continuum, etc., etc. But in other contexts, there is no less. In fact, I would actually say it's far greater because you're building a business that lasts with profits, right? And there are any number of businesses in India, any number. I mean, and there are books I've written about it and so on. I don't want to get into all that. But the point being that today, when you look at least the sectors I'm working in, which is the cultural entrepreneurship area, is how do you create businesses that are profitable, that are built in brands, that are based upon the artifacts with which all of us grew up. You know, we talked about Diwali and, you know, festivals. How do you create a Indian sweet dessert gifting item? And I'll give you an example. I'll just take max 2 minutes and explain this. A founder of a very well-known sweet chain in Bangalore, Anand Sweets, he told me this, and I really admired his insight. He said, what's the difference between a Ferrero Rocher chocolates and Anand Sweets? This was the insight. So he said, look, Ferrero Rocher You'll buy it, it'll come beautifully packaged and it'll be in a fantastic handbag. The branding is awesome. You'll bring it home. You'll keep it on the table. All the guests will be around it. They'll always look at it, Ferrero Rocher, and that's the experience. But when you buy Anand Sweets, what's the experience? The same thing, you'll buy the box, you'll take it to the kitchen, you'll quietly unpack it, you'll put it on a plate, and you'll bring the plate and give it. That is the difference in the way it is perceived, the way it is presented, the way it is packaged. Right? So that was his point, that we need to be able to do that. And that is an essence of entrepreneurship, where you spot an opportunity and you seize it, you see a problem and you solve it. Right? These are the only two dimensions. And therefore, whoever does that is entrepreneurial minded or becomes an entrepreneur, subsequently. But that is the key point I want to make. Think about entrepreneurship, in the sense of seize the opportunities or solve the problems. And it exists across the board. Absolutely exists across the board, in any domain.
But I'm sure in your experience you would have seen also a lot of startups or tech companies also who end up working with a lot of micro entrepreneurs and small businesses. So are you seeing any change or any pickup happening in that? And Amod, if you have any point of view on this, since Udaan ends up working with a lot of small entrepreneurs as well, so would love to get a perspective on this as well. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'll just take one example of a company called Kosha. It's an IoT company. So what do? He's got a small device. He puts it onto the handlooms of small entrepreneurs so that the end buyer knows whether it is handmade or it is power loom based. Use of technology for a traditional business, and because of the entire environment of sustainability and all of that and conscious consumerism, people want to know that is this actually a handloom or power loom. So how do I know that? He's built technology to solve it, right? And of course, financial services is all about catering to the last mile, financial inclusion, so there are all kinds of technologies for that, whether it's lending, payments, etc., etc. So, like I said, the opportunities are all around. We just need to have our eyes open to see it. It's all there.
Yeah, so I pretty much share most of the points that Sanjay talked about. I think the opportunities are all around us. I also, I'll tell you a part where I don't know if it's a disagreement, but, I would just lay over a different color to that. It's definitely true that we have, I think as a society, we've significantly overemphasized on some of the superstars, so-called superstars of the startup ecosystem. And that's, I feel, it actually sets the wrong tone in the ecosystem. It glamorizes things, when the journey is actually quite painful, right? So, but we have to be mindful that if we as a society have to be extremely forward focused, we have to develop capabilities and enterprises in areas for the future, right? And some of those areas do require capital. And so, we should definitely not sort of, but for lack of a better word, I'll just say demonize. We should certainly not demonize capital. I think we'll find good and bad examples in every kind of area, every kind of sector. We've got to make sure that we are investing deeply in all of these opportunity areas which are going under the radar. At the same time, we as a society have to make sure that some of the more talked about areas in terms of, which require investments, for example. AI is one of them, okay? AI is one of them, on the computing side of things, there's a wide variety of things. Just because the sector got overheated, we should certainly not, we shouldn't try to, that comparison is often enough artificial on both points of view. I just feel that the general principle that opportunities are everywhere, we need to focus on getting people excited about building things. It could be by, starting a venture. It could be about joining an early stage venture. all of them are great things. Just conversing at that wavelength is much easier for me than getting into other kinds of conversations.
Okay. And also, I mean, in the West, obviously, we've seen a lot of, professors or folks from campuses start AI companies also. Why do you think that's not the case in India, or what do you think is missing on that side? Yeah.
I shouldn't have brought up AI actually. It is a superheated sector. I think the framing of the question, I would probably frame it differently. What we've got to make sure is, if we were to look at all the developments in AI, in India, we are not really getting very well known for foundational developments. We are focusing a lot more on the productization of AI, in what ways we can deploy it and stuff like that. And I feel that that's one area where academia and industry could really work together to focus on things that are both foundational and in product. We are currently way too over-indexed on the productization side of things. Part of it is that the foundational pieces have been taken away significantly by high capital areas. But I also know of enough research that is actually, that is happening, which doesn't require as much capital. But those conversations get drowned out often enough when we end up conversing about AI. So, yeah, I mean, those are some of the thoughts that come to mind.
Okay, I think we are running out of time. So I would just like to ask a last question before we open it up to the audience for one or two questions. So one thing that I would like to ask everybody on the panel is, from the academia point of view, I mean, what is one thing that you guys would like academia to do or not to do in terms of promoting entrepreneurship? We can start with you, Sanjay.
I think academics to do is to step out and get involved with the real world, what actually happens out there. And I think it's a very important thing, because in India, and this conversation has been going on for many decades in the country, that academics in India are actually, closeted and away from the real world, and vice versa. The jugalbandi between industry and academia doesn't happen.
Yeah. So maybe tagging on to what Sanjay said, there are lots that we do for students on internship. So I'm just trying to really invoke a thought here. How about professors having an internship with the organization? It has like benefits, right? They come with a very rich academic knowledge. When they collaborate with an organization, organization benefits. Similarly, when professors collaborate in an organization, they take the real crux of what industry is doing and they can go and impart to the academia. That's number one. Second, as the corporates, can they really contribute to academia in terms of their course curriculum, right? Bringing out the right cases and then also go and start sharing it. So these two would be like, I would be a great starting point. It's going to be a great foundation. These are my two thoughts.
So two things, the first one is exactly along the lines of what Vardha said, better collaboration. At Flipkart, that's one of the things that had started, sharing problems with academia, getting a group of students to actually work on those problems, which is something that we continue to learn. I would love for the academia to also do better industry reach outs in getting, what are some of the most pressing problems, which can act as research problems for us. Right? Those are not big enough problems for you today, but 5x scale, you would start facing the heat on it. So those kinds of sharing those problems and getting students, groups of students to work on it. That's one. Second is, as a country, there's a lot of DPI work that we end up doing. Okay, digital public infrastructure related stuff. I've been often in conversations in some of those circles, I end up sharing with bureaucrats on, the government and related bodies focusing far more on producing specs, not implementation. Instead of getting a McKinsey to get a bunch of people lined up to implement stuff, focus on the specs. all implementation, spread it out in the academia. Okay, so that the students actually end up getting used to creating national scale infrastructure. And that, we've got so much work getting done in DPI. It would be true open source instead of the kind of open source washing that often happens in the name of DPI. So those kinds of problem statements end up being shared with the academia and groups of students getting trained on it. So these two things.
Couple of points quickly I will make. Reduce over-indexing on the first salaries and the grade points, and also see that how more and more startups can be involved into a given campus. In terms of, for example, if you look at placements, I'm sure there will be mechanism in which colleges will be treating startups differently from, say, a large MNC, because startups cannot plan that long. They can't go to so many colleges, they can't do those kind of logistics. So if we can enable more of that, I think that itself should foster a lot more entrepreneurship or entrepreneurial quotient among the students.
Rather than boxing the entire success factor into two main things, which is, the grades, number of graduates passed out, or number of placements that has been done, that shouldn't be the success factor. That shouldn't be the only success factor for academia. I think, for me, personally, if you can open the minds of the students, right? So I'm making a very philosophical statement, but your role is to nurture, open their minds, making them, build that thinking, learning mindset, right? And provide them the scope about what's available in the world. What are the avenues that they can venture out, right? I think that is the role I would like the academia to focus on, rather than, top 10 MNCs placements, or, my graduates are X CGPA and those kind of things. I think if you can open their minds to those, avenues there are plenty in the world, I think that will be a great thing that you can do for the students.
Thanks, Martin. Thanks, everyone. So we have time for one or two questions from the audience. Any questions?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Hiresh Khatri. I represent MIT ADT University, which is based out of Pune. So we have heard when the students are going for the internship for a longer duration, 6 months or a year, after the completion of the internship, they are being absorbed with the same organization by giving the PPOs. Same thing happened with the faculties. So we have sent these faculties into the internship model, which we were saying, into the organization. So when the faculties have gone over there, 3 months we have released them, we were paying the salaries to them. We have signed an agreement with them, proper agreement on the stamp paper, that they are not going to leave the organization for 3 years after completion of this training into the industry. And if you are going to leave, you have to pay out the 3 months salary plus 2 lakh rupees, right? And after the completion of this 3 months training, rigorous training, when they were into the industry, industry has offered the job to them. So the faculty has, like it was a PPO to them, internship plus PPO to the faculties. If we are going to send the faculties for the internship into the industry, how to tackle this situation?
Yeah. Interesting question.
And one more thing, it happened not with one organization, 3 organizations.
Okay. So I'm going to really say, is it a good thing that's really happening? I'll give an example. In Flipkart, like people say it's the poster boy of all startups, right? Do you know like how many entrepreneurs that Flipkart had produced? Any number? Just give a number. Yeah, maybe Anshuman, you're bang on. It's like more than 300 entrepreneurs as on date in less than 1 decade, right? What does that really mean? Can Flipkart can think like, oh, I get a bright talent into the organization, I train them, and then they go out and they really kind of get a startup on their own. Is it a good thing or a bad thing? Yeah, it's a good thing for both the ecosystem and also for the organization. I'll tell you why it is a good thing for a company, right? See, this message of Flipkart being an entrepreneurship factory is being kind of widely spread. Therefore, what it really means is the rate at which the brain drain that really happens, it is more than 10x, it attracts the entrepreneurs into Flipkart, right? So people who want to become an aspiring entrepreneur, this is going to be the breeding ground. They really come here, right? The same situation replicate there. For example, like of the 10 professors who went for professor internship, you lost 2 people, and then now you said like, hey, you know what, people are employable, they're going elsewhere. You're going to really attract more and more professors who have that urge. I'm going to say that you should celebrate that rather than regretting that.
I differ over here. I will say that I don't know how many organizations will be comfortable. I'm talking about corporate, sending their employees for a training program and eventually being happy about losing them. I think let's put the corporates in that place. Corporates are so wary about hiring people, undergrads from IITs, the top IITs, purely because they know most of them will go and do a master's. That was the situation many years back. So I think my view is that whatever this is not going to in any way develop the trust. I think those organizations should be named and shamed on the social media, if not anything more. And they should stop. Otherwise, I don't think that we are building anything trustworthy in this arrangement. Yeah. Sorry, Parda, my completely contra view.
The concern over here is when we are sending the faculties for the training, or you can say internship into the organizations. The purpose is when the faculties are getting trained and coming back to the organization and training the same thing which industry is doing to the students. When the faculty is not coming back, what we are going to teach? We are not going to recruit faculties again and again and sending in different organizations, and the same faculty is going to get absorbed into the organization. In that case, what we are doing, we are
I'll give a last, I'll try last. Give it a last try. If it's going to be 10 on 10, that all the professors go and then you lose them to an organization, it's a real problem. I assume it's going to be 1 on 10. It's not that every organization like...
No, I don't want to name the organization. One organization we have sent 4 faculties.
Do what the corporates do, retain them, counter offer them. See, right? That's the only way. See, that's how it works.
When you're talking about the counter offer, the academic is totally different, corporate is totally different. The salaries which corporate is offering, academics cannot offer. This is one thing.
That's a mindset. That's a mindset.
No, organizations, say suppose if the organization is offering the package of 1.5 lakhs monthly, academics cannot offer because there are certain norms. The income which organization or the academic is getting, it is on the basis of the fees which we are getting. Students' fees. That fees is again regulated by the government of India. We cannot charge fees beyond certain limit, wherein you don't have any such limit if you are producing one of the product. It is having the ISP.
You can start talking about constraints, but I think, if you,
I
think, in the interest of time, I think we should move on further on this one.
Let's take this offline. I think it's quite a complex problem that nobody saw coming.
Sure.
So I'm sure the speakers will be available offline to discuss this.
No worries.
Yeah.
Well, with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause to all our panelists and our moderator for such a fantastic discussion. I request you to kindly please remain back on stage while I request Madhur Nevatia, partner at Longhouse, to please join me on stage and kindly please hand over memento as token of appreciation to all our dignitaries on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, once again a big round of applause for everyone. Well, truly, what a fantastic conversation it has been. And with that, it's definitely time for us to move on to the much awaited fireside chat. But just before that, I want to ask everyone, are you all feeling energetic? Yes, really? Okay, looks like the energy is just doubling up every time. Okay, we're going to do something really exciting now, which is just a quick 1 second attention. I'm going to divide all of you from point A to point B. That's how I'm going to call for the next 10 seconds. This is point A to point B. This is point B to point A. When I just point out at you, all you have to do is, if you have the best energy with you right now, all you have to do is, you have to scream as loud as possible saying, oh, we have a great energy. But you don't have to say we have a great energy, you just have to say, oh. And then I'm going to go from B to A. We'll see how interestingly you're going to do that. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, and go. Okay, this side is just amazing, but I'm going to try from B to A now. 3, 2, 1, go. They're giving you a tough competition. Okay, I'm going to do one last time. Here we go. Let's see whether it's A to B or B to A. Here we go. Okay, I'm going to start here now. I see only smiles. 3, 2, 1, and go. Okay, I feel both the teams are just amazing. Do you all feel that as well? Lovely. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to something so fiery, and that's why we call this as the fireside chat. Well, what could be a better way to conclude this very inspiring day? We have absolutely a chat that's going to be remembered for a lifetime. We are thrilled to have a candid conversation with two remarkable visionaries who have made significant strides in the tech and media world. Ladies and gentlemen, join along with me as I truly take the pleasure of firstly welcoming Mr. Mukesh Bansal, founder of CureFit and Myntra, with a bigger and bigger applause. Mr. Mukesh has been a trailblazer in the Indian digital revolution. He founded Myntra, the leading fashion retailer in India, which was acquired by Flipkart for $370 million. Mukesh later founded CureFit, now India's largest omni-channel fitness platform with over 600 centers across 50 cities. He has also played vital roles in Flipkart and Tata Digital and is the force behind Meraki Labs, which has invested in high-impact ventures like Grow and Skyroot. Ladies and gentlemen, Mukesh is also an author of No Limits, Science of High Performance, and Hacking Health. With that, truly a man who needs no introduction. Put your hands up and let's welcome Mr. Mukesh Bansal. A hearty warm welcome to you, Mr. Bansal. Thank you so much for your fantastic time on stage. Nextly, I take the pleasure of requesting Mr. Pankaj Mishra, journalist and co-founder of Factor Daily, to please join me on stage. With over 2 decades of experience in journalism, Pankaj has worked with leading publications including The Economic Times, Mint, Times of India, and TechCrunch. We've heard him in the morning as well. And now, let's get started with an absolute fireside chat. Over to both of you.
Thank you so much. Mukesh, good to be here. There is one promise I will make to all of you. I'll let you go in about 20-25 minutes. And I hope I unlock enough energy from Mukesh for you to carry and navigate the world out there. It is crazy, I just got in. Mukesh, since morning I was here, and there's so much of talk about organizations, ideas, and really hairy problems, So it's great to put a spotlight on an individual. It's very liberating for me.
Not for me.
I can put a face to the solution. A lot of time we talk about Mukesh as a renaissance man of the Indian startup ecosystem. As an engineer who was a product manager in late 90s in the US, came back, there wasn't even a Swades movie released back then, came and did what he had to do. Let us time travel, Mukesh. So anyway, this is going to be a fiction. You meeting a 20-year-old Mukesh today, what will it be about?
I think my first conversation will be just about patience. The problem with when you're in 20s, like you are somehow feel so impatient. Most people in your 20s, you feel like, unless you do something in next 2 years, next 4 years, you are an absolute failure in life. Your career is not going anywhere. And which is, so bizarre, because in your 20s, obviously you have your entire career ahead of you. It took me like more than 2 decades to realize that anything worthwhile, easily take 10 years to do. Both my, Myntra is still going on. It's now a 17-year-old company. CureFit, we are going to finish 10 years in 26. And I think we're going to starting second phase of CureFit after 26. So my primary advice to people in their 20s to be really patient. Second is just explore a lot of things. The world is a fascinating place. There's so many things to learn. We don't truly know, what we believe in, what we care about, until we expose ourselves to different situations, get out of comfort zone and so on. So I think primarily, just navigating 20s as just open-minded exploration, let things happen to you, don't take anything too seriously, and slowly, just orient yourself to planning your career in the long term as opposed to thinking about as a first job is the most important thing, to start a company in your early 20s, if first company doesn't work. For me, I did try to start a company in my 20s. I was 23-year-old. I went from Chicago to Bay Area and I was basically living out of friend's couch. But the company didn't go anywhere. In 6 months, I was absolutely clueless. I had no idea. And it's only after I worked for a bunch of startups that I started to get some ideas. Despite that, we made so many mistakes, throughout both Myntra and Crossword journey. I just recently talked to someone and I was saying, I think last 17 years, there are probably only 3 or 4 good years. Other 13, 14 really bad years. It's just that those good years, they are able to mask all the bad years. So those are a couple of things, think about in your 20s.
Wow. Okay, difficult to imagine that, but good. The other thing is, if we go back to how you shaped your career, multiple entrepreneurial ventures, if you were to start today, what are the things you will keep in the bag and what are the things you will give up?
No, say more. I'm not clear on the questions.
What will work for you today and what will not work?
You mean in terms of approach or in terms of ideas?
Things that you have, whether it's skill or your mindset.
I think, there is a misnomer about people give too much credit to second time or third time entrepreneurs. I think for an entrepreneur, what is called beginner's mindset is very important. So now I'm at a point where, I still have a lot of energy and interest. I want to do more things, but my continuous reminder to myself is to try to forget what has happened in the past. This whole been there, done that mindset, I think is a big blind spot because today's environment is very different. So that's kind of first thing myself. Just, I think there's a lot of joy in being able to approach something for the first time and be open to all possibilities because entrepreneurship is also a lot of about serendipity. A lot of things happen, you don't realize, you don't plan for. Almost everything that that has happened in my entrepreneurial career was not planned. For example, Myntra pivot just happened randomly because I was visiting a lot of malls in India in late 2000s. And somewhere, the idea of pivoting to fashion started from there and so on. So, other thing is, I'll probably, compared to what I did in the past, I'll obsess a lot more about product. For most startups, I feel that you're truly born, not when you get first funding. You're truly born when you have a product that minimum set of consumers truly love. They're fanatic about your products, and this is a very, very hard problem. It requires, a lot of obsession about small details. So that's the other thing, I'll focus on. It's a little bit cliched, but, people are so important, especially first 10 or 20 employees you work with. So I'll truly obsess about that. There's a culture fit, there is meeting of mind, there is shared vision about what you're collectively trying to do. And other thing, you just have a lot of fun in the process. Startups, no matter what you do, no matter who you are, odds are going to be against you. And, if, for example, if I tell you that we are going to play a lottery where 10% chance of winning, 90% chance of losing, that, 9 out of 10 times you will not win, but you will not feel too bad about it because you understand. I think startups are very much like that. So recognizing that it's more about the journey and not about the outcome. And just really enjoying, the privilege of having to build something with other people and just enjoying every single day because learning curves go through the roof. So I'll probably focus a lot more on making sure, not worrying too much about what will happen 6 months from now, but truly enjoying what you get to do today.
Mukesh, there's also a lot of high performance, the way you talk these days. I've heard your Sparks podcast, and you've almost become an ambassador of high performance when it comes to individual entrepreneur or professional. Is there a science to it? There is a science to it. People are biohacking, people are doing all kinds of things. In your journey, what are the most practical things you are learning?
See, I'll maybe, since Olympics are going on right now, I'll start with, what do you think, the Olympics happen every 4 years, but what do you think the athletes do other 4 years, the outside of these 30 days of Olympics? They're training every day, right? Every day they show up, there is nobody watching them. They work with a top class coach, they're continuously pushing their performance. So I think ultimately all high performance boils down to that. I think showing up every day, whatever you want to be good at writing, or you want to be good at product management or programming, or about your personal fitness or health. So I think for me, high performance boils down to, first of all, what's clear about what do you want to be good at? What is your benchmark? In the previous panel, people were talking about role models. So what is role model? And then everything that you try to do, it has certain rules of the game. So understanding those rules of the game and really just designing a practice routine, and then show up every day and put in the hard work, every single day, and keep doing that. That's what pretty much high performance boils down to. High performance is not about being, doing multiple things simultaneously. A lot of high performance requires giving up many things. So you can focus all your energy on few things and then push your boundaries on that. Staying with the same problem for a long period of time, earlier I mentioned 20s, you should explore a lot of things, but that comes with a downside. Downside is that when you move from one thing to other, you are not going to get really good in something, and that's okay. That's a conscious trade-off you are making in just exploring bunch of things versus going deep. At some point, you'll have to commit to go very deep. I think true mastery requires probably 10 to 20 years of dedicated focus in one area, which, in my opinion, most people should do in late 20s, early 30s, not earlier, but sometime you have that clarity, you can start earlier also. So I think, that's what, high performance, I think, boils down to.
Mukesh, the other thing that strikes all of us here about you is multiple startups, right? Like they call serial killer, you're a serial entrepreneur. And,
Seriously killing myself.
And how do you stay relevant? And are there reality checks for you every time you go out there, come up with a new idea, go back to the investors perhaps to raise funding, hire a team? How is that journey for you? Are there any reality checks for you?
No, big time, right? So 2015, I was at Flipkart along with Amod, and at some point I was running pretty much most of Flipkart. It was, 7,000-8,000 employees. And when you're in senior leadership in a large company, you basically need to send one email, and a lot of people will think about seriously, plans will get created, budgets are there. And then I moved on from Flipkart and started CureFit. And first day, me, Ankit, and a couple of more people, we show up in this house with one room, and nothing was happening, right? There's nobody to send email to. And it's very frustrating, just even for a simple thing as to, if there's a mail on the door, then you have to go outside, receive courier, sign for it, and figure it out. So I think, people who want to especially, go back into entrepreneurship, realizing that going from senior leadership role back to, early stage startup, you have to roll up your sleeves and just be at the ground level. That transition can be fairly unnerving. Now that I have done few times, I'm quite used to it. In fact, I almost look forward to it. But that transition, could be something you can easily find yourself unprepared for.
Great. That is quite a reality check.
Other reality check is you keep realizing that next generation of entrepreneurs and youngsters are much smarter than you. They know more, and it gives you a huge complex when you see like you're talking to a 25-year-old and how much that person knows today, and you realize how clueless you were or I was when I was 25, and that gives you serious complex. How do you really compete? So in some way that also keeps me on my toes.
Yeah, we are where we are, so I can't escape the room without mentioning AI, right? And there have been a lot of discussions earlier today in the room. For someone like you, who is trying multiple things in the age of AI, how are you navigating all this? How are you learning, or how do you learn?
Yeah, so I will not comment on AI hype and stuff, but AI is very important. There is no question, and it's a AI is more than 50 years in the making, actually 75 years. First serious AI conference happened in 1957, if I'm not mistaken. And there's been lots of ups and downs since then. It is going to change the world in quite dramatic fashion over next 1, 2, maybe even 3 decades. So my only message to everyone is invest time in learning about AI. I think it's a paradigm shift thing. The way things will happen in future is very different. It is first time we're very close to being able to replicate or even exceed human brain, at least in some areas. And that is a very profound implications for how learning will happen, how we perform work at our jobs, how do we consume information. And there's so much available online, from books to podcasts to a lot of blogs, I started my career as a programmer, for first 3-4 years, then moved to product management. So it's been 22 years since I have not programmed. But recently I've gone back to start learning programming in Python, because I want to see this thing for, instead of reading only superficial level, I want to, what does it take to write even a simple program to be able to call ChatGPT API and see what response you get back, and how does the whole architecture work and so on. It's not very complicated, but you need to apply yourself. So my one message will be to learn as much about AI. Otherwise, you'll be dealing, you'll find yourself in the world where this, magical black box which does a lot of things and you have no idea, and you will then feel really left out.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, Mukesh. Earlier today, in fact, throughout the day, there have been conversations about industry-academia gap. And there are folks from the industry, and then there are folks from academia. And there are long deliberations about this gap. I was actually imagining an individual, a 22-year, like we talked about, and I was wondering, where does that person stand today? You talk a lot about impact, how to build impact through careers, navigate all of this. What would you talk to a 22, 23-year-old today?
Yeah, I think kind of a little bit repeating, but obsession about learning is very important. Playing the long-term game, exposing yourself to a lot of different ideas. Develop some method for self-awareness. Part of, what is the difference between a 22-year-old and a 42-year-old? Primarily, as with age, you are more self-aware. And when you are self-aware, you are better equipped to make choices. In 20s, we feel so much peer pressure. But Pankaj, how much peer pressure you feel? I hope not.
43.
Yeah. So, because, in this whole idea of FOMO, right? Because everyone is doing it, then you have to do. In Bangalore, evening, everyone's going to pub, so you have to also go to pub, right? It's not a very deliberate choice that you are making. So investing in the activities, it could be anything, it could be meditation, sometimes even sports. It's amazing how much you learn about yourself playing any sport. So I'm huge fan of that. Sometimes finding a right mentor, introspecting in any way, or journaling. Just have some space, Today, I'm pretty sure is there anybody in the room without his or her cell phone? Anyone? No, right? So, this device is now attached to us. It goes with us everywhere. We are so attached to our device, we don't even lose our phones anymore. Anyone who's lost their phone in last 1 year? Raise your hand. 1%, right? How many people have lost their phone once in their life? Nearly everyone. So because 10-15 years ago, it was a foreign device. We had no cognitive awareness. Now we are so used to it, we intuitively know where exactly our phone is. So we just, without thinking, we pick it up, keep it in our phone or bag. But because of that, we are continuously distracted. The moment this talk will get over, me included, we all go to our phone, check our WhatsApp messages, emails and so on. But not creating that space where you're reflecting about things, processing what happened in your day, what your own thoughts are. And that seriously hampers your ability to make choice. Then we are just consuming input, output. So that will be my other advice, create that space when you're disconnected from the device, disconnected from people, reflect, because as a result, you will with that gap, you will be in much better position to make a choice about, what you want to do, what you don't want to do. You can't do everything. You can't be you can't be like everyone. You can't be all the place at once simultaneously. But unless you're thinking deeply about it, you can't make those choices.
Wonderful. My last question to you before we invite everyone to ask you questions. If we speak to industry or academia today, one of the things that comes out is today's young and the restless, they want to retire early, for example. They only want to have gigs. And so they want to escape from all of this. I mean, and you hear this from both the quarters. And one of the reasons that we're coming across is the idea of resilience or failing or failures and things like that. In your multiple careers and everything that you do, what are you learning about failing?
See, I think failure is directly proportional to how difficult I think you are going to try. If you don't want to fail, try the easiest possible thing. I was talking to someone else today. Let's say you take a government job. Once you get in, then there is no failure. You are secure for next 40 years. Promotion will happen on time, right? But that's one way. So, but if you are ambitious, you are driven, you want to make some impact, that means you have to take risk. If you want to take risk, there is going to be failure. So if you are embarking on that path, then developing that comfort with failure is a very, very important entrepreneurial skill. I think you cannot be an entrepreneur for 10 years unless you develop a pretty close relation with failure. There is somebody who said, success is nothing but going from failure to failure without loss of enthusiasm. So how do you maintain your enthusiasm through each failure point is extremely important.
Just plugging another one. Because you have built multiple teams over decades, what has changed when you are meeting someone to hire? Is your compass still the same, or have you added anything to your questions? What is it like?
I think, at least for me personally, I've realized that interviewing is the question you ask and the answer you get, and answer may be right, wrong, but the softer factors are enormously important. There is now a lot of research also shows that most interviewers make up their mind about the candidate first minute or two, and the rest of it is just only about validation. So, what kind of energy you feel with the candidate, wavelength match, cultural match, this so-called, Google's airport test is, if you're going to be stuck with this person, can you talk to that person for 2 or 3 hours, or you're already, waiting for the interview to get over. So I look for those softer signals a lot. Second is, depending upon seniority level, prior track record. I think interviews, people can figure out basically the right things, it's not that complicated. But your track record is what your real resume is. So I pay a lot of attention. I just ask people to explain that what is the most significant thing they have done, and explain to me how they have done. And just hearing the thought process, you get to know how sincere they are they taking too much credit for something which is obviously done by a team, are they honest in what didn't go well, and so on. And I'm able to make my decision based on that input.
Awesome. So we come to an end, and I hope the organizers consider us for the most punctual session of the day.
Yeah, we're giving 10 minutes back.
So if there are questions, please bring it on and participate.
I think audience is also giving us time back, so it's great.
That's good. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you so much.
Check. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear a bigger and bigger applause. Well, truly, it goes with the conversation. It was definitely a fireside chat, and there was so much more that each one of us are carrying back home. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I would now request Mr. Anshuman Das CEO of HirePro and CareerNet, to please join us on stage and hand over memento as token of appreciation to both our dignitaries on dais. Let's hear a big round of applause for Mr. Mukesh Bansal and Mr. Pankaj Mishra. Well, let's capture a wonderful moment. Come on, everybody, let's give a big round of applause. What a fantastic day it definitely has been. Thank you so much, dignitaries on dais. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we approach to the end of this remarkable day. Did you all enjoy? Was it a lot of learning, sharing, gaining? Definitely? Okay. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for me to welcome Nilab to please join me on stage, who leads strategic organizational initiatives, client and delivery engagements, and innovative recruitment models across multiple sectors and geographies. With over 2 decades of fantastic experience, Nilab has been vital in shaping talent acquisition strategies and building world-class delivery organizations. Let's give a big round of applause for Nilab, who is the Chief Business Officer, CareerNet, to kindly please present the closing remarks.
Thank you so much. Good evening. So, I know that it has been a long day, but thank you so much for spending the day with us. I promise to be short. I know I'm the one standing between, for some of you, long journey home and when you can start from here. Before we get to reflections and how the day has been, let's look at the winners for the crossword. Do we want to start with that? So during the day, we basically had an engagement session around the crossword. Before we get into this deep dive of what we have heard through the day and what our reflections are and what is the key message we want to carry with us, which we can take forward, let's quickly look at the winners.
Well, I'm sure everyone's very, very excited. And if you're still here, only then you get the prize. That's the main thing. We should agree to that, right? A big congratulations to the winners. I'd like to call on their names and requesting you to please join us on stage. Firstly, the consolation prizes. Let's give a big hand for Hemant Harudi, Maltesh Kumar Deshpande. Well, the names that are displayed right here, we want you to just stand up and just wave at everyone. Not to me, to everybody. And let's give a big hand for Prashant Patil. Where's the gentleman? I can't see you. Yes, fantastic. Let's hear it for Mr. Tushar. Wow. And Dr. Santosh. Fantastic. Hearty congratulations to you. The prizes are at the HirePro Connect zone. Requesting you to please collect it. And now time for the winners. With a big broad smile, time for you to stand and wave at us. Let's give a big hand for Apurva. Okay, I'm getting Apurva's gift. I don't see her standing up. Is Apurva here? Well, looks like Apurva is not here. Should we give it to anyone's name who starts with A? That would be the best one, right? Let's give a big hand for Ansuha S. All the winners have vanished. Yeah, here she is. Hello, fantastic. Congratulations to you. Let's also give a big hand for Leena Karayan. Both of you are sitting together, which means the answers have to be same. Let's also give a big hand for Sachin Sahu. My goodness, now I don't know what to react. Should we give the prize? We should, or should I just take it? Teamwork. Teamwork makes any dream work. Fantastic, but let's give a big round of applause for all of them. Well, all your prizes are at the zone, requesting you to please collect it. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Congratulations to the winner. And the fact that we had 3 of them from the single table, I think to establish trust, it is good to have proctoring for the offline contest like this as well. So good evening once again. As we wrap up Momentum 2024, I wanted to take this opportunity to reflect on the remarkable day we have experienced here today. And the day has been remarkable thanks to you all who have basically spent the whole day with us, as well as because of the speakers and their authentic conversations and the forward-thinking ideas. So it was very encouraging to see very authentic reflections, real-time scenarios, as well as the day-to-day life examples as to how this gap which we have been talking about through the day can be filled. We had the opportunity to hear views of over 30 plus speakers. This was spread across a keynote session, 4 panel discussions, and 2 fireside chats. We also had the privilege of hosting over 400 plus delegates, both from the corporate as well as the academia world. Now, this part of the discussion, there are 2 aspects. One is more customary, which is okay, the event is coming to an end, so we need to have a closing session. The second one is another important aspect which a lot of panel discussion covered, that yes, it is easy to talk about what the problems are. It is also easy to give suggestions on how some of them can be solved by somebody else. But the real crux lies in figuring out what we as individuals do to carry forward some of the things and solve some of these problems which exist. That is what I will try discussing today in next 5 to 6 minutes. That's what I intend to take. Some of us would have joined towards the latter part of the day. So I'll also very briefly cover what all happened through the day and what were some of the key learnings. We started the session with a welcome note by Mr. Anshuman Das. He did set up a right context and the broad premise for this overall Momentum 2024 event. The theme largely revolved around the focus of India being the decade, this being India's decade. And there are opportunities and challenges ahead of us as a nation as far as job creation, talent readiness, and the overall ecosystem alignment is concerned. I think through all the panel discussions, it was a common theme that everybody largely agreed that this is a topic of relevance and importance. There was acknowledgement that there are multiple such discussions panel members have been a part of. But at the same time, this is something which still remains very, very relevant and a problem which basically needs to be solved. Now, largely speaking at a macro level, as we prepare ourselves as a nation for 2030 and beyond, and the overall vision and dream of being Viksit Bharat, in general on the job front, there is this big need of developing the jobs, which should ideally be in a fairly large magnitude. Now, in general, roughly speaking, the broad estimates say that we need to develop about 90 to 100 million jobs in next 6 to 8 years, if we have to really realize the vision of being a developed nation eventually. Now, that being said, there are some headwinds and some tailwinds, and most of the day today basically was spent in discussing those aspects. We started with a very engaging keynote speech with Professor Sadagopan. It was very encouraging to hear him speak about a lot of startup-related initiatives. When I was imagining his keynote session, the initial thoughts at my mind were that it is largely going to be around industry, academia, impact, and things like that. But the anecdotes he shared around startups, how startups at grassroots level are able to create livelihood, how government is supporting some of these startups in becoming mainstream. It was very, very encouraging to hear. He also shared a very, very interesting insight that students need to start looking for the long-term game. Instead of thinking where this institute places me immediately after my education, the focus should be that, okay, if I study here, where eventually I can land in my professional journey. Does it help me to achieve X or Y in the long game of 20, 30 years versus what package do I get immediately? After that, we jumped into the sessions. The first session aptly was around IT services and GCC. That's the most talked about topic as far as engineering institutes are concerned in the country today. GCC is the hot favorite, IT services is where India has a significant depth as well as well-recognized leadership position across the globe. This is also a sector which roughly employs about 6 to 7 million professionals in Indian context today. And most of the students basically look forward to getting a job in one of these companies once they complete their courses. At a tactical level, there was a growing resonance as well as acceptance that a big aspect of colleges, there's this concept known as internships. And internships basically currently are not standardized. So some of them are 2 months, some of them are 6 months. Some colleges are talking about a year. And I think all the panel members eventually agreed that that's something basically which is important. And it provides a window of opportunity for the industry-academia interaction to basically happen. So there was that feeling that, yes, that's an opportunity which both the parties, which is industry and academia, can basically use closely, and how they can basically work together to make sure that the right use of that opportunity basically is done. I think everybody acknowledged that the industry-academia relationships can't be a one-off topic. It can't be a scenario where on the day of the campus hiring, the panel visits the campuses, hires a set of students and come back. So there was acknowledgement as well as articulated need that both the parties basically need to spend a lot more structured time with each other, figure out programs which can basically span much larger than just being a one-off interaction to fulfill the manpower needs. So from both ends, we heard Professor Bhaktavatsala from NIT Trichy mention that they have a student who is their customer as well as the product. And at the end of the cycle, corporates come to the campuses basically to pick up the students, have significant amount of expectations, but at the same time, they are not the one paying for that product. So that's how basically there was that need to look at campus and academia relationships in a different way. That was engaging. This was followed up by an insightful fireside chat hosted by Mr. Pankaj Mishra with Mr. Shankar and Parag Pandey. This again very largely focused on this aspect of multidisciplinary ecosystem. And the broad belief was that academia, students, government, and the corporates, they need to come together. There has to be this complex architecture of ecosystem which needs to work together to create a large network effect. So unless until that large network effect gets created by this whole ecosystem, it is very difficult to solve the problem which we have at hand as far as the scale complexities of India systems are concerned. Then from there on, we moved on to the engineering and R&D, which basically has been a hot favorite topic of late, given there's fair bit of focus from the government on investing in that sector. It's a large market in India. Dr. Satya did speak about the electronics industry eventually becoming a $200 billion industry and eventually growing to about a $3 trillion industry as far as India is concerned. India traditionally has had an advantage of being very deep-rooted as far as the design talent is concerned. So the broad feeling was that India basically is sitting on a very, very strong tailwind of 3 M's. There is a big market. India is developing manufacturing capabilities, and there's significant money government is putting behind the semiconductor ecosystem. Now from this Ma, what is basically missing is the Pa, which is basically the product mindset for individuals in India. So there was a growing discussion to basically say that within even a deep tech kind of a R&D and a semiconductor kind of a ecosystem, India should try and see how we can develop products out of India. Now, it is not something which we heard for the first time. It has generally been spoken about in context of startups and internet companies. But a panel talking about it and a growing consensus that this can also be done for a very deep electronic semiconductor kind of a space was very, very encouraging to hear. Now, as somebody pointed out, it is difficult to talk about anything today without bringing in AI. So that's what happened at our end also. We basically got to the topic of AI eventually. Like any other new technology or any other new thing basically which comes along, we basically go through these hype cycles for these topics. So one of the topic discussed was that where are we as far as AI is concerned? Is it going to be one of those hype which will go down? But there was acknowledgement to say that AI is something which is here to stay. It will make an impact, and again, anybody who is playing a long-term game would eventually succeed. Now, the most important aspect, which is a question in the mind of students, as to, okay, what do we actually learn? For example, there were thoughts around, should prompt engineering become one of the mainstream courses for AI? Now, what came out as a crystallized thought was that the pace at which technology is changing, it is important that the students who are coming out from the campuses basically have significant ability to learn on the go. Because the speed at which technology is changing, it is impossible to basically learn something end-to-end on day one and implement. So that's where it is important that the students which are coming out, they basically have this significant ability to learn and innovate at a scale in the real-time basis. And that's where they can basically stay ahead of the game. This was followed by a session on the startups. Now, generally, the way startups are, they basically have been, from an employment creation standpoint, at the cream of the layer. So generally, you basically have had, in, let's say, the technology job parlance, we have had IT services companies which basically largely have been the backbone. That's where basically largely where the cake has been. And then you basically have had past 8, 10, 12 years where about 1,600 GCCs have come in, and they basically probably have become the layer on top of it. Startups largely have remained the cream at the top. The number of opportunities have been limited. They pay better salaries, but at the same time, the number of opportunities which are available traditionally has been limited. Traditionally, the way entrepreneurship and startups have been thought through in Indian context in past 10 years, majority of them, the focus has been that if you are an entrepreneur and you are doing startups, you are doing something in technology. Second, you have to basically certainly become a unicorn to be classified as a successful startup. I think during the multiple discussion, the focus was to say that startups necessarily need not mean unicorns. For example, Professor Sadagopan said that you should think of them as nanocorns. You can basically think of micro problems at a grassroots level and still solve something, or become a part of a larger organization at some point of time. It was very encouraging to see this concept of micro entrepreneurs. That is something basically which can essentially change the game, and startups can get to the stage of being the actual mainstay employers as far as the volume in the recruiting space is concerned. We concluded with a fireside chat session with Mr. Mukesh and Mr. Pankaj. One common consistent theme again which came out there was that we need to think like a long game. It can't be a 2-3 year story. If we are thinking of a startup, if we are thinking of a career, if we are thinking ourselves as individuals, it is important that we basically are thinking long term. And again, we have learnability if we basically want to succeed. So don't be afraid of failures, but be afraid of not trying, be afraid of not learning. So a special thank for all our incredible speakers. It was great to learn from their expertise and vision. Now, as we conclude, there are 4 or 5 key points which basically emerged out, and I quickly wanted to cover them. One of them basically was the role of the government in this whole topic. I think across all the sessions, everybody did mention that government has to play an important role as far as the framework and the direction from a long-term alignment is concerned. So it was good to see there were coverages around government wanting to support startups in a few instances, the whole semiconductor mission which government has put together and things like that. But for us to basically create a long-term value, I think the role of government is pivotal. It was mutually agreed upon that between the industry and academia, there has to be a strategic, engaged discussion on an ongoing basis. So unless until that happens, it is difficult. There were some logical things which were discussed as to how this can be done, things like setting up the labs, doing the sponsorships and things like that. But at the end of the day, the fact remains that it is a complicated topic, and this basically requires 2 parties to come together and work for a longer period of time. So while there will be just-in-time hiring, there will be needs from the corporate ends for some bulk skills where you just need to go and get them. But at the end of the day, the way the technology is evolving, unless until corporates and academia figure out a way to work together on long-term initiatives, is basically going to be a chicken and egg story. And if that has to change, that alignment basically needs to come in. There was also focus on figuring out how we can basically move away from the focus largely only being computer science. So the focus was how we can basically become multidisciplinary. For example, how we can teach somebody who is a mechanical expert to become a mechanical plus a computer science expert, so on and so forth. There was a specific panel discussion on the startups, which definitely threw light on how to basically think of startups differently from your career standpoint. A startup, you also need an entrepreneurial mindset to work within a startup. It's not that you have to basically go out and start on your own. Even in a startup, for you to succeed, you have to do that. The biggest topic which basically came out was the scale and quality. Everybody acknowledged that there are large number of students who are passing out. Everybody acknowledged that there are jobs. But I think the scale and quality problem we basically have in an Indian context. The only way to solve this problem basically is if you are able to create an impact which is long-lasting. Unless until that happens, this problem basically will continue. As a nation, we don't have an option of choosing one. It's not possible that we either solve for a scale, or it is not possible that we only solve for the quantity or the quality. So both needs to be tackled hand in hand, and that's where I think the biggest crux of the whole problem and the solution will lie. As it was reflected upon in the HirePro report as well, that there's already this big gap between where corporate wants students to be, right? So a large part of corporates believe that students are less than 40% ready when they basically join on day one. Now that being the case, and with so much of changes happening in real-time basis because of AI, startups, so on and so forth, I think it does call for a call of action to make sure that we are able to focus on this area and solve some of these problems. Now remember what we have basically built here, this momentum. This basically needs to go on. So while there have been discussions on what can be done, how it can be done, I think it is important for us all to internally reflect upon and see what we can do as individuals to basically make sure that this momentum is kept on. That's where I'll take a pause, enjoy the evening, and let's carry the momentum forward in our endeavors. Enjoy the evening. Thank you.
Well, with that, ladies and gentlemen, we come to end of this lovely evening. I would firstly like to thank each one of you for your valuable time. You all have been a great audience, and I hope you all enjoyed it as much as we did. Just before we conclude, we have a quick scan code that we're going to put on screen. Your feedback is extremely important to us, and it will definitely help us to grow, make it big, make it happening, make it interesting, and every feedback is accepted. If not also on screen, we also have a feedback right behind your lanyard. We request you to kindly please scan the QR code and give in your valuable feedback so that the next time we can make it bigger, better, and more energizing for you. With that, as we come to a conclusion, once more, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for a fantastic day, which is truly dedicated to all you lovely people. I hope you all had a great time. Did you all have a great time? Fantastic. Let's give 3 big loud cheers for yourself. Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! Thank you so much, everyone. Let's carry the spirit of innovation and collaboration beyond these walls and work together to truly shape a brighter future for our nation. My name is MC Afshan. I would like to sign off for the evening. Enjoy yourself. There's time for lots of questions and lots of networking. So don't forget to network and truly bring out the best smile of yours. Thank you once again. Stay safe, take care, and have a good evening.
entrepreneur.